Welcome, dear viewers. We are back to provide the coverage for the FIDE Grand Swiss year 2023, organized in Isle of Man at Douglas. Today, there's a time to play the round 7 out of 11. Two candidate spots are up for grabs in both the Open Tournament and the Women Tournament. Yesterday, there was a rest day. Naturally, the players were seeking a chance to recover their strength and probably also to party a bit because it was the time for Halloween. However, your host today will be just like in the previous round. I'm together with the legendary Grandmaster Peter Leko. I'm Grandmaster Artur Nations, and it's an absolute pleasure to be back for another exciting day of chess. Peter.
Yeah, hello Arturs, welcome everyone. Absolutely, after this rest day, I feel like we are in for a very big treat. The players are burning with desire to continue fighting. The tournament is heating up. I can't wait for round 7 to start.
That's right, and I think we're going to start with slightly recapping what happened in the previous round. So let's go and see, just to refresh our memory, what happened in round 6 for the Women Grand Swiss. And here you see these are the results from the Monday's round. Quite an important matchup it was for Anna Muzychuk take down the reigning leader Bibisaba Asabayeva. We felt that this game was probably more heading to a draw because it was quite an equalish queen endgame, but still it was the Ukrainian Grandmaster who managed to trick her younger opponent in this tricky endgame and score a very, very important point.
Exactly, I feel the same, that it was kind of a strategy from Anna, just try to avoid any kind of complication and just squeeze, and finally she managed to win that queen endgame in beautiful style.
That's right, and there were a couple of draws on boards too until 4, which didn't allow those players to catch the leaders. However, important victories for Antoaneta Stefanova, who managed to grind down her opponent, and also the younger sister of Muzychuk, Maria Muzychuk, managed to win her game. And here are the current standings after round 6. Now it's Anna Muzychuk, who is the sole leader with 5 points out of 6, followed by 4 players in total. Among them, there's Vaishali, Asabayeva, the former leader, Alexandra Goriachkina, probably one of the pre-tournament favorites, and of course the former world champion, Antoaneta Stefanova. So probably it's not a big surprise that most of these players, they're going to face each other today. So let's check the matchups of round 7.
Yes, very interesting, and we see there on board 1 Alexandra Goriachkina playing against Anna Muzychuk. That's a very, very close battle there. I feel like both very classy, very experienced players with super solid, rock solid opening repertoires. What's your take on this match?
Yeah, it's going to be quite a big one because there's definitely a story between these two. I mean, Goriachkina and Muzychuk, they have played against each other for quite a bit, many times. Probably Goriachkina has scored better in the long run. They already faced against each other back in 2015, participating in the Women's World Championships knockout tournament. Back then, Muzychuk was the better player. However, Goriachkina has grown to be really strong. And I think in Anna's very recent memory probably is their 2021 semi-final match of the FIDE World Cup, where it was Goriachkina who beat Muzychuk in a very exciting semi-final match. And that's essentially the history here between these two players. And of course, Anna being the sole leader after round 6, she definitely wants to play solid and, if possible, take a revenge for this semi-final loss.
Yeah, we also see on board too the clash of the younger generation, the two super youngsters, Asabayeva against Vaishali. A very interesting game to keep an eye on. Asabayeva is very dangerous with the white pieces. Vaishali is in brilliant form. And, well, I'm looking forward to all the action.
Absolutely, and I think it's also very interesting that these two players are about to score their Grandmaster titles. I mean, Asabayeva is hunting her final GM norm. Vaishali recently got it in the Qatar Masters, right? And all she needs right now is to cross this 2500 ELO threshold, which is the last requirement to become a grandmaster, right? Obviously, quite a serious feat in the career. Absolutely, that's the game we are also going to follow. Of course, some other very interesting matchups, like the game between two former world champions, Maria Muzychuk against Antoneta Stefanova. Well, it's going to be really fun. But let's go and now check what's happened yesterday, not yesterday, but in the round 6 of the Open tournament of the Open Grand Swiss, because we have quite a huge pack of leaders, several draws, but a couple of those games were decisive.
Yeah, we see there on board 1, Andrei Yesipenko against Hikaru Nakamura was a very interesting game because Hikaru was willing to take risks with the black pieces, played something very sharp. Andrei was ready for the challenge, up for the challenge, and he was looking forward, sacrificed the pawn. It was a very high-level clash, which finally ended in a perpetual check, a wonderful game. Second board, UNG against Arjun was rather peaceful. That was just a simple, nice Petrovich draw. And we see on board 3, Fabiano Caruana had that very, very important victory against Yevgeny Nair, allowing him to catch up with the leaders. And the same goes to Vidit Gujarati, beating Hans Niemann, a wonderful strategical masterpiece. Yavohir Sindarov crushing Samuel Sevian with the black pieces. A shocking defeat there for Sam. So much action happened on Monday.
Absolutely right. And here we are seeing the second page of the results. Of course, it is also this crazy game of Predke against Sam Shankland. You know, it was, again, incredible how Shankland played this very strange bishop a6, bishop c8 in the opening phase, and somehow Predke's knight managed to get to h8, capture the rook, eventually leading to a crazy position. But ultimately, it was Predke who was better in the complications and allowing him to score important victory, to join the leader pack. And of course also Wojtaszek's beautiful positional game against Erwin Lamy, who probably slightly gambited a bit too much with this counter, Albin counter gambit, and for the top Paul Grandmaster against him, probably during that day it was not a great choice, and Radoslav was very precise until then.
Yes, it was a wonderful victory by Radek. And with that win, let's take a look at the standings. He's also jumping into joint lead with Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit Gujarati, Arjun Erigaisi, Andrei Yesipenko, Radoslav Wojtaszek, Yavohir Sindarov, and also Alexander Predke, all on 4.5 points. Just shows on that how close is everything, and then so many other brilliant players with 4 points.
That's right, and again, to remind you, dear viewers, what's on the stake here. These are not only the top two spots in both tournaments, in the Open tournament and the Women's tournament. They get a chance to participate in the upcoming FIDE Candidates tournament, so it's really that important event. And of course, probably it doesn't really hurt to have $600,000 prize fund overall. And it's allocated 460 for Open, 140 for Women. One of the strongest Open tournaments of the year, and naturally everybody has been looking towards this Open tournament. And I think so far, Peter, what we are seeing, I think it's very, very difficult really to predict who is going to ultimately qualify for the Candidates tournament. But let's check now the matchups for today's round.
Yeah. And it's such a pleasant feeling to see Radek Wojtaszek there on board 1. He has been such a fun, wonderful player for a very long time, a brilliant theoretician, wonderful person. He's a very happy father, just recently had a baby, and he's showing his true potential and facing Fabiano Caruana, who is constantly crossing 2800 mark during this tournament. It's and then Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predke. Wow, we are spoiled with lot of fantastic pairings.
Absolutely. You know, I have a hard time to choose which game you're going to follow, so probably you're going to have to follow all of them, right? Of course, it's the top board of Caruana against Wojtaszek, and Fabi in the previous editions of the Isle of Man with the Grand Swiss, he's been doing very well. I mean, he already finished twice in the second place. Each time somebody was slightly better than him. Back in 2019, it was the Chinese Grandmaster Wang Hao who was better than the American Grandmaster. Last edition in Riga, which was moved there after the COVID situation in the world, no longer being organized in Isle of Man. This particular edition was won by Alireza Firouzja, who is also back here. Again, Fabi was second. So will be fun. And here we are seeing the bird's eye view. The games are already starting. The first moves are being played. And let's maybe observe if we are seeing something sensational with the first moves.
We did speculate before the run started how Fabiano will handle his game against Radek Wojtaszek, because in their history, actually, Fabiano was quite often willing to take some enormous risk. I remember their last encounter being that famous tournament in Vaikanzi, Tata Steel Masters, when in some classical King's Indian, Fabiano came up with a completely new approach with Bishop G4 and gave up the Bishop, completely surprising strategy in the King's Indian, and he managed to win a very important game there against Radek. I did feel somehow that today we will see more conservative play. After all, this is the Grand Swiss. Both players have excellent tournament situation. They are co-leaders. So not taking too much risk, safety first kind of approach is very much understandable.
And just as you said, Peter, safety, I was about to suggest G4, this Sheriff Shabalov attack here. I felt that maybe this probably would be a bit too much for such an important matchup, and perhaps as also somebody as such a more solid player as Radoslav, but this G4 definitely is quite a sound opening. It brings a lot of excitement over the board, but okay, I mean, Radoslav decided to play Bishop D3, and I think we might get to some more or less Meron structures if Black decides to take D takes on C4, B5, Bishop B7, and then do something active in the center. Peter, you probably have way more experience in those Meron positions than I do.
Yes, well, to my eyes, it's kind of the big question that will we see castles, E4, and then E5, the very professional way of just making sure that you shut down every single opportunity. It has a very, very solid reputation. Yeah, if Black breaks with the center on with E5, the D takes C4, Bishop takes C4, B5 leads to tons of theory, but much more sharp affair. There, White can retreat the Bishop to D3. The Bishop can be retreated also to E2, leading to completely different type of big tabias. But look at this. Breaking news. Fabiano has played the move Rook E8. I somehow have the feeling this is almost kind of a novelty. At least I don't really remember seeing this before.
All right. I mean, looking at this move, I think it's probably not too far-fetched to assume that Black wants to play E6, E5, right? And by doing this, he's opening up the Bishop on C8, also claiming some of the most important squares in the center. So it does really make sense, right? And now, Peter, that you said that White's typical idea is to play E3, E4 himself. Now the question is, what does it change, really? I mean, if I play E4, can Black still proceed with E6, E5, or first capture on E4 a couple of times and then play E5?
Yeah, it's a very big question. Let's just very quickly rewind what I have been talking about. Yeah, that the move E5 has a very solid reputation. Believe the line goes C takes D5, C takes D5, E4, E takes D4, Knight takes D5, Knight takes D5, E takes D5, and there are many, many symmetrical kind of positions. The current state of theory says that Black is equalizing, but Black has to show some precision. And Fabiano is a player who likes to fight very much. We keep on seeing in all of his games that he prefers to keep the tension. So in this regard, I perfectly understand his choice that he doesn't want to get into some very forced lines where he has basically absolutely zero chances of winning, just fighting for complete equality. On the other hand, your question is absolutely justified that let's take a look after Rook E8. If White plays the most natural move E4, how could the game continue?
I would assume that black is not going to take on e4 because after d takes on e4, knight e4, knight e4, bishop e4, I think that black is going to be a bit slow to carry out this push e6, e5 because the pawn on h7 is under attack, of course, unless, of course, Fabi intends to play h6 and then play e5, but it looks a bit strange, right? So I assume, I mean, I don't know much about this position, not to say I know nothing about it. I mean, it makes probably a bit more sense for black to push e6, e5 immediately. And then we are reaching probably a fresh position. But I mean, I would not be really surprised, Peter, if this position somehow would still transpose to some of the known positions. For example, if black now plays e6, e5, c takes on d5, c takes on d5, and now
Yes,
black, let's
but
assume he just played rook e8, no?
yeah, but here now black after knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e d5 has again the same problem that his pawn on h7 is hanging with a check. Yeah, so now he's unable to take e takes d4, and with the tension on the e5 pawn, black is also unable to play knight f6. In the previous line, which I showed, after takes, I believe the two main options are like h6 and knight f6. Yeah, I believe it's h6, and if knight takes d4, then there are all kinds of queen h4 ideas. So I'm for the moment surprised. And we talked about this before, that if in a classical type of position, yeah, where we have well-established theory of black going for e6, e5, or d takes e4 moves, yeah, all the world has been following this kind of scenarios, and then suddenly the move rook e8, if it would be so good, why wasn't it played before? And take a look, Radek, the biggest theoretician in modern times, is taking his time. It definitely came as a surprise. It might also be a pleasant surprise, we don't know, but he's taking his time now.
You know, Peter, I have an idea. I'm not really sure if my idea is going to be a good one, but can we check one idea? I mean, if white now
Yes.
plays e3, e4, perhaps what Radek is doing right now, he's looking at the possibility black plays d takes on c4, bishop takes on c4, and can I play b5? b5, push away the bishop, and then play e5. Still going for those Miran-like positions, but then again, I'm not an expert of them, right? And I'm not really sure how this position compares to some of those famous positions.
Yes, it's very interesting because now also we can see the evolution bar jumping back and forth with this simple nuance that I automatically put my bishop back on e2, and now computer says that black's play after e6, e5 is perfectly justified. However, this gives me the feeling that most probably I should have placed my bishop on d3, and this case after the move e5, it could easily be that white is ready to advance in the center after the typical trade takes, and then f2, f4. No, apparently not, because of some tactics.
I think there's bishop d4 check on knight g4. Black is suddenly very aggressive, and queen h4 or knight takes on h2. All kinds of tactical ideas are there.
Yes, it looks very scary, but then things are all the more confusing. That's why bishop d3 is so much better in computer's mind. But take a look. We have live action e4 on the board. D takes c4 happened. Yes, very good call. d4, bishop takes c4. And now the move b5 is clearly kind of obligatory, because if black plays the move e6, e5 with the bishop on c4, then one has the feeling that the pressure on f7 might be too much to handle.
And yet
But
Fabi
no.
plays it, and he plays
Wow.
it. He plays e5, and he says, "No, Peter. I mean, the pressure on the pawn on f7 doesn't matter at all. This is home prep. I mean, look at that. I love this.
Wow. Yeah, this is. I somehow sense that most probably it should be somehow e5, but it looked too scary for me, and b5 made a lot of sense. On the other hand, as you highlighted, after b5, there was a danger of transposing to some mainline theory where maybe rook e8 is not the most precise move. Yeah, and we know that these players are super big experts. I used to be an expert like 10, 15 years ago in that position, but I have forgotten every single finesse. I haven't touched this position for ages. And wow, e5. Fabi gives the chance for white to jump with knight g5, hitting on f7 immediately. Most probably it will be answered by rook e7. protecting the pawn. Wow, it will be very interesting, and I'm expecting Radek to spend quite some time to try
I
to
mean,
figure this out.
this matchup, Peter, doesn't disappoint because I mean, previously, Wojciech against Caruana, they have played several times, and it's quite amazing that all of these games, I pulled up their statistics. All of these games, it was Wojciech who was playing with white. I mean, I think right, 2 or 3 games he played with white, and again, this time Radoslav has the white color, and somehow, as you already mentioned in the beginning, there's always a big fight. And I think that also after the rest day, right, the players have managed at least to partly recover their strength. And they're just, craving for this sharp battle because, I mean, the weather outside is not really great. I mean, it's raining every single day. I mean, I was checking the interviews of the players, and every single player who was interviewed was saying, it's raining, right? and there's not much you can do during the rain, right? And we got a word actually that tomorrow the Isle of Man, specifically Douglas, will be hit by a major storm, right? So probably what they have today is a good weather, right? Because there's more stuff coming tomorrow. So brace yourselves.
Yeah, so storm on the chessboard, off the chessboard. Isle of Man is heating up to some crazy action. This is actually one of the very big characteristic of the top players, like that you have the rest day, you feel like, let me surprise my opponent, and they have so much knowledge. Yeah, they have arsenal of weapons, and then they can choose, they can select and try to find a spot where they can deliver that surprise. On the other hand, we can also see from Radek's choice that he kind of anticipated that maybe the Meran will happen, and then let me try to be as solid as possible with the ultra solid Queen C2 system. And nevertheless, Fabi comes up with a surprise.
Right, but I think that if Wojciech here wants to avoid any sharp battle, he can always push d4, d5, right? Which perhaps is not really the most direct approach, but at least it closes the center. So I think that he's feeling safe, but he's being challenged right now, of course. Yeah, you're correctly mentioning there's this knight b6 attack on the bishop on c4, and maybe White doesn't really get his simple position. I have a suggestion, Peter. Maybe let's go to the bird's eye view because this game is really exciting and I want to follow it really for a long time. But let's check what else is happening on other top boards because maybe there's something which catches your eye, some craziness, some exciting opening choice by these top grandmasters.
Well, almost every single board looks very interesting. Take a look, for example, at Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predke. It was the 4 knights Sicilian with e6, knight f6, knight c6. Hikaru was declining the invitation to go for this knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5 big theoretical debate. He opted for a3, d6, a rather fresh position on the board. Hikaru taking his time. Sindarov against Vidit is a kind of maybe one of the most classical position from the top 3. It's a more or less natural and normal Italian. Then we have a very wild anti-martial in Erigaisi versus Yesipenko. It's one of the wildest possible lines. I have been analyzing this all the way back from 2013. This position is like a very big tabia in my mind ever since. Will be very interesting to keep an eye on. Alireza Firouzja against Sarana. No Naidorov, that's again a big surprise, and no Petrov from Sarana. Again, a very interesting Sicilian. Bakru against Yuanji. It's like a very special, strange kind of Kalashnikov Sicilian. Vincent Keymer against Korobov is a d takes c4 Slav, leading to very double-edged, complicated middle game position. And I think I could keep on continuing in the same manner. We everywhere see big battles.
All right, and I can definitely sense that one of the most favorite openings, or at least the structures, is either Italian game or Ray Lopez, right? And at least in 2 games, I see that Black has aggressively advanced the pawn on a5, right? That's the game of Vidit against Sindarov, and also Yakuboyev against Daniel Bogdan-Diak. And I think that we have to thank for that due to the evolving of the modern engines and the understanding that these aggressive pawn pushes on either the king side or on this occasion the queen side very often give you some better long-term edges. Also, I guess the game of Korobov against Keymer, right? You push aggressively the side pawn, a4, a5, or black plays a5, a4, and somehow you're getting more information where to position your pieces. And yeah, at least in the Italian game, that's one of the hottest topics right now.
Yes, in the Italian. On the other hand, now we should focus on one single game. If I would ask you to select one of these crazy matchups, we have already been covering the Wojciech Fabiano Caruana game, where you want to go?
All right, let me see. Let's do it in order, right? Not a lot of moves can be made in Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predke, so maybe let's go check that game. And it is, what is this? So Sicilian Paulsen, but it can very quickly transpose after d4, c takes on d4, knight f6. Yeah, knight f6, that is really interesting. It's essentially declaring a war. And after knight c6, to my understanding, is that the top level guys, they almost automatically play knight x on c6, right? And this leads to some very contested theory, knight c6, e5, knight e5, knight e4. I'm sure, Peter, you could tell here way more than I know about this position. But just to summarize, it is a very, very popular opening theory, which is contested at the highest levels. And Hikaru's choice a3, it probably means that the American Grandmaster wants to sidestep and not engage any theoretical discussions.
Yes, exactly. The move a3 had been quite popular in recent years. I believe in the Candidates Tournament 2021, Fabiano Caruana reacted this way against Anish Giri. I recall that game. It was very, very important for the whole candidates. And ever since, it's kind of a major move. The big drawback of the move a3 right now is already that it's not a surprise. Yeah, back then it was a fresh move. Now we do see that Hikaru played the move a3 because he wanted to avoid theory. His opponent, Alexander Predke, blitzed out the move d6. And Hikaru is already spending quite a lot of time that which setup he wants to choose. Does he want to be very aggressive and go for something like bishop e3, f4, and eventually also go for some g4 ideas? Or will he just play more solidly? Honestly, I have never really been following the 6ac line so much because it became popular when I already stopped playing chess. So I don't have too much experience with this exact position.
I love how you said, Peter. I mean, choosing which setup to choose, because essentially that's the difference of the highest level and let's say the club level players, because the club level player is looking for what's the move which gives me some sort of a game, right? But again, Hikaru is thinking at a completely different level. And like Peter, you lined it out, there's a couple of choices. And this idea of g4, g5, or some sort of keras attack, this has a very good reputation, right? And I think that if Hikaru wants to be ambitious, he wants to play g4, g5 at some point, gain some space advantage, and for that he needs to figure out where to position his pieces. So yeah, you're right. He's choosing between which setup to choose. Maybe he's trying to recall what was in his opening prep, what Predke has played in similar setups, what against this particular guy, particularly today, will be the right choice. So I'm sure that Hikaru here has like 4 or 5 ideas, and he already made up his mind. He positioned the bishop on e3, which, by the way, doesn't really reveal a lot about his chosen setup, because he could still easily play g4.
Yes, also white can simply play very solidly with bishop e2. Yeah, then we would get some classical Scheveningen type of position. However, white has committed to move a3 a little early. Yeah? So if we just compare this kind of stuff with the more traditional keras attack, then we see a very big difference. And we have to talk about this difference, because here after e6, black gives the chance for white to play g4 immediately. and it's kind of very convenient for white that he gets this move in immediately. Then he gets to push it to g5, kick that knight away from f6. Now when we compare this situation with the current position, then we do see that pushing g4, because black has already developed his knight on c6, so he is fighting against the knight on d4, indirectly stopping g4, because after the trade on d4, the g4 pawn could be hanging. So in this regard, black got a better version. On the other hand, I think what the white players mean in this position is that maybe a3 is very useful in the long terms, and there could be ideas like playing the f4, bishop e2, queen d2, g4 kind of setup, which is very ambitious, going for long castles. Of course, it involves developing the bishop to e2, but then again, the a3 move could be very useful in the long run.
I was also thinking, Peter, about bishop c4, some sort of a Fischer-Sozin attack. I have no idea if this is a good idea in this particular position, but the move a3 somehow now makes perfect sense, because the bishop on c4 allows me to retreat to a2 if necessary. And then one of the most typical ideas of this setup is to play f4, f5, target the pawn on e6. And if the pawn moves forward, this gives white a complete access of the d5 square. So something like this I could also imagine being a potential choice of Hikaru, being, an American grandmaster.
Yes, okay, bishop c4, the reason why it does not come natural to me that I was never a big fan of the so-called Sozin attack. I never played it against the Najdorf, I never did against the Rouser, but you are absolutely right. Take a look. Hikaru, after spending quite some time being an American grandmaster, goes for bishop c4.
I had a feeling. This is at least how I sometimes like to treat my openings and my choices, that every next move sort of justifies a little bit more the previous move I made, right? So I think that initially Hikaru played a3 with different ideas, right? Avoid bishop b4. He wasn't really sure what kind of setup Predke is going to choose. And now that Predke has, indeed here, Predke has chosen to be solid, not something aggressive like, I don't know, bishop c5 or d5 or whatever. Predke played it solid. Now, from all of the choices that Hikaru had, he felt that it makes sense to justify a little bit this move a3, so that the bishop on c4 now can escape an a2. I love actually this logic.
Yeah, it's kind of very funny that just recently, let me just already, if we talk about bishop c4 and new nuances and new development of theory, just go back to one of the most debated theory, the Najdorf. And Magnus Carlsen in the European Club Cup against Vincent Keymer, I believe, played bishop c4, e6, and shocked the whole world by playing a to a4 here. And the reason why I'm saying that he shocked everyone, because it's simply not the move that you associate bishop c4 with. Once it's on the board and Magnus has played it, it makes perfect sense. Yes, we have already seen, even in the, I think in the women's Grand Swiss, one of the players already playing a4, and I believe Dina Wagner was on the receiving end of that brilliancy. Yes, so people are following Magnus's games, and maybe somewhere deep inside, it could also explain the choice of Hikaru, that he felt like Magnus also wanted to develop his bishop to c4 and combine with some a pawn move. I felt like it's important and interesting to highlight that, there are new developments with bishop c4.
That is a brilliant point, Peter, because the best players in the world, they're essentially setting up the tone, right? Where the theory is moving. And if Magnus plays this, if Fabiano Caruana plays this, if Hikaru plays this, everybody plays this, right? Because obviously these top-level guys, they have checked the system more thoroughly with supercomputers, there's fresh ideas, and everybody's looking at their games to pick up some brand new ideas. So yeah, it's definitely going to be fun. Predke played bishop d7, ignoring knight b5 threat. I guess knight b5 immediately is not going to be an issue for black, because the pawn on d6 always can be defended, but more like queen b8. Then you play a6 and actually gain valuable tempes. However, I have a suggestion, Peter. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and seek more games. Maybe something interesting has happened because when we were bird's eye view the first top 10 boards, we could see some interesting strategic action.
Well, I
Any
think that
preferences?
I think one of the games which has the most action already is the game between the youngsters Arjun Algaisi and Andrei Yesipenko on board 4. It's also a position which is kind of familiar to me and I kind of like it. It's a razor sharp anti-martial. I've been playing it from the white side, from the black side. Had been working on it with super players like Levon Aronyan and Vishy Anand. So yes, a lot of memories there.
All right, let's check it out and see what is it all about. So the anti-martial, obviously, this is the line which has an explanation in its title. I mean, black offers white to play the martial setup. If we maybe could go to this critical moment, where is this? Yeah, short castle, bishop e7, b5, bishop b3 castle, h3. Yeah, h3. I think this already is the first attempt for white to avoid the martial setup, where black plays d7, d5, sacrifices the pawn on e5, and somehow this move h3 in these positions favors white. Yes, so c3 is naturally the more popular choice. Bishop b7, d3. So Eric Gaisi says, let's just play positional chess, and Yesipenko says, no, I still want to play martial, d5, e takes, knight takes on d5. And here the interesting part is, Eric Gaisi, despite the fact, I mean, that this is, of course, a big theoretical discussion, he doesn't take the pawn on e5. Why? Why he doesn't take the pawn on e5? I'm guessing it's because of knight d4. And one of the most famous games which jumps to my mind is the very first game of the World Championship match. Was it Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi or Nepomniachtchi against Magnus Carlsen? Pardon me, I don't remember who was playing with white or black. The very first game.
Yes, but you are actually fooled because that game was the shocking h3 knight a5, I believe. Yeah, that Magnus shocked the whole world by after it led to some very similar position.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar. Giving up the pawn and then playing d5. You're absolutely correct. Right.
Yes, and this was, I think, d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, queen f3, bishop d6, king f1. Somehow this all was very, very important and some great preparation, and then some rook fb8 happened. And yes, it just shows that, yeah, World Championship level preparation is completely insane. But here now we see the more traditional, the line that I have been also playing from the black side for a very long time: bishop b7, d3, d5, e d5, knight d5, and the line between what you mentioned, knight takes e5, has actually two critical lines. One of them, the classical knight d4 with long-term compensation. I think it was the choice of Magnus Carlsen in his World Championship match against Sergei Karyakin in New York 2016. We have seen some high clash there and it ended in a draw. And there is another line which is also some kind of a development: knight takes e5, rook takes e5, queen d6, followed by rook a8 and c5 with also good compensation. When I played with white this opening, I only played it because of knight bd2. I never liked this knight takes e5, that I give black two choices, that he can play knight b4, he can play knight takes e5, and in both cases he has good compensation. I wanted to play knight b2 because this keeps the most tension. I remember that this was like 2012, a very big debate. I have been preparing for all the FIDE Grand Prix tournaments with white and with black disposition. And the move queen d7, when I discovered this queen d7 together with Levon Aronyan in 2013, it was kind of a very interesting choice, and we felt immediately that this is the spirit, because previously black has played f6, which gave white the chance to play some very interesting positions after c4 with double h play, and also some other lines like knight f4 knight e4, knight a5, leading to some strange kind of structure with bishop takes f4, e takes f4, all kinds of craziness happened. This was more like a strategical battle. So queen d7 is the martial spirit.
Yeah, I guess Black says that he still doesn't mind that White grabs the pawn on e5. The same idea still apply. I mean, take, rook a to e8, give up the pawn, get the lead in development. And I think that this is a very modern approach, not only in the martial, but in many openings. Instead of slightly suffering for a very long time because this extra tempi in the opening phase, it does matter. And White usually is slightly pressing. There's the other approach that Black very often gives up the pawn in order, to accelerate the development, take over the game, and have a great game. And that's why Regaisi, he's not accepting this pawn. I mean, he clearly sees he can take the pawn, but this would give the initiative at the hands of the opponent. So after rook e8, they traded the a pawns, played knight e4, king h8, and bishop d2. Both sides have finished development, but ultimately now the question is at the Black's side what to do, and he plays f6 and not f5. Well, this makes sense. He solidifies the pawn on e5, and again he's asking White,
Yes.
what do you want to do?
Exactly, yeah. This is kind of the big question. It's a very double-edged position. I'm a little bit surprised the way how Arjun played, so let's just slow down after queen d7. Yeah, it's clear that if you did not take on e5, you don't want to take it now. He opens up the a file. He wants to make sure his rook on a1 gets into the game as quickly as possible. Rook a8, a takes b5, a takes b5. Again, he does not take because then clearly rook a8 had already been a very useful move from Black side. He goes for knight e4. It's some kind of a provocation also that please come, try to be very aggressive with f5. It would be a terrible idea with king on g8. Then White could probably just follow with knight c3, use the pin against the king, and then Black's center pawn on e5 would fall. So that's why Black first sidestep with the king to h8. White played the move bishop d2, completing development. Now White's all pieces had been developed. And now Black says again that no. It's clear that you want to provoke me into f5. I'm guessing maybe the move knight c3 or knight g3. In any case, it leads to very sharp game. And knowing that, look at this, Arjun has been blitzing out all his moves, making the more solid, more professional choice of f6 makes so much sense.
I like it because again, a lot of is at the stakes here, right? This is a fight between leaders, and both of these young players, they're essentially teenagers who have ascended to the highest levels just recently, and they sense that this is obviously a very, very important game. And something like f5, this often such rash moves, they are more common again among less experienced players, but obviously Yesipenko knows that if you play f5, there is no stepping back, right? The pawns don't go back. The pawn on e5 in the long run could become a problem. After knight c3, the knight on d5 is hit. Knight g5, you see some issues. You see some even ideas like knight f g5, queen h5, mate ideas on h7. So why go there, right? Because, I mean, of course, it's very tempting to take the center with the pawn on e5 and pawn on f5, but you also create a lot of targets for the opponent. And I really love this approach because after f6, Black not only solidifies his position, but he doesn't really say no to the f5 idea at some point later.
Yes, White played the move c3, which makes perfect sense. Yeah, you have to, in this kind of structures, usually have to make sure that d4 square is under control. Now, one could say like, what happened here? Then why did White start with bishop d2 if he has anyway played the move c3? Yes, but probably it's all connected with this f7, f5 idea, yeah, that after bishop d2, White was much more ready for that f5. He did spend the tempo on bishop d2. On the other hand, Black has now already committed himself to f6. One of the thematic ways would be something like knight d8, knight e6, try to regroup that knight from c6, because especially after c2, c3, just like in the Italian, in any kind of anti-martials, the knight on c6 is quite a dubious piece. It has no real prospects, and then regrouping it to some better square makes so much sense.
Maybe also Rigasi is slightly provoking his opponent, because now after c2, c3, there is no more retreat with the white knight to c3. And I understand, of course, that black just played f7, f6, right? But since the situation has changed, I mean, maybe it could be quite interesting for Andre to change the course of the game and dual play f5 anyway, because the knight gonna go to c3, position his bishop on c5. But I mean, we are normally taught not to do these things, right? We are not supposed to touch the same pawn twice, a second move in a row, but sometimes some positions require drastic measures. I'm really curious what Andre is going to do.
Yes, it's a big question. The big reason why I don't really believe that he can play the move f6, f5 is that he knows that Arjun is still in his preparation. And you feel like, just as you said, yeah, if you play f5, you kind of burn all the bridges behind you. You have to go with the flow. If you are prepared and you know that computer says, yes, you can do it, then you do it. But if it's unfamiliar territory, then somehow I think it's the human nature just to try to be as solid as possible. On the other hand, it's a very sharp position. Maybe you can't be solid. But first, I would like to check from black side what happens if I just regroup the knight. Also try to get c7, c5 in, which is so typical in these structures. And will white create some attack against black's king? How is he planning to do that? That's a very big question.
That's indeed a very good question. Now the ball is in the court of Yesipenko. He has to make a choice. And while he's thinking about his choices, obviously there's more games we have to check. Maybe what's the feeling better after the first hour observing these games of round 7? What's your first feeling? What we might expect from today's matchups?
Well, lot of fight. Also, we have seen a lot of surprises. Yeah, Fabiano came up with a completely fresh idea on board 1 against Radek. Alexander Predke played something which Hikaru did not expect, a special kind of 4-knight Sicilian with e6, knight f6, knight c6. We see here a very interesting theoretical clash. I don't know exactly who surprised whom. In any case, Arjun still seems to be in book and seems to be more familiar with the position. And that's what I feel. That's always the rest day about, yeah, that how can you try to impose your will on the opponent? Because it's clear that both sides are preparing very hard. It's always fascinating to see this.
Indeed. So, dear viewers, we're going to make now a very short break. Hope you're liking the coverage so far. Leave your thoughts in the chat, some insights perhaps, some questions. We'll do our best to answer them. And also I would like to remind the dear Twitch subscribers, right, that you should stay with us during the break to meet the members, just bots, but we'll be back with Peter Leko very shortly.
Dude, last time I spun a sign here, I got arrested.
Yeah, but Danny, that's because you have a history. They did a background check on you.
I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
It's out in the open now.
I got to get out of here. Get back to your sign. Bob, what are you doing, man?
Danny, the cops are after me. Tell them I went that way.
You went that way, officer. That way. Nothing. Yep.
Round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss continues from Isle of Man, Douglas. It's quite rainy there, and we are being told that tomorrow there's a major storm approaching. Also, some of the storm is brewing up in some of the games at the highest level. And Peter, I mean, I'm looking at the game of Samuel Shankland against Yilmaz Mustafa, and I'm not sure what to make of this, because I do know this very common thematic idea to sacrifice the bishop on g4, but what on earth is g5?
Yeah, let's take a look, and let's take a closer look already right from the very beginning. After e4, Yilmaz has played the move e5. I do recall him being a fantastic knight-off player, so I somehow have the feeling that e5 was already kind of a surprise. And does this give Sam the feeling that, all right, I don't know which main Spanish my opponent wants to go to, so let me make the counter surprise by taking on c6. I don't really recall Sam ever playing the exchange rule Lopez, and we see it very rarely on the highest level. Castles, bishop g7, yeah, this is one of the main lines. h3, h5, this is all fairly standard. Of course, white should not get greedy and take that bishop. Just to highlight, a take g4, h take g4, and the h file opens up. White's knight is unable to move from f3 because then queen h4 would deliver checkmate against white's king, and then it's just a question of time when black wants to capture that knight, or is he even trying to go for some attack. So of course white ignores that. White played the move d3, black plays queen f6, and white opted for knight bd2, and all of a sudden black played the move g5, which the computer gives no, now already disappeared. Before when I clicked through the game, g5 was given double exclamation mark. One would get the feeling that, okay, white should be terrified and white should be like trying to understand what's going on. But we do see that Sam is blitzing everything out from the white side. which means that he's familiar with this idea. He just ignores it. He continues knight c4, says thank you very much. If you have to trade on f3 and we're going to trade queens, then it's a big question whether g5 is a good move or a weakening. We will come back to that pretty soon. So takes. Things are settling in. Now both e5 and g5 pawns are under attack, so the only way to protect those pawns is with f6. Now I believe that if it would be black's move, then black would be going for h5, h4, blocking this construction, and would be just sitting more or less happily with his blockading stuff. So the next couple of moves, in my mind, are very natural from white side. White sacrifices the pawn with h4 to make sure that black doesn't get the chance of stabilizing his structure, and after g takes h4, it's just a question of time when white will break the position with f4. Sam included the move king h2, bishop d6 played. Clearly all eyes on the f3, f4 break. Sam does it anyway. E takes f4, knight takes d6 check, c takes d6, bishop takes f4, and finally rook d8. This leads us to the current position.
All right, and it seems that Shankland is still well within the prep because he has 1 hour and 38 minutes on the clock. And just to remind the viewers, what is the time control of this amazing tournament? It's 100 minutes or 1 hour and 40 moves for the first 40 moves. Once the players reach the second time control, the first 40 moves are made. They get extra 50 minutes after that. And then after move 60, they get additional 15 minutes until the end of the game. Plus, of course, extra 30 seconds for every made move. So these games have a great potential to last for 6, 7, and even 8 hours. And in one of the after games interviews, Caruana said basically every single game which doesn't last 8 hours is a great game. Right? So that's why, of course, it's quite understandable that also these players, they're trying to preserve the energy, and also Fabi himself. But Peter, I mean, speaking about this position, visually, I like white a bit more, right? And I like how you highlighted these pawns as potential targets. Why is this? Because the position is sort of semi-open, or it's about to open up, and white has only one pawn island, right? And this is often the term that chess coaches are using to explain to students which are the good things, which are the bad things. So the less pawn islands you have, meaning they're connected together, it's good. And when your pawns are scattered, like here for black, we have 1, 2, 3 pawn islands. So in the common sense, white is doing better.
Yes, that's the idea. That's the whole point of white's play. However, black has an extra pawn. So yes, at the moment, it's kind of a very ugly extra pawn on h4. And it's clear that that extra pawn doesn't really do much because it's also beautifully blocked by white's king. It's more like a long-term target. On the other hand, the knight, the problem I believe that what white has, that there are not so many pieces left. So black with some knight e7, king f7, and then potentially some break with d6, d5 could nicely transform the structure and make sure that his pawn island would be kind of compact, and white would not have enough attacking potential to make the maximum use of it. Imagine white would have here a light squared bishop somehow in the position, then it would be catastrophic for black. But with just one dark squared bishop, I feel like the king and knight should be able to neutralize white's pressure.
I mean, I do know some chess masters who are very good at playing blitz, that sometimes the dark square bishop becomes the light square bishop, and whenever necessary, it becomes the dark square bishop again. But I think it's simply illegal, right? So as much as we would love to have this light square bishop controlling those light squares, it's not going to happen. You know, Peter, I'm looking at this position, and I don't think that Shankland should be... despite the fact that he has this beautiful pawn chain, right? But I don't think he should be very happy, because I can sense a potential long-term danger, because, I mean, the pawn on h5, okay, the pawn on h4 probably is gone, but the pawn on h5, the big question, is it the target, is it the weakness, or actually it's a strength in the long run? Because it's an outside pass pawn.
Yes, I also feel like, yes, at first glance, the position is not so nice. I do have to give credit for rook d8. I believe that rook d8 was a fantastic move from black. And once this is on the board, I feel like black has solved all his problems. Why this move is so important? That if, for example, black would have played the move king d7, which seemed very natural, yeah, that you protect the pawn with the king, you connect the rooks, you just want to play knight e7, but it's going in the wrong direction. White might be able to get the g file, rook g1, and we very much prefer our king in the long run to go to f7, making sure that the anti-square on g7 is well under control, rather than seemingly winning a tempo but actually getting into trouble. And the other move would have been also like playing long castles, would again benefit white. Then rook g1 followed by rook g7 is exactly what white wanted to achieve with rook d8. Black made sure that yes, it's a quiet little move, not committing the king, and once black gets king f7, knight e7 in, I share your thoughts that black has nothing to worry about, black has comfortably equalized.
Indeed, and one of the perks of having the king on f7, not only it protects the g7 square against a potential rook invasion, also it controls the g6 square for this knight's jump. Knight e7, knight g6, which conveniently defends the pawn on h4. I don't think that black really worries about the pawn on h4, but I mean, it's still a pawn, right? And one of the awesome features that having such an extra pawn, although it's doubled, is that, I mean, white at some point has to spend a whole tempi to take it back, right? I mean, it is something. It's more than the empty air.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have discussed enough about this position to conclude that we think black is absolutely okay. Despite the fact that Sam was blitzing, it was more like trying to scare the opponent rather than him being super happy. Now he has also slowed down, which gives us the chance to continue our tour, check out some other games. For example, the game Vincent Keymer against Anton Korobov looks like a very interesting strategical battle. You mentioned this kind of a5, a4 moves, how they change the strategical evaluation of certain positions. We do see white has the center control. White is also expanding on the king side. However, black is super solid. What's your experience? What's your take with this position?
I mean, I have mixed feelings, Peter, here, because I'm a big fan of two things, and they collide against each other right now. So first is a big space advantage and a strong center. I mean, Vincent has it, right? So that's why he played e4, d4, giving you a strong pawn center. It allows you create better perspectives to fight for the surroundings, control a lot of squares, and maybe potentially start his kingside attack. Then he played g4, h4 to expand his business at the king side. But there's the other side of the coin, and I don't really understand, and maybe it's not really relevant, but where exactly Keymer is planning to position his king, right? I mean, I'm looking at this king on e1, Peter, and I don't understand. I mean, where do you position the king? Is it feeling safe on e1? Do you want to castle long because at the queen side there's a pawn on a4? Or actually the king will be feeling quite safe to wander to g2 where it's sort of protected by an overextended umbrella of these pawns?
Yes, that's a very big kind of long-term question. On the other hand, I feel like black is also confronted with similar kind of thoughts, because if he would castle early with simply short castle, then he might eventually run into some kind of an attack. I don't necessarily say that g5 is imminently strong, but certainly the reason why Anton has not decided to commit his king yet anywhere, he is clearly worried of, and let's just very quickly go through to understand how we reached here, because otherwise it's kind of almost impossible to believe or to understand how this really happened. So d4, d5, we know that it was a d takes c4 Slav. Yes, d takes c4 Slav, a4, bishop f5. It's also a system that Anton Korobov has already played against Anish Giri in the tournament. Knight bd7, knight takes c4, knight b6, knight e5, a5. Yeah, it's a slightly mysterious line, but it's a very popular line. Black wants to get control of the b4 square. However, it gives white the option of being very aggressive. H4, H6, F3, E6, E4 happened. This is how white occupied the center. Bishop falls back to H7, bishop E3. So white beautifully stabilized everything. Now, after knight FD7, we also see the typical retreat, because there is this common knowledge that if you have the space advantage, you shouldn't be trading pieces. You should try to keep as much tension in the position as possible. So Vincent retreats the knight, very instructive. Now black's idea is to activate that knight from b6, which is doing almost nothing. He played the move knight c4, white falls back with the bishop to f2, knight d6, so the knight got regrouped to d6, eventually supporting some breaks with b5 or f5 against white's construction. Bishop e2, bishop e7, g4, rook b8, and there you go, we arrive to the current state of affairs.
Rook b8, that's the move which instantly sends me some alarm bells, because it just doesn't feel right. I mean, I get the idea that he wants to play b5, but is really b5 something that Vincent should be afraid of, right? I mean, because I have a feeling there's far more pressing matters happening at the center, at the king side, or maybe, again, these are some sort of mind games by the Ukrainian grandmaster. Maybe he doesn't intend to play b5. Maybe first he pushes the ball back at Keymer's court and he asks, what exactly do you want to do? I mean, I was looking at this position, Peter, and I was wondering, and you already mentioned this, I think Black's position is set up in a way that pretty much his only counter-strike I can think of which could create crazy complications on the board, it's got to be f5, right? I mean, somehow f5 is asking white a lot of direct questions, targeting the pawn on e4, targeting the pawn on g4, but of course it comes with major drawbacks, right? And I think that is the pawn on e6. And I'm not really sure if Black can find an easy way to play f5, because after f5, white might want to play knight f4. Very annoying, like a stab with a dagger, attacking the pawn on e6, which is going to be very difficult to defend. And again, if Black castles short, you already said that there's g4, g5 idea, maybe even as a potential pawn sacrifice to open up the king side, and f5 might never happen. But still, I mean, this rook b8, somehow it just doesn't feel right to me. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it's such a specific position that I guess that unless you are very familiar with this kind of structures and you are willing to play and you know why you are actually entering this kind of position, then maybe the idea of rook b8, b5 is perfectly understandable. For the moment, as a newcomer to these positions, I also feel completely puzzled, right? That, okay, white got the upper hand in the center, white kind of completed development. It looks like the time should be on white side, because if he gets the grip, then after all the space advantage should tell something. On the other hand, Black says that I'm super solid. Yes, very nice. You expanded yourself. Your last move had also been g4, which in some way also hinders Black from going f5, because after f5 you highlighted knight f4 being a big issue. But also strategically speaking, I feel like some g takes f5, e takes f5, e5 kind of reactions are also a headache for Black. So yes, before white plays g4, f5 is there, but g4 kind of stops f5 as well. And that already kind of explains why Black is trying to create another break with rook b8 and b5.
All right. There's plenty of choices that Vincent might do. Yeah, okay. Now, just as I said, he played rook c1. He felt that this rook on a1 is doing nothing. Again, he's trying not to reveal all of his cards. The rook on c1 is discouraging Black to play b5 because, I mean, there might be a potential x-ray. The rook on c1 is indirectly targeting the pawn on c6. So this probably gives some signals that Vincent doesn't really want to take on b5, right? And then after b5, let's say Black commits to this move, he's going to do something else, maybe even king f1, king g2. And I'm really wondering that this g4, g5 idea, Peter, might be something that Vincent might still play, despite the fact that black has not cast a short, because I'm seeing this bishop on h7, right? And after, let's say, even if I would do it immediately, which of course now doesn't make a lot of sense because now the rook on c1 is under attack. But let's say after g5, h takes, bishop g5, maybe in some scenarios, black would have some issues with that bishop on h7, which is very annoyingly pinned by the rook on h1.
Yes, certainly there are so many ideas that one needs to keep an eye on. I believe that we will have plenty of action here, and the position is also so mysterious that we have to wait for the players' moves and to see how they are making up their minds. I'm not sure they know exactly, or they could be explaining why they are doing exactly what they are doing. They just have to do something, which gives us a chance to keep on moving. For example, we haven't even checked out on the game of Alireza Firouzja against Alexei Sarana. That's wow, that's actually one of those pause and lines that I very much like from the white side. On the other hand, I do see that black has not yet spent the time on a6. Yeah, so it's a slightly different one. Let me check it and let me explain what I'm automatically comparing it with. So e4 c5, knight f3 e6, and wow, Alireza plays the move bishop e2. This is again some kind of a new development in our times. I think I can say in our times, Arthur, that we would have automatically played the move d4 and would be happy. Mainline Sicilian, let's go. It's not a Berlin defense. It's already fantastic news. But now modern theory is that, all right, you don't know exactly what to expect after e6, which opening black wants to play. He wants to be flexible. Then you play a move like bishop e2 and you signal to the opponent, okay, please show me your cards. And here, black has played knight c6, castles, knight f6, knight c3, d6. And then suddenly we see the transposition to some classical Scheveningen stuff. But even not that, because after bishop e7, white has captured on c6, b takes c6, queen d3, and he goes for this. Yeah, this is usually the justification whenever you give up the center and you invite black to capturing b takes c6, that white's queen is trying to get to g3 very quickly, from where it puts serious pressure on the g7 pawn. So the situation, what happened here is d6, d5, queen g3, castles, bishop h6, knight e8, bishop f4, bishop h4. This is the current position. Now, let me just quickly tell you and show everyone what my first reaction was when I saw this position. So what I was comparing with is a line that I have been playing. I had also some training games. I also believe that I had over the board tournament game as well. So it happens from the a6 pause, and I was taking on c6, playing bishop d3, d5, castles, knight f6. And here the main theory had been rook e1, but I had this little pet line prepared: queen f3, bishop e7, queen g3, castles, bishop h6, knight e8, and I had some training games here, yes, after bishop f4, and yeah, interesting kind of stuff. So this is almost the same position with just one small difference, that white's bishop is not on d3, it's on e2. Clearly the bishop on d3 would be preferable. However, black's a6 move is also kind of a double-edged move. It's not exactly clear that is it so useful for black, because sometimes it's a weakness, sometimes it hinders black of going bishop a6. So a lot of small nuances. In any case, the position is very, very similar.
That's why, Peter, I had a feeling, where have I seen this before? Right? Because I had played the system myself with the black color, this a6, early knight c6 without queen c7. I have played several games at the classical time control with d5. And since I saw this bishop h4 on the board, I tried to recall, where have I seen this? I mean, clearly, I haven't seen your practice games, right? But this idea to push away the queen from g3, and in white to play e5, close the center to start the kings and attack. absolutely a familiar motive. But what I wanted to say about this opening in general, I really love how Firouzja is mixing together, I mean, some old ancient stuff with modern stuff, and again, some ancient stuff and even more modern stuff, right? So he started some modern bishop e2. Then he goes for the classical Scheveningen with knight x, I mean, d4, c6 on d4, knight x on d4. Then he, once again, from the traditional stuff, he switches to this modern knight c6 and queen d3. And this queen d3 maneuver, this has become very trendy. I mean, in all kinds of Sicilian, Najdorf, Sicilian, Taimanov, queen f3, queen d3, go to g3, attack the pawn on g7. I just love this stuff, right? I mean, this is essentially, again, a perfect showcasing where the modern chess is evolving, right? I mean, you gotta know the classics, the classical ideas, and then you mix it up together with some finer, more modern details.
Yes, absolutely. And let's also not forget that basically nowadays, why this is so important, because it's not anymore the same scenario like it used to be 10, 15 years ago, that everybody had his own system, everybody knew his system to perfect depths, and kept on playing it, because now engines got so strong that if you are using this strategy of trying to rely on one single opening, no matter how well you are prepared, your opponent gets the chance of concretely targeting in one specific line where he will probably be prepared better because it's a move per move preparation, and he just looks at, he decides before the game where he wants to bring the game. And now players are forced to be switching, being flexible. And then when you have many ideas and you can combine them and so on, it makes perfect sense. For example, now Sarana, we do know from him that he has been playing the Najdorf basically all his life. Now in the tournament against Arjun, he has played the Petrov, which was a big surprise. Now he switches to e4, c5, knight f6. It means that he cannot be perfectly familiar with all the structures with these new things. And Firouzja says, you know what? Probably he knows his stuff that he prepared, but he might not be a big expert in all these nuances, and he's ready to mix things up.
Right. By the way, speaking about Sarana, I feel I gotta bring up this point, right? Because Alexei Sarana played also in the obviously 2021 edition, and he was not starting the tournament particularly well. How do I know this? Because I happened to play against Alexei, right, in 2021 edition, right, and I even managed to win a game somehow. So this was probably a highlight of my career. Anyway, so what happened is that Alexei managed to recover. I still remember this clearly. So he had a good run. I mean, despite the fact that he suffered the early loss against me in round one. And he's actually the reigning European champion, right? I checked very quickly if I was wrong. No, I mean, he's the reigning European champion. He won the European Championship earlier this year, right? So he's young. He's becoming stronger and stronger, clearly on his path to become 27th Hangul level player. Also super good at Axra, the time control games. And, well, I beat him 2 years ago.
Yes, in a classical game, yes, that's your territory, I believe. Yeah, if you would be facing him in a rapid blitz time control, then these young players are just too quick and too strong. Yeah, we do need some extra time on our clock to make sure that we can use our experience better.
Okay, so Peter, let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. I think here the position is about balanced. It's quite interesting struggle. Does something look worth checking closer? I'm seeing some interesting stuff on board number 9. I think, at least, I don't understand what it is. That is the game of Yuri Kuzubov against Vladislav Artemyev. I can't identify what kind of opening is this. Two very creative players. Maybe we should check it a bit closer.
Yes, certainly. It develops to be checked closer. Let me get the game. So it is Kuzubov against Vladislav Artemyev. Well, if we look at just the current position, then it's clear that White has sacrificed the pawn and has lovely compensation. Just look at the dark square bishop Also, the pawn structure, this b5 c3 construction against c4 a7. If you look at the position, the first thing that comes to your mind is like, wow, how did White get such a nice position? And my mind completely blends out that actually White has sacrificed the pawn. In order to make sense of all of this, let's just quickly check. I'm assuming that it was some kind of a Vienna variation, but still, how did this happen? d4, knight f6, c4 e6. Yeah, so we are seeing, first of all, a Ragozin after bishop b4, but after bishop g5, the Ragozin spirit is h6, inviting White to take on f6, which leads to some strategical battle. According to state of theory, Black has nothing to worry about, but Artyomiev actually goes for the Vienna transposition with d takes c4, e4, b5. Yes, I knew that it had to feature this sideline, which is a very, very risky sideline. At the same time, if White is not prepared, then I believe it was Levon Aronyan who has already won quite some important games with the black pieces in this line. a4, c5, a b5, c d4, knight d4. It's a very sharp line, h6, and White gives up the e4 pawn, because I think often White was taking on f6 and then collecting the pawn on c4, and Black was getting some brilliant compensation for the sacrifice pawn, the dark square bishop, quick development. This was the spirit that I recall from Levon's games, but I'm actually very much liking the reaction of Kuzubov, who says that, you are playing somehow very provocatively. You also haven't developed yet. You have a vulnerable bishop on b4, and the reason why it's vulnerable we're going to see. Black, of course, captures the pawn on e4. White plays the move queen c2. So White sacrificed the pawn, inviting knight takes c3, but then after b takes c3, it's clear that the bishop is hanging, the pawn on c4 is falling. White will get the upper hand. So Black actually retreated his knight to d6, and White continued the journey. I'm loving this queen a4. If with queen a4 we are forcing Black to capture on c3, then I feel this is wonderful news.
I mean, I really love this moment when Kuzubov had a chance to grab this pawn. Can we go back a couple of moves here? Here, exactly, right? So, I mean, in the time span of 2 moves, White went from going for a position being up a pawn, instead choosing dynamics and getting to a position being down a pawn, right? So essentially this decision cost him 2 pawns, right? So not only he's up a pawn, but he's giving it up. But that's essentially the modern chess right there at the highest level, right? Activity above everything. And this dark square bishop, very often, actually, Peter, I find it to be quite interesting that very often it's exactly the dark square bishop, which is one of the most important pieces on the board for White, not the light square bishop. I don't know why. It's always the dark square bishop. And then after knight e4, queen c2, he gives up the pawn on c4, and he says, the control of those squares I have is worth this balance of 2 pawns. It's actually quite an amazing concept.
Yes, I'm in love with this. So knight d6, queen a4. We also see that the computer is actually criticizing the move bishop takes c3. I'm wondering how much is this still theory, or because Artyomiev is not such a big expert, he was kind of gambling with this line, he might not be so familiar, because to a human eye it looks like bishop takes c6 is almost forced. Bishop c5 would run into some knight takes d6 tactics. Yeah, it's a very typical motive. Let's just put it on the board as well. I don't know if this is the winning move or not, but certainly the typical tactical shot. White wins back the pawn with a lot of benefits. The dark square bishop is a monster. And otherwise, I don't really see how to protect the pawn on b4. Just to highlight, a5 will be met by b takes a6 check, en passant, and the bishop is falling. Yeah, so the move bishop takes c3 is kind of forced. And after bishop takes c3, b takes c3, we see that White gets this nice control. How much it is it more than enough compensation, or is it just enough? I don't know exactly, but certainly I'm very happy to be White here.
Well, I think that Artyomiev probably is not going to hold on to the pawn on a7, right? I mean, the pawn on a7 is a weakness, so he might have to let it go. If I would have to choose here for Black, I would probably opt for a very quick development, something like short castle, bishop b7, e5, I don't know, knight e4, very, very aggressively paraded out. Maybe the pawn on a7 is going to fall. But if I, for example, if I could position right now the bishop on b7, this also slows down white's potential development of the king side, because now the pawn on g2 is targeted, right? But of course, you have to evaluate the consequences of this discovered check, b5, b6. So I think that, you know, at least at the intuition level, without doing any real calculation, I would probably play short castle, and then bishop b7, e5, or e5, bishop b7, and I would say it's very, very unclear.
Yes, it's very unclear. It's a very big question, and we see that Artyom is taking his time. Intuitively, it's very natural to just castle away. What do we have after castles? White can collect the pawn back with bishop takes e4, but I'm not such a big fan of bishop takes e4. It feels to me like I'm little prematurely giving up my initiative. After the trade, somewhere I'm expecting bishop b7, a6 to break this powerful pawn on b5, trade that for a7, and then again we might be landing with pawn on c3 and the kingside pawns versus e6, f7, g7, h6. What you already mentioned, one pawn island versus two pawn islands with opposite colored bishop position. You never know exactly. Certainly, white is not enjoying it too much. So my take would be that I would try to play for some compensation. Yeah, after castles, one of the moves is rook d1, trying to make the most out of this pin along the d file, trying to target this as quickly as possible, because the queen might have some difficulty moving away. Or do we just play bishop e2 and play short castle? That's another question.
Peter, I have a question. Does it require to be a Dubov to play a long castle?
Wow, after short castle, long castle.
Because
Wow.
I mean, I clearly remember this very famous game of Daniil Dubov against Anish Giri.
Anish
was it?
Giri, yes, I think so, yes. In the
It's sort of,
Moscow FIDE Grand Prix.
yeah, sort of in the same spirit, right? Just to get away the king from the center, take the d file, g4, g5 ideas. If Daniil was playing this position from the white's perspective, I would not be surprised, because he has done it before. Is Yuri also an artist, a dreamer, so to speak? Would he venture for this? I'm not really sure, but of course, this is clearly gambling.
Well, in general, when I think about Kuzubov, is someone with a very solid positional style, but with some tremendous class. And I believe that often positional players are categorized as, okay, this is a strategist. But believe me, many times the strategists are exactly the ones who are most interested in this kind of positional sacrifices, yeah, because they feel that there is so much play for the sacrifice pawn that you never know. I have seen Yuri Kuzubov playing some brilliant tactical chess based on strategical fundamentals.
All right, let's go back to the bird's eye view. I'm pretty sure this game is going to be exciting, although it has the potential to simplify quite soon. It just depends on the decisions the players are going to make. What else? What else is here? I think that we would also have to have a look at some of the top boards once again. Probably the game of Sindarov against Vidit. Obviously, one of the top matchups, fight of the leaders. There's 8 leaders after round 6. But Peter, I think that we are probably going for a very, very short break, right? Because we would like to show you a couple of ads, right? So it will be a chance for the dear viewers to check out the trailer for Chess.com's brand new documentary, The City of Human Chess. So I hope you're liking these ads. Actually, you know, Peter, I was checking the previous ad. I'm a big fan of Fabi participating in the Chessable ad, this illegal activity, so to speak, right? Promoting Chessable on the streets. I just love this stuff, right? And whoever invented Danny's big pawn marketing campaign is a genius. He should get a raise, right? So dear viewers, I hope you're liking this stuff and you're liking what we're providing here for you. Watch this, don't go anywhere, we'll be seeing you soon.
Any serious chess player in Louisiana probably is only one or two persons removed from Jude in some way, if not have direct contact with him. I mean, he is a sort of like a monument here to chess.
Jude is the king of the street chess scene in New Orleans, period. You're gonna learn something and have a really wonderful experience with Jude that you may not have playing other chess people in this town.
La partita a scacchi di Marostica è una grande rappresentazione collettiva.
Nel 2020 l'interruzione della partita è stato come spegnere improvvisamente la città.
Purtroppo sono stato qui in zona il paziente zero del Covid. Questa prima edizione dopo la pandemia è senz'altro un'emozione.
Questo è l'anno più importante per la città, per noi, per tutti. Do un'occhiata al meteo. Mamma. La partita di quest'anno è una questione di vita o di morte.
And we're right back with the action following the round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, two the strongest open tournaments of the year. The strongest 100 plus players at the open section, 50 women top players fighting out for the top 2 prizes, and also a spot in the upcoming FIDE candidate cycle. I think it's time for us to move on to the women's tournament, the second edition in the history, because the first one was organized 2 years ago in Riga. So we are going to start with a bird's eye view and check out what is happening on the top boards. Obviously, all eyes are on the game. Alexander Goriachkina is playing against Anna Muzychuk, the current leader after round 6. And of course, also the two talents, Asabayeva, who is hunting her third GM norm against Vaishali, the sister of Prague. The third board, Maria Muzychuk against Antoneta Stefanova, essentially is a battle between two former world champions. Well, we have to pick something, Peter. I guess we have to start with the top board.
Yes, I think so. And I'm actually kind of puzzled because I had in my mind like Goriachkina is a very strong 1d4 player. He or she did play the move 1e4. Yes, yesterday was a rest day. That could have encouraged her to try to come up with a surprise. But the position that I'm seeing on move 16 at the current situation, I would very much like to be black. So let's see what happened here. It was a Rui Lopez. Bishop a4, knight f6, castles, bishop c5. I don't know exactly what came as a surprise. We do see that Goriachkina did not go for the sharpest lines with c3. Decided to play it safe with d3, d6, h3, b5, and bishop bc, knight a5. This shocks me, yeah, because we did speak about this in the Vidit versus Hans Niemann game that, yes, in all these structures, the light squared bishop is the soul of White's position. And the reason why we were so impressed by Vidit's idea that giving up this bishop, but it had a special idea. Black's pawn structure got destroyed, and Black had trouble activating his bishops in the long run. But here we see a completely different narrative. Have you ever seen something like this, that White gives up his bishop on b3?
Well, unless there is a very clear, specific idea, Peter, and I have a feeling that it is a consequence of Alexandra not playing regularly e4, because also she strikes me as a d4 player. Apparently, she simply, I think, forgot or mixed up something, because d6 already is signaling b5. And as soon as Black plays d6, he solidifies the control of the center. You have to watch out for b5, knight a5. This positional threat is well hidden, right? And if you are a regular e4 player, you should recognize this and play either c3 or even sometimes a3 is a move, right? Because sometimes you can position your last bishop on a2. C3 is the more common move, because you are not only controlling d4, b4 squares, but also escaping, if necessary, with the bishop on c2, and then thinking about pushing d3, d4 in the center. So I think I would have played either c3 or 3 automatically here. And, this h3, it's just not right. And it also sends me some wrong vibes, Peter, because h3, that's the game I'm immediately thinking about this position. I'm thinking about the game of Levon Aronian against Vladimir Kramnik, whichever candidates tournament was this, Berlin 2016, was it, right? Where famously...
18, yes, 18.
Right, where he mixed up this opening, and then Vladimir just played some sensational stuff, rook g8, g5, knight h5, and just demolished the Armenian super grandmaster from the board, right? Okay, obviously here this is not going to happen, but again, the same vibes, right? That h3 is not the right moment to play it, and Anna immediately played b5, knight a5, and I think that by now Goriachkina should realize that she misplayed this.
Yes, and now basically she's trying to correct her mistake, yeah, because whatever she has done afterwards make perfect sense, but again, strategically already White has committed some crime. Knight c3, h6, yeah, just making sure that bishop g5 is under control. The bishop is not running away. That's very important. So White plays knight e2. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that White plays now very nicely in the spirit as if she would be playing from the black side. But this is a little bit sad in such an early stage of the game. Castles knight g3, rook e8, bishop d2. So finally White is also fed up of this constant pressure on the b3 bishop. So let's please clarify the situation. Black very happily takes on b3, a takes b3, even pushes the move d6, d5, queen e2, bishop b7, rook fd1. Somehow White's moves are not connecting nicely with each other. Queen d7, knight h2, trying to go for queen f3, yeah, then it would make sense, but still there is this pressure on e4, d takes e4, and that's the current situation.
Well, White is simply worse. That's the feeling I get here, Peter, because Black has two bishops, and Muzychuk is very methodical, right? She played this d6, d5, despite the fact that the d pawn already moves the second time. She's trying to open up the position, right? And very often among chess professionals, or maybe not even chess professionals, I mean, people who are playing competitive chess, there's this sort of belief, the very famous minimal advantage that you're looking for after the opening, and I'm talking about the white color here, is you try to get at least the two bishop advantage. And why? Because the two bishop advantage is something you can rely on in the long run, right? Because the positions in the long run, they tend to open up. And when the positions open up, the power of the bishops exponentially increases, right? So knights best operate in close positions while the bishops are really good in open positions. And that's why Muzychuk's approach, I mean, we can discuss about the details, how accurate were these moves, what were ordered moves, but what she's doing is perfectly correct and perfectly sound. And on top of these things, also Goriachkina has double pawns at the queen side, which maybe is not a big deal right now, but wait for the endgame, right? And maybe these pawns at the queen side, I'm looking at the pawns on b3, b2, c2, and then I having a gaze at black's bishop on b7. Well, you get the point, right? I mean, in some potential hypothetical scenario, if this game goes to the endgame, the bishop on b7 could be troubling those pawns in a way that white is not going to appreciate.
Yeah, and white is already on the defensive. Yeah, this is the main shocking part of everything. The d takes e4, d takes e4 played. When we talked about this matchup before the start of the round, we were kind of saying that, yeah, we are expecting a very high level clash between two equally very, very strong players. And suddenly, this opening shocked me completely. Yeah? It seems like the black player is a very serious, very strong grandmaster, and white is someone who is kind of a newcomer to these structures. Yeah, and this is a completely crazy scenario. Yeah, because if Goriachkina would have played 1d4, we would never ever have this talk, because that's her kind of structure, that's her strengths and everything. She wanted to surprise, and it heavily backfired. Now, it feels like Anna Muzychuk is playing from the white side, and she would be very happy if she would have gotten this position from the white side. It's just a dream come true for Anna.
Now, this is leading Peter us to a very interesting psychological situation, because you probably.
Yes. Yeah, I think we lost Arthurs for a second. We hope that he will be back soon. Yes, I'm perfectly sharing Arthur's feelings. Yeah, that something went wrong here. Just when you are in a new opening, you are experimenting with something, you are trying to surprise your opponent. But Anna has so much class, and probably the line with bishop c5 completely surprised Goriachkina, giving up that light square bishop. Now she has trouble with the e4 pawn. Black has very easy development. Rook a8 is coming. Yeah, rook e1 had to be played. We also see that just not long ago, 3-4 moves ago, she has played rook f1. Now the rook has to come back to e1, guarding that e4 pawn. Black has lovely construction. Black has this rook a8 setup. Just bring that rook into the game. White would like to play some queen fc, knight g4. That's or knight g4 in any case, to eliminate that knight from f6. Because if the knight is eliminated from f6, at least the pressure on the e4 pawn will be removed. That's kind of probably useful development for white. But even then, you did not really change the character of the game. That we talked with Arthurs that the two bishops are just potential in the long run, very, very big asset. So Goriachkina needs to be very careful, very, very careful. One of the questions that I have, that knowing that Anna is leading the tournament, she's the sole leader, she might have the mindset coming into this game that, okay, let me just make a very easy, comfortable draw against Goriachkina. That's a super good result for the tournament standing, and then with the white pieces, I'm gonna look what I can do in the next round. However, I think it's very important as a professional player that if you are given a chance and you get a nice opening and you have basically zero risk in the position involved, then you have to get rid of those thoughts, because those thoughts actually can soften. You can maybe give you the feeling, okay, I have such a comfortable situation, there is no danger whatsoever. If I want, I can also make a draw, and things like this. So I'm feeling that this is the question, that will Anna be able to change her mindset and play for more than just equality? we also have great news. Arthur is back with us.
I don't know what happened. My internet just gave out and now it's back. So sorry. I mean, I was trying to explain this very nice thought process that when you enter the game before the round, you have some expectations, right? And you try to be solid at the same time. You're playing with black, you're the sole leader. And then sometimes you get these great positions after the opening, right? And I'm really curious how Anna is going to cope with the situation, because I mean, this is something she couldn't have dreamed about before the round, right? She was trying to be solid. She played e4, e5. She went for the Red Lopez. She got a beautiful position. And then sometimes it can be tricky to adjust to the new situation, because you're supposed to be solid. And before the game, maybe you are perfectly happy with the draw, and now suddenly you have a chance to fight for more. Peter, how do you cope with such situations? Because I'm pretty sure this is a very, very common problem for a lot of players.
Yes, and you know, Arthur, it was very interesting because we lost you, and I also exactly was bringing up these points. I also had the same feelings that as a chess professional, it's so interesting and it's so intriguing that what happens that before the game you think draw is good. Yeah, you expect that the opponent will be asking some questions. You have to be super precise, but all of a sudden you get the dream of all dreams. You are the one who is calling the action, and you shouldn't be. I know that that you have to be very tough, and you shouldn't be letting those thoughts take over, because I have fallen into this trap. Yeah, that I have been just very happy. Okay, great opening, no problems whatsoever. And then you make a couple of normal moves and you are not overly ambitious and you let the advantage slip. And after the game, then you regret it very much, that why was I not more ambitious? Why didn't I change the situation? And nice commentator, I feel like my duty to highlight this, that this is super important.
It absolutely sounds familiar, Peter, because I've definitely fallen into the same trap, and I think that everybody has done the same mistake at some point, right? That's why I brought it up. It's going to be interesting to see how Anna is going to treat this situation. Is she playing now from the wife's perspective, or still the thoughts in her mind are that draw is still good, I have a great position, let's not take any unnecessary risks because she is the leader? Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see more games of the women's tournament, because obviously this is the leader fight, but there's more. And I think that we have to check what's happening on board number 2, where Bibisara Sabayeva, who suffered a very painful loss in the queen endgame against Anna Muzychuk. She should have held it to a draw. She's also hunting her third, I believe, GM norm. And a very principled matchup against Vaishali, the sister of Prague, one of the strongest siblings in the chess world, if not the strongest.
Yeah, and look at this. This is again something horrible from white side. It seems like black is very much okay, and this narrative we see very often after the rest days, that white is overthinking. Yeah, that I have the rest day, I should try to surprise my opponent, and you are outfoxing yourself, by trying to be too smart. Let's take a look, how did we get here? Because if you look at this position, you understand that with this bishop on d6, which is ready to go to e5 with this beautiful outpost for the knight on d4, only black can be better. And what happened here? I'm already assuming, I'm guessing what happened, but let's take a closer look. And knight f6, gc, c5, bishop g2, knight c6. So it starts out from a reti, but black plays a very ambitious setup with quick c5, knight c6, trying to play also e5, grab the center. White plays c4, d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, knight cc, knight c7. And when we had that position, I immediately remembered the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Praggnanandhaa from the World Cup, which I was commenting, I believe, with Danya. And we have seen that also Hikaru ended up in a slightly worse position against Prague. It's clear that the family, this is a family system. Castles e5, a3, rook b8. The slightly mysterious rook b8, let me just quickly explain the move rook b8. It was Zoltán Ribli who in the middle of 90s was teaching me this opening. from the black side, and he also highlighted this rook b8 as being a very important nice resource. What is the idea? After a3, if black just plays the move bishop e7, develops the bishop, that runs into a typical kind of tactic with b4, c takes b4, a takes b4, bishop takes b4, and white plays knight takes e5, knight takes e5, queen a4 check, and white is capturing back the bishop with a clear advantage. Knight c6 will be met by bishop takes c6, b takes c6, queen takes b4, and white almost has a winning position. So this is the tactical trap of a3. And now if we look back at this variation, we already see the difference. That after a3 rook b8, it's a brilliant prophylaxis, because now the rook on b8, after the tactical line b4, is ready to protect the bishop. And this changes everything. Here black can simply take the pawn, knight takes e5, you can simply take the knight, and after queen a4 check, with big smile on your face, big happiness, you return the knight to c6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and tell your opponent, wow, you have blundered, my friend, the bishop is protected. So that's the key idea of rook b8. The move highlighted to me in 95 or 96 by Zoltán Ribli. I think I used it myself in my career. I have won one very nice game. I have nice memories, and I'm very happy to see this line back in fashion.
So that, you're talking about your big smile, right? This is a memory.
Well, my opponent did not fall for the trap, of course, but when I played rook b8 and I started walking, you know, I was feeling very happy that, yes, I'm playing like a super GM, even if I'm only 16 years old.
All right. So, yeah, it seems that white was unable to carry out this typical b4 idea, and Marazzi bind, here we have with colors reversed. Marazzi bind usually is achieved when white sets it up, the pawns on e4 and c4 against the pawn on d6. Here it's reversed, c5, e5 against the pawn on d3. And those of you, dear viewers, who are familiar with the subtleties of the Marazzi bind, it's all about this space. I mean, you want to squeeze the opponent and grind him in the long strategic battle. And that's why this idea of knight e2, knight c4 for white makes absolutely perfect sense, because you're looking for your pawn play. Because if you are static and your pawns are not moving, it's just the minor pieces, at some point later you will get in trouble. And that's why, of course, Asabaya played this knight c4, f4, but clearly, Peter, something went wrong, because, I mean, this idea is not bad, but whatever she did later, that was probably the mistake.
Yes, also one small but very important nuance that I would like to highlight. I believe that in the Praggnanandhaa's game against Hikaru, Hikaru played d3, bishop e7, knight d2, and here in the old times, one assumed that bishop takes c6 is a strategical positional danger for black. And in my times when I was playing in the 90s, bishop d7 was kind of automatic. Then white played knight c4, black played f6, white played f4, black played b5, knight e3, e takes f4, and then the line with knight f5 got completely out of control and finally forced me to abandon the whole variation. I remember that after rechecking this line in the last decade, yeah, time is flying, I have already noticed that the computer is saying, the new computer, that you don't have to worry about bishop takes c6 at all, and computer says that you can simply castle, and bishop takes c6, b takes c6 structure is absolutely playable for black. Now what I want to highlight, that in the game continuation, with AC rook b8 included, bishop takes c6, b takes c6 would be even more in black's favor, because rook on b8 is perfectly placed, while the move a3 is more of a weakness than a useful move in this construction, weakening the b2 pawn. So it justifies why Vaishali has given white the chance of capturing on c6. White did not take it, decided to play the normal setup with f4. And let's take a look. So f4, ef, bishop f4, bishop e6. Yeah, very nice. Okay, e4. No, e4 feels wrong.
I guess she did not like that black is going to play knight e5 at some point, but this is not an immediate threat, really, because the rook on b8 is pinned, right? And I think that whatever she could have made the next move, you could have waited for black to first commit the rook c8, and then, I mean, I don't like the move itself, e4, but there was absolutely no need to do this immediately. I think it's simply the wrong evaluation of the position, right? So she felt that she's controlling the d5 square, and maybe she had ideas like e4 enables white the idea to play knight e3, knight e5. But again, the question is at what cost, right? And the cost is huge. Those dark squares at d4, e5, they're now beyond repair. And if black gets the knight away, the white knight from the c4 square, plays bishop d6, knight e5, all the dark squares at the center belong to black.
Yes, and look at this. Black very, very nicely just sidestep with the rook to c8, making sure that all these knight d5 tricks, which were based on some tactical ideas because of the hanging rook on b8, are eliminated. Black knows exactly that now I only have to stabilize my position. If I stabilize my position, I will be better. Yeah, so black has no reason to hurry. This is always very, very important. When you feel like strategically you have the better position, your opponent weakened some key squares, then just make sure that you control everything, and slowly, step by step, you can make very nice use of it. Queen e2, knight d4. The queen moves to f2. Now black plays the move b5. And white is getting more and more nervous, giving up the bishop immediately on c7. Clearly, she was worried of knight e3, bishop d6, and then she will not be able to occupy the d5 square. But giving up the dark square bishop like this feels very, very questionable.
I mean, I'll just say outright it's a positional mistake, right? Because now those dark squares completely belong to black. And look at these beautiful bishops you highlighted there, Peter. The bishop on e5, the bishop on e6, knight on d4. I mean, black has literally no weaknesses, okay, except perhaps of the d5 square, which doesn't really feel it's sort of critical. But how exactly white is planning to counter those strong bishops in the center? I mean, I start to feel pretty bad here for white, right? And it seems that the rest day for the former leader Asabayev didn't really work well, right? And it seems that here Vaishali is simply getting the better with the black color. And yeah, just to remind the viewers, Vaishali, I think we discussed it at the beginning of the broadcast. She recently got her third GM norm. All she needs is 2500 elo. She already is playing higher than this 2448. She's playing already 2500 plus. She's very, very young, obviously. And Asabayeva, for her, if this indeed turns out to be a loss, this could be second loss in a row. And after this, it could be very, very difficult to recover. And the game itself is, I mean, the way she played it is not good, really.
Yes, there is also this typical problem that two of white knights are heading for the same one square, yeah, and only one of them can really sit on d5, and then the other one has nothing to do, while black doesn't have this problem. It's really a very sad situation. Black will just keep on improving her position, and it will be very, very difficult with white to just stay put, yeah, because if you keep on continue trying to do something, you will probably just damage your position even more. Also, one update, I believe that Vaishali's life rating is something like 2480 already. I think she was like 71.5 before the tournament. She has already been playing extremely well. I'm expecting her to gain rating in this tournament, so she is very much on the road of reaching 2500 pretty soon.
All right. Let's continue to observe the games of the Women's Grand Swiss. I think that we also want to have a peek to the bird's eye view, see what else is happening. I absolutely would love to see how the two former world champions are fighting out on board number 3. Oh, it looks quite spicy, but let's first look at what else is happening. I mean, very often the women tournament is producing a lot of sometimes, not sometimes, but quite very often more excitement than the men tournament. I'm not sure really why. The games are very often more principled. You see less draws, and yeah. So what we're seeing here.
Yeah, they are simply not as precise. Yeah, they are giving chances to the opponent, and basically we see that whenever you are given a chance, these ladies are very, very keen of capitalizing on those chances. I agree with you that this Maria Muzychuk against Stefanova will be a very interesting game to keep a closer eye. We see that Black has lost the right to castle. White is up on the clock. On the other hand, if I'm counting correctly, Black is a pawn up, and she also has the center, yeah, with this d4, e5 pawns. Very interesting position. Also on board 4, Tanzonji against Tsolakidu is a crazy sharp King's Indian. I have noticed that Tsolakidu is a very, very principled, very aggressive player. It's nice to
Peter,
see such
can I,
principled players.
I'm already sensing what she's up to, because look at this. Can we start with the game
Yes.
number 4 and go to the game number 3, because I think I see what she has prepared against her opponent. I mean, this move f5. I think she wants to sacrifice the exchange on e3. That's my feeling, right? Because now if white automatically takes the pawn on f5, I mean, okay, maybe there's bishop takes on d4, bishop f5 wins the exchange, right? But I have a feeling that rook takes on e3 could be very, very interesting continuation, because, I mean, white would have to recapture with, I guess, the pawn. And then the entire king side is shattered should black play, I don't know, g takes on f5 or even knight takes on g3. Extra exchange for white, but I mean, this attack at the king side, this could be something.
Yeah, well, this is so intriguing for many, many reasons. I also felt like, yeah, e takes f5 kind of invites black to different things. Then there was also the question, what happens after f3 if I try to trap that bishop? Yeah, so it's also f5 is kind of a piece sacrifice. We also have to address this, yeah, that how do you justify if I just attack this bishop?
That's a very good question. To be honest, I didn't even notice this. So, I mean, black will have to sacrifice a piece.
Yes,
So,
and it's all connected. I believe that white has weakened tremendously with the move h4. This, if the pawn would be on h2, then winning the piece with f3 would be nice. But in this case, f3, something like f takes e4, f takes g4, and then queen takes g4, followed by taking on g3. This knight might be jumping to d3, the bishop joining the party on e5. White's king on g1 looks very, very scary.
I like queen g4, right? There's also on top of that bishop e5. Yeah, bishop e5, queen g3, queen h2 ideas, and white will love to play the next move h4, h2. But as far as I know, this move is illegal, right? The pawns don't go back, which is, again, yet another reason, dear viewers, why when you're pushing your pawns in front of the king, be careful what you're doing, because there might be a scenario exactly like this one where you are regretting it. And then now I think for Tanzonji, who is the formidable champion, right, I think at least on the intentional level, f3 should be like a big no-no, right? I mean, you gotta appreciate the tactical possibilities that black has. E takes on e5, I would be afraid of exchange sacrifice. f3, I would be afraid my king is quite vulnerable. What else can I do? Yeah, so
Yes,
it's not
for
really a big
example,
surprise that Tenjin supports this. So
yes,
it just looks very good.
It's compensation. I will be also very interested to see how that white pawn got to h4, because you are not supposed to be weakening your structures. And whenever I now see Tsolakidu's games, Kotronias comes to my mind. Yeah, Kotronias was very famous of playing very principled, very aggressive chess with the King's Indian. I'm wondering, is Kotronias maybe the trainer of Tsolakidu? Because I feel the spirit of Kotronias very much in her games.
Could be. Yeah, could be. All right, but what would you do, Peter? I mean, you're in this situation, right? And you definitely, I mean, even if you maybe can't precisely calculate the consequences, you got to appreciate that there's a danger, right? What is the right approach? I guess try to get some clarity and make sure that black cannot sacrifice everything immediately and get some degree of control. What's happening here? But how do you get it?
Yes, okay, simply that by playing h4 and giving this g4 square, weakening the g3 pawn, it might be too late already to try to keep everything under control. The control is lost. And I want to come back to this moment just to understand that how did this pawn, because so far everything is under control. This is the spirit. This is the way to play this type of positions from the white side. You are restricting black. Black plays the move bishop d7. So yeah, this is a classical g3 king's Indian. White played the move knight db5. Black plays the move queen c8. And in my mind, h4 is an absolutely no-go. You have to kind of protect that pawn normally with king h2. Maybe white panic because of this typical idea, rook e5, rook h5. And it's kind of dangerous. But again, if you play this position from the white side, you have to know your setup. You have to know how to play this position. But after h4, and look at this. Tsolakidu jumping immediately bishop g4. I would go as far as to say that, okay, play the move f3. It might look weakening, but it's still, you have to get this bishop from c1 to f2. Bishop e3, bishop f2 as quickly as possible. Get a grip on the king side, protect that g3 pawn, and everything is under control. But queen c2, queen d7, bishop f4, inviting knight h5 with a tempo. And this is what we are seeing. Bishop e3, c6, knight d4, f5 on the board, fire on board, all hell got loose. I don't know, it's very scary to be white here.
I think that queen c2 is simply a strategic mistake, because can we go back to this position? The way I understand this position, Peter, is that when white plays knight d to b5, right, this move, 14th move, again, maybe a couple of moves before, the entire idea of this move is to stop black from playing c6, right? Because c6 is a very common move for these types of positions to, take care of the d5, b5 squares. There's some queen b6 ideas, etc. And that's why this move knight b5 fixes black's position to make sure that there's no c6 stuff. And if the knight on f6 for black at some point leaves, I mean, white might be encouraged to play something like knight c3 to d5, get to the pawn on c7, and try to create some targets. And that's why when Tanjan Key here played at some point, where was this? h4, bishop g4, and now queen c2. I have a feeling that she simply forgot about this idea, right? That she has to keep an eye on the pawn on d6. And that's why Tsolakidu's move queen d7 now makes absolutely perfect sense, because if she gets to play c6, push away the knight from b5, she gets back to this original idea, and essentially white just wasted two tempi, knight b5, knight d4, while the black queen on d7 is feeling rather well.
Yes, and let's take a look. There was live action after the move f5. She played the move queen d2. I feel like this is made the best possible move in the position, trying to stabilize now, so hinting at the h6 pawn just in case, getting out of this diagonal. We did mention that, who knows, for example, just to highlight, instead of queen d2, after ef5, we talked about black's exchange sacrifice with rook takes c3. There were also some ideas like bishop d4, bishop d4, bishop takes f5, putting pressure on the queen on c2, rook on b1. We don't know how strong it is, but one has to pay attention to it. So yes, she played the move queen d2, attacks the pawn on h6, protects the knight on d4, and gives some dark square control to white's position. Maybe white is still in time to do damage control.
Right. I mean, black definitely has some choices here. The top choice, obviously, is grab the pawn on e4, have some presence in the center, open up the position. But there's also one idea which I think that maybe Stavrula doesn't want to walk past quickly without evaluating the consequences, and that is at some point f5, f4. Right, and this could be an idea at some point, and I'm not really sure if this is so good here. But the point is, if black plays f4, it forces white to take with the g pawn, right? Because you can't really take twice on f4 with the bishop and the queen, because your knight on d4 is under attack by the bishop on g7. So g takes on d4 ruins white's sort of safety of the king at the king side. The pawn on h4 is under attack. So definitely think about ideas like f4, g takes, and then queen e7. Get to the pawn on h4. This could complicate the game. But what I'm not really sure in favor of black or white, right? So this f5, f4 might be a bit too much, but I can easily imagine this to be played.
Yeah, there is also the other question, like the fourth sequence of moves like f takes e4, where do they lead? Yeah, because this f4 idea is very interesting in long terms. Yeah, on the other hand, it does feel like black has already solved all the problems, so black is not in need for some murky, unclear kind of continuation, because already has a good position. One of the lines like f takes e4, bishop takes h6, knight d3, it's a very forcing line, and I think we have to address it. We see the evolution by jumping in white's favor, but we have to highlight the rook on e1 is hanging, the bishop on g7 targets the d4 knight. I'm assuming that due to some rook takes e4 tactics, this idea backfires.
Yeah, unfortunately it does, but otherwise this is a very nice idea because knight e3 targets the rook on e1. Now the knight on d4 is under attack. And also I think what you wanted to show is that bishop g7, there's queen g7 idea. Also the queen on g7 now attacks instead of the bishop, the knight on d4. The idea perhaps is a great idea, but the execution is flawed, right? So that's why here it's not going to work immediately, but it doesn't mean it might not work in a very similar scenario in a couple of moves.
Yes, and here we see the problem that bishop takes d4 is simply met by queen takes d3. So yes, you always have to pay attention not only to your own ideas, but also to your opponents. And this brings us back that the feeling was queen d2 is kind of a stabilizing move. We were not exactly sure one move before what white should be doing, but now that queen d2 had been played, I feel like Tanzonji, who is a very, very strong player, that's why I was like surprised. How did she ended up in this unpleasant situation? Now is correcting her mistake, and from now on, it's pretty clear that she will play everything she will do everything in her power to make sure that she gets the control back.
I mean, even very strong players on the former world champions definitely have their off days, right? Sometimes they make the moves which are very difficult to explain. I mean, they're still human beings, right? So, yeah, at this h4, I agree. It was just probably not a good strategic decision. Peter, let's go back perhaps to the bird's eye view and see maybe yet another game from the women's tournament. And then I think we could, at some point, jump back to the open section. I guess we have to check the game here, yeah?
I think that we already kind of speculated that we would like to check out the game on board 3 between Maria Muzychuk and Antoaneta Stefanova, because this looks like a very, very wild game. We also see that Antoaneta is down to 19 minutes and it is only move 19. So big time trouble coming up. On the other hand, she is pawn up. Yes, she has a vulnerable, okay, not even vulnerable, slightly artificial king position on g8 because she has already played the move h5. She's trying to make sense to the rook on h8. Wow, it's a very intriguing position.
Indeed. The knight on f5 is quite an annoyance, but then again, how do you crash through? How do you crash through? So black is super solid. There's no obvious way for white to crash through, and I guess this is the reason why the engine prefers black. I mean, black has the center, and I guess the means to stabilize.
Yeah, exactly. And if we just take a look, now we don't have time to go all the way back to the start, but we see some positional compensation here. Bishop e7, knight g3, yeah, so white is regrouping the knight to f5. Rook b8, knight f5, bishop h5 first, yeah, h5, and then b3. This is you have to take care of the b2 pawn, yeah, the rook on b8, inserting pressure on the b2 pawn. White plays the move b3, black simply moves away with the king to g8. And yes, the knight on f5 is nice, but black has this solid construction with knight on g6. not exactly obvious how white is progressing.
I think that what black wants to do here is to play bishop f6 and knight e7, because if I'm playing with black, I'm bothered by this knight on f5, and either bishop f6, even knight h4 could be an idea. Knight e7 or knight h1, one of these ideas. And king on g8, it just removes the king away from any checks on a3, right? So if you play bishop f6, you see some checks on a3. I mean, you don't really want to check it out. And the king on g8, at least visually, feels a bit safer because it's not at the same file as the white queen, right? So, I mean, you're sort of completing the artificial castle and probably realizing that white still doesn't have any real way to crash through. But you know, Peter, I think that it's time for us to make another break, right? Dear viewers, hope you are, again, enjoying the coverage so far. It's a lot of action in the both FIDE Grand Swiss tournaments. There's the Open tournament, obviously, the Women tournament. Both of the tournaments are offering not only overall $600,000 prize fund, but also 2 spots in both tournaments for the upcoming FIDE candidate cycle. And I would like to once again to remind the viewers that you have this opportunity to join the chess.com community club, which now has 10,000 strong members, right? And this is really a great place for you to get a lot of access to all kinds of community tournaments and giveaways, contests, and some other fun events. For example, Danny versus the World. I'm sure you have seen it, right? Where Danny tries to outplay everybody else. So connect to it. Seek it out, what is there. But we'll be back in several minutes and with more action from Isle of Man.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good-looking
Look at
guy.
that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, no, I speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these 3 things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the 2 of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me, is
No,
he?
he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
Hey everyone, and we are back with a live coverage from the FIDE Grand Swiss, held in Isle of Man, Douglas. It's raining there, and weather forecast promises storm is coming tomorrow, but it's already here over the boards. And we have a opportunity to go to the game of Anish Giri against Anton Guyaro, and the reason is really simple. We decided to hold a little poll on Chess24's YouTube channel. Give the chance for the viewers to vote which game they would like to see, and it's the game of Giri against Guyaro, and that's where we are heading here.
Wow, good choice. Looking at the position, it's a very interesting middle game structure. We have just seen Black playing the move d5, d4, a very committal decision. I somehow have the feeling that if Black had to play this move, then Anish is kind of happy. On the other hand, you know exactly as an experienced grandmaster, if a strong player like David Anton decides to go for d5, d4, he has something special in mind.
I guess trying to unbalance the situation. It looks like it was an Italian game, right? At least the pawn was on d6 a couple of moves ago. He played d6, d5, now d5, d4. Exactly, right? So this, what is it? The Hungarian variation, is it not? The bishop on e7?
The bishop e7, yes, it's kind of embarrassing that I have always placed my bishop on c5, so I never wanted to do anything with the Hungarian setup with bishop e7. I think it also dates all the way back to very, very old times, because when I was raised already, all the Hungarian grandmasters and international masters were playing the classical stuff with bishop c5.
That's quite interesting because, I mean, unlike you, I don't have this opportunity, Peter, to be very patriotic. I mean, I could, of course, play the Latvian gambit, right? But for some reason, it's not very good, right? So, I mean, Hungarian variation of the Italian game, I think, is perfectly sound. But of course, I mean, seriously speaking, I agree with you. I mean, bishop c5 is far more aggressive and interesting, and the bishop e7, although it's very solid, it's a bit passive.
Yes, it's a bit passive, and the reason why suddenly the Italian became so popular is that around 2016, people have started to compare it with all the anti-marshals, with the 6-move d3 Spanishes and like this, and then suddenly it turned out that compared to all these slow kind of rule of positions, there is a lot of intrigue. And ever since it kept on developing, evolving, and it's a never-ending story.
All right. So what we have here, quite an interesting debate, which is quite common for the Italian game. Black has doubled e-pawns, but some counterplay at king's side, so maybe there are chances at some point to be very creative using this semi-open file. d6, d5 is not really mandatory move, but it applies some extra pressure against white center. Also, there's a threat queen g6, target the pawn on e4, and you can't easily defend with knight e2 because that would trap the bishop on e3. So this part at least makes sense, and that's why here Anish played c3, you know, to again have some dynamics in the center. Rook f7, b4, d4 was met by Guyaro, who is again trying to change the structure. I'm not really sure why. Okay, obviously he cannot take on e4 because you're very nicely highlighting there, Peter, that bishop c5 just wins the exchange. The rook of f8 is under attack. I'm not really sure if changing the structure was necessary here because, again, we reach a different kind of dynamics, but I guess it's a move.
Yeah, but actually, if we think about it, then the computer was already criticizing the move rook f7. Yeah, so it's a very intriguing situation that after the move c3, and I think that this small little move has a very big impact on the game, because David Anton's idea was d5, queen d8, queen g6, putting pressure on the e4 and making it very uncomfortable for white to protect that pawn. And Anish player find a very, very intelligent way of just slowly, nicely playing rook e1 and playing c3, completely ignoring the threat on e4, based on this tactic that, yes, after takes, queen takes, bishop c5 wins the exchange due to the double attack. And after c3, he's already hinting at b4. So if black is not able to take on e4, then white has a clear plan with b4. This is what we are seeing in the game. Rook f7 was criticized by the computer. Now again, white just ignores black's threat of d takes e4 and keeps on expanding on the queen side. And now black's move d5, d4 is almost, feels to me like a panicky reaction.
Actually, from the human's perspective, Peter, I like Rook f7 because it was asking white some very direct questions, and maybe if somebody was not as good as Anish, right, he would be feeling a bit uncomfortable giving up the pawn on e4 because you're still going to play knight e2. It traps the bishop on e3. I mean, okay, I guess it doesn't trap because the bishop escapes on e4, but at least it hands over all the squares completely in black's control. Bishop f4, I guess there's bishop h4. Yeah, there's some major issues. So yeah, white is losing some material here. But the point is that black played this sequence rook f7 to threaten to take on e4. And now that there's no bishop c5 attack, the rook on f7 is conveniently moved away. And also what I like about this move is that now in some scenarios when black is about to double the rooks, let's say rook d8 or rook f8, he is doing it one tempi sooner, right? So I like the idea, but again, as often as it is in the game of chess, the devil is in the details, right? And apparently here, after rook f7, Anish found a very strong continuation b4, which immediately applies some pressure against the center. And if we check what happens now after d takes on e4, d takes on e4, queen e4, there's one more detail we have not yet mentioned. White can simply play, you think b5? I was thinking about bishop h6, actually.
Yes, there are both options, but bishop h6, I'm worried that the queen goes back and then there will be e5, e4 counterplay. And then I noticed that actually probably Anish wanted to combine b5 and then bishop d4.
Wow, that's really nice.
Yes, use the pin like this, yeah? For example, now the knight goes to e7, and white, instead of taking on h6, goes bishop d4, hits the queen, and then knight takes e5, and white gets the dream of all dreams, a clear advantage. I believe this was the justification behind b4.
And this probably also now is the explanation why Guijarro decided to change the course of the game. He played d5, d4, right? Because he didn't like the prospects. So he played rook f7 with the idea that he's going to provoke white to do something. Anish wouldn't budge. He played b4, and now he has to, again, find the justification of his move. He plays d5, d4, yet again, changing the structure. I'm not really sure I like it.
I'm loving the artificial intelligence. Look at this. When first time b3, b4 appeared on the board, it was not yet exclamation mark. Now that we started explaining all the details, computer started to appreciate. Yes, exactly. b4 is a key move. It's certainly an exclamation mark. d4 is met by c takes d4 from Anish. I'm expecting e takes d4. I can very hardly, yes, e takes d4 played. The knight on c6 is kind of an important piece. You don't want to, let's just highlight that if black takes with the knight on d4, white might have bishop takes d4, e takes d4, and now this knight, good knight versus the bad bishop construction is very bad. The pawn structure is clearly in white's favor. So yes, black takes with the pawn on d4. Make sure to keep the tension in the position.
So it actually looks like some sort of a Najdorf with colors reversed, right? You play bishop d2 or bishop f4, and these types of structures with the pawns on d3, e4, you would more see from the black's perspective, right? And usually there, black is having a very comfortable position here. Anish has it with white. And instead of this slightly cautious move, bishop d2, here the Dutch super grandmaster played bishop f4, sacrificing the pawn on b4. We can only assume that the pawn on b4 is taboo. It cannot be taken. I guess the reason is that a black's piece coordination at the king side, should the queen side open up, probably is going to lead to some consequences. I guess knight takes on b4, some queen a8 check, and whatever happens, although the bar says this is playable.
Yes, because the d3 pawn is hanging as well. I'm thinking even that maybe white just plays a move like queen b1, hitting the knight, also protecting the d3 pawn, and then eventually also falls back with the bishop to d2, putting pressure. Yeah, for example, queen b1, c5, bishop d2 would be a natural way of dealing with the things, but the evaluation bar does not. Look at this. You were highlighting that the rook on f7 might be super important, and take a look. The rook actually protects the b7 pawn. Wow.
That is not to my credit, Peter, because that was not my idea. My idea was to double the rooks at the f file or the d file, and I didn't envision that the rook is going to defend the pawn on b7 5 moves later, but fine, I'll take it.
Wow. Okay, this is the game changer, because then, of course, my idea of bishop d2 hitting the knight and hitting the pawn on b7 does not work at all. This should be fine for black. Okay, but then all lies on Anish, that how does he plan to punish the capture on b? I also feel like black has to capture the pawn, because otherwise white just gets the upper hand without sacrificing anything. b4, b5 is a strategical threat, almost with a winning advantage. Yeah, then black will lose all dynamics and will only have weaknesses. The pawn on c7, pawn on e6, pawn on d4, all potential targets. Also, we haven't been talking about Anish yet too much, because he rather had a quiet start to the tournament with only one victory. I think he's on +1. But he has all the chances to qualify for the candidates, not only from this tournament, but getting a good score and the good result in the Grand Swiss could actually help him get ahead on the FIDE circuit. Yeah, because we know that the leader Caruana has already qualified from the World Cup, so he's not a concurrent. Anish's main concurrents are Wesley, so who is not here, and Gukesh, who has a very rough event so far. So it could be very, very important for Anish to win this game, keep on climbing, keeping his chances of direct qualification in the tournament, but also just getting a very good result could be very, very important.
I think I understand his idea, Peter. The point is that at 8 takes on b4, he might be thinking about queen b3. And now the queen on b3 is targeting the pawn on e6. He's also threatening to take on b4. The bar is, I'm used to this. Yeah, bar is laughing about it. But I'm thinking that the queen on b3 is targeting also the pawn on b7 and bishop e7, but bishop g3. And
I have bishop e7, bishop g3, and then
I was hoping there's something.
Maybe something, because also somewhere this rook takes f3 is hanging in the air. Yeah, I'm very worried from white side. I don't know, maybe even bishop d6 is a move. Rook takes f3 is a move.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably not very good. I also saw this bishop e7 from afar, hitting the bishop on f4 and the knight on f3, but bishop g3. Yeah, I guess, white is down a pawn after all. Okay, then I don't understand what Anish wanted to do. Why bishop d2 was not his choice, and we are about to get our answers, because a takes on b4 is on the board.
Yes, a b4 is on the board, and okay. First, I believe we were very happy that, okay, white will just take back a, b, rook a1, queen a1, and after knight b4, we have so many tempting options. Yeah, those were our first thoughts, until we noticed that this rook on f7 actually guards that b7 pawn in this fourth line with knight takes b4, c5. And now the big question to me is that, was actually Anish seeing something, or was he just choosing between bishop d2, bishop f4? Okay, after bishop f4, ab, I have many possibilities, it's fine. And we're gonna find out, because it's a very big question.
And a takes on b4 is played immediately by the Dutch top grandmasters, so I think rook takes on a1 also is going to follow queen a1 and then knight takes on b4. Perhaps also Guyaro can try to complicate the matters with rook a to f8, right? Because he has amassed a lot of pieces at the king side, and if this bishop goes away from the f6 square, there could be something at a file, but no, the rooks are traded, and I'm pretty sure also the b4 pawn is going to disappear very soon. All right,
yes,
let's maybe move on and select more games. And there's one player, Peter, I would like to check at least once, right? That is one of the most surprising players of the FIDE Grand Swiss year 2023, Ramazan Jalmakhanov, right? Essentially dubbed by dear Redditors Super EM faces Super GM. You know, I love this stuff. And our Super GM, Zhalmanachov, who is performing at 2830 level, he is facing Super GM Fedoseev. And now there is some sort of friction. Who is going to be the better player? Anyway, Zhalmanachov is only 21 years old, obviously super talent, and one of the major sensations of this tournament because he has 4 points out of 6, no losses.
Yes, it's super impressive. And when we recall what Hans Niemann said, yeah, that he's fed up of playing against all these underrated Kazakh, Uzbek players, it immediately Zhalmanachov comes to mind. Yeah, if he really means this type of players, and he has been playing in Kazakhstan himself in the Open Tournament, I think in April during the World Championship match, and he faced all these guys with very low ratings, and we see that actually Hans ended up dropping quite some rating due to these adventures, then it's perfectly understandable. Zhalmanachov so far in this tournament has been playing fantastic chess, and still the big question is when and who will be the first player from the Super GMs who is able to put him under pressure, because he wasn't even under pressure so far in any of the games.
I don't know. But I love the new term Super EM, right? I mean, maybe it's going to become quite a thing after this tournament, right? EM is playing, showing clearly they can play very, very serious chess. They're not really that different from Grandmasters, in case somebody is wondering what's the difference between a Grandmaster and International Master. It's not big, really. So I would say that most of the International Masters, they're on their way to become Grandmasters. And the difference is usually some better understanding of opening theory, maybe deeper calculation, better converting, slightly better in some of the fields, but it's, obviously high-level chess.
Yeah, but here I think the trick is that it is only a question of time when Zhalmanachov will be Grandmaster. Yeah, so basically he's not playing on an international master level at all. He is playing already in 2700 plus kind of level, and he just needs some tournament or tournaments to catch some, to gain some rating and to climb up. Because what I have seen so far, he was super precise against Alireza Firouzja. He got under some slight pressure, and then with the ease how he managed to hold that game was actually stunning. It's not only about his winning games, but also when he was defending, he was very impressive.
Right, so what do we have here? It's isolate the pawn on d5, one of the greatest topics in chess, right? And usually when black enters these positions, he gets some activity in return. There you go. There's the knight on e4. And if black would be able somehow to add more fuel to the attack with knight g4, attack the pawn on f2, get to the pawn on h2, things would be great. But I think the issue with knight g4 is that there's this long diagonal open, a1, h8 diagonal. And if you play knight g4, you clearly gotta be ready for queen d4, which is coming with some immediate threats to checkmate either on g7 or h8. So that's why it's not really so simple. And I think what Fedoseev probably wants to do is to trade off some heavy pieces at a c file, maybe one rook at least. He can always take care of this slight initiative that black has at a king side. And the pawn on d5, it's a weakness which is not going to disappear quickly. So I really prefer white's chances here, although black is pretty active.
Yes, normally this is a very typical and the modern way that when you have this fight against the isolated pawn, ec, knight e2, knight f3, pawn on f2, bishop b2 construction is very flexible, very nice. It makes so much sense. I also feel like at some point, just to make a little move like h2, h3, create luft, making sure that the g4 square is under protection, even though you very nicely explained that right now knight g4 isn't a threat because we have queen d4. So maybe it's the first time that Zhalmanachov is in some kind of a situation where he will be feeling pressure and h3 on the board. I also know that Fedoseev is such a fine player, yeah, and he's a great fighter. He's looking for chances. It's going to be a very interesting game.
All right, h3 takes care of the g4 square, and there's now one less thing to worry about, meaning knight g4 is not going to be an issue. And I think this is going to be a positional game where white is slightly pressing. The bar says the weakness on d5 doesn't really matter much. So I think it's for us time, Peter, to go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in the other games. I think we probably will want to go back to the leader fights and see what is happening between the 8 leaders after round 6. Again, there are 8 leaders, 4.5 points out of 6. Most of them have no losses, right? And there's one player I'm very happy to see performing well. And that is Vidit Santos Gurati, right? Who played this beautiful positional masterpiece against Hans Niemann in round 6. And why I'm bringing up his name? Because I'm always up for a great comeback story, right? And Vidit, he had this heartbreaking loss in first round against, was it Aravindh, right?
Yes.
And then he came back. He found his form. He did not resign, right? He continued fighting, and now he scored 4.5 points out of 5. I mean, at this level, this is absolutely insane. And now he's one of the leaders, and I think it's only logical that we check his game first.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a very big Vidit fan. I love his chess. I love his devotion for chess. One can really see that he works tremendously. He's always very well prepared. Very much my style of player. And it's nice to see that this style is working on the highest, still working on the highest level. He has won 4 games from the last 5, including that stunning strategical masterpiece against Hans Niemann in the previous round. It's another e4, e5. It was another Italian. Just very quickly, we're gonna run through the first moves. Bishop b6. Okay, a small little surprise, but it's just a move or the issue. After knight f6, we get to the same position. a4, a5, bishop e3. White feels like, you know what? You lost the tempo on bishop b6. Let me try to punish you with bishop e3. Normally, this is an idea only when black has lost the tempo. So bishop takes e3, f takes e3, castles, knight bd2, knight e7. The knight is heading towards the g6 square, the thematic square. White answers it with also the thematic knight h4, making sure that black will not be able to comfortably get knight g6 in. So black now switches the strategy, knight h4. We have seen the same narrative in the game between Yuanji and Narayana Sunil Dutt, when also a knight h4 move was answered by d5, which there heavily backfired. In this game, it does work quite well. ed5, knight ed5. We get this dynamic structure of this e3, d3, c3 construction versus the e5 pawn. Now there's a pressure on the e3 pawn, and also black is trying to get some very quick knight b6 in, hitting the d3 square, the d3 pawn. And yeah, this is what we are seeing. Queen f3, knight b6, e4, queen d6, queen e2, bishop g4, knight hf3, rook a d8. So the pressure is still on the d3 pawn, h3, bishop h5, and we reached the current status.
I mean, this is a very unusual position because if you go back a couple of moves, I would have thought instead of e4, what white normally wants to do is after this f takes on e3 to play, e takes on d5, knight e5. At some point, you want to play d4, right? I mean, you want to create some pawn majority at the center, right? This is how I feel. But e4 is something else, and actually there is quite a bit of logic because it opens up the bishop on c4. What I was a bit not sure is that after e4, are you not creating this pawn on d3 as a potential weakness, right? But again, the devil, as usual, is in the details. And if black cannot get to this weakness on d3, then it's not really a weakness after all, right? So that's why after e4, it's still protected now with also with the queen on f3. And should black at some point play knight x on c4, after knight x on c4, it opens for white some very nice pressure against the pawn on e5, right? So again, very, very unusual position here we have.
Yes, very unusual. I think that it was all based on the fact that black was in time to play this knight b6 move. Yeah, this was the key. and I believe that that was the reason why Vidit was ready to play with d6, d5 and break this construction because of knight b6. And then we see the strategic battle continuing. Rook a8, h3, bishop h5. That's again one of these bishops which is very, very tricky, because sometimes people say that this bishop is misplaced on the diagonal, yeah, that white can shut it out with g4. So you have to be very delicate, and you have to measure the pros and cons very carefully when deciding where you put that bishop from g4.
That's absolutely correct, right? Speaking about Sindarov, right? He is clearly one of the youngest players here in the tournament, only 18 years old, right? One of the members of the golden Uzbeki team who conquered the gold medals in the 2022 World Chess Olympiad in Chennai. It was Abdusatorov, Sindarov, Yakuboyev, Vachier-Lagrave, and who else did I forget? I think there was two Vachier-Lavs with slightly different last name. So bright times for Uzbeki chess. And also Fabi Caruana, in one of the post-game interviews, I believe it was after round 6, he mentioned this. He talked about the younger generation, the players like Sindarov, also players like Pragg and Gukesh. And he said they're no longer newcomers. They're already at the very top, right? And he had to say some things about Sindarov, that Sindarov is absolutely heading for more. And he would not be surprised if the young Uzbeki Grandmaster would get to 2750 in the next 1 or 2 years. And who knows, maybe even more, right? I mean, he's that talented.
Yes, just looking at his games, looking at his results, also in Qatar Masters, he played brilliantly. He's a very dangerous player, and in general, the Uzbek players are very dangerous. They are playing very uncompromising chess. They are very big fighters. They don't shy away from complications. They are completely fearless. Yeah, so it's not like they play against some higher-rated opponent and they think like, okay, how do I get safety? No, the question is, how do I pose maximum problems? And now we also see that here Sindarov plays the move g4. The computer does not like it, but I did mention it before that whenever that bishop goes to h5, it's a very big strategical question how to evaluate these situations after g4, bishop g6.
I think that we have to see the follow-up, because I'm not really sure what he intends to do after bishop g6, because the pawn on d3 is under attack. And I think that if he, let's say after bishop g6, pretty sure this is going to happen, if he loses the pawn on d3 and whatever, let's say some random move, I don't know, king g2, for example, right? I'm going to play king g2. And if black gets to play knight x on c4, knight x on c4, queen x on d3, and after the queen trade, even though white wins back the pawn on e5, yeah, this pawn on e4 is simply becoming a major issue, and black's bishop on g6 stands exactly where it should be. But again, how do you protect the pawn on d3? And if he would go back now a couple of moves after bishop g6, if white plays through d1, I mean, are you not leaving the pawn on a4 under attack? And that's why I'm really curious how the young Uzbeki player is going to continue here. Is he looking for some d4 here? I don't really believe it, but it could be an idea. d4, e takes on d4, and some e5 ideas. Looks strange.
Well, but looks strange. It's so hard to believe. And my very first intuition is that if I'm very worried, I have knight c4, knight takes c4, queen a6, knight f takes e5, bishop takes e4 as a very professional reaction, which probably might be bad because of g5. I just wanted to highlight like it's the very first reaction that, okay, in worst case scenario, I have this. On the other hand, after d4, I believe that there should be something in black's favor. There's absolutely no reason for black to panic. Maybe when e takes d4, e5, queen c5, can we enter this complication? It could easily be.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this leads. Obviously, queen c5 is threatening with some discovered checks, and after c takes on d4, you already have to sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, not entirely Not entirely sure where this is leading, and maybe this is what Sindarov wants to do. And I just keep remembering this quote, and I love to bring it up. As always, I have an opportunity, Peter, and that is the quote of Vachier-Lagrave. And Vachier-Lagrave, I think I read it in an interview. He once said, "I don't care if it's weird. Yeah, if it works, it works." And I just love this quote. And then I had a chance to ask this to Vichy himself. I think it was last year. Yeah, last year I asked it to himself because he was our honored guest at the Bielchas Festival doing commentary for one day. And I asked him, Vichy, I mean, I have to confess to you, I mean, this quote, I'm in love with this quote. And he said, well, thank you, Arthur, but it's not really my quote. I got it from somebody else, right? And he could not name who exactly, but I mean, doesn't really matter. The point is,
yes, but Artus, no, I can actually reveal some more details to this, yeah, because okay, I was in Team Vichy for the Chennai match 2013, and we have been working with the team, and those were the times when suddenly you have to started to be completely open-minded, yeah, because the computer was often suggesting some very weird move, which automatically, as a good player, you would say, no, but we don't want to play like this. But if it works, it works. Yeah, it's you just don't have the luxury anymore to dismiss some move just because it looks strange. You never know. Maybe those moves are the best.
So maybe it was you.
I think it was the team. I think it was also Radek. Yeah, I think that it was Radek, and we all came up with this, that, yeah, if it works, it works. Yeah, that's it, no matter how it looks.
That's where it comes from. Okay. I'm very glad I brought this up. Anyway, yeah, if it works, it works. There you go.
Yes, and there you go. Rook FD1 was played. I was thinking like Rook FD1, I was too shy to mention this move because I felt like we talked about Sindarov's style being very aggressive, very energetic. So I was not exactly sure that if I mention Rook FD1, I'm on the right track. But he did play the move Rook FD1. It did not surprise Vidit at all. Vidit goes knight fd7. He's trying to get the knight to c5 eventually. Look at this. There is even the journey of knight c5, knight e6, knight f4. The knight from c5 can put some more pressure on the d3 pawn. I just feel that this kind of strategical complex battles exactly against Vidit, it's a very scary situation. Vidit is one of the biggest maestros of all this.
And suddenly, White's drawbacks of the position are more obvious than the gains, because if you don't push forward those pawns in the center, then those pawns on d3, e4, also the square on f4 can become quite a major liability. You are highlighting the idea of knight c5, maybe even knight e6. I would like to add, there could be also king h8, f6 to solidify the situation in the center, which is going to allow black to bring the bishop on g6 in the game with certainly bishop f7, not to worry about the pawn on e5, and the pawn on a4, I think in this occasion is always reminding White that it's a target, you have to defend it, it's a weakness, and something is going slightly wrong for Javok here, right? I mean, I'm a fan of his talent, but the way he played this out, I think it's going the wrong direction, which is great news for the Indian fans, I guess.
Yes, I also feel, and you remember I was kind of speculating after h3 that, all right, going bishop h5, that's a very risky strategy. Yeah, you just never know exactly if that bishop will be doing good job on g6 or it will be completely out of the game. It's a very double-edged decision. But seeing what happened in the game and with the speed how Vidit is reacting, he might have calculated everything and decided that, yes, let me provoke g4, because it's some more weakness, and actually this knight fd7, I'm loving this move. It's always great. This kind of moves reminds me of Mickey Adams. Yeah, Mickey was the master of all these little moves with seemingly doing nothing, but if you play the game, you understand that they have tremendous impact.
Yep. Indeed, black appears to be in a great shape here and looks to be slightly better. Peter, I have a suggestion. Now let's go back to the bird's eye view and see, is it time to go to the leader fights, or instead there's something exciting which catches your eye from one of the games? And there's this, oh my goodness, I'm looking at a game of MVL playing against Taiwan Guan. one of the leading Czech grandmasters, and it's also the clock. Wow, I think we have to see this game right now.
Wow, okay. I also see that everywhere we have crazy development. Not in a sense of evaluation, for example, just because I had the game already between Radek and Fabiano, according to computer, it's equal. It was a very big strategical battle throughout, and it still is. But let me find the MVL game. We also know that MVL, after suffering in a tournament, finally managed to win the earlier round, so he's back to 50%. If he wants to make a chance to make it to the candidates, he needs to win all his remaining games, kind of. And what do we have here?
So apparently Storm has already reached Isle of Man, right? The prognosis, the forecast was that it's going to hit Isle of Man tomorrow, right? So the weather they have here today, in the previous days, that it's slightly raining, it's a bit uncomfortable perhaps for some of the players, except of Andrei Yesepeko, who said in an interview he loves a rainy weather. I'm not really sure about that, but there's a storm already right here, an actual storm over the board. I'm not really sure what happened. I see that the engine marks several moves as mistakes, but can we just go back, I don't know, without any big analysis, just look what's happening there.
And Artus, take a look at the clock situation, yeah, because this shocked me also right from the beginning that Guan is down to a minute, less than a minute, while MVL has more than 1 hour on the clock. It's also clear that somewhere White lost the control. He sacrificed probably a piece. We're going to be going back to understand what happened here. There is still some pin on the rook on f8, but knowing MVL, he's the master of complications, and if it's not a sound complication from the white side, then it will heavily backfire. But now that MVL is thinking, it gives us the chance to just very quickly go back. For the moment, it looks like a very complicated middle game. All right, king h8, rook c1, knight h4, provoking some complications. White goes for the ambitious knight fd4, bishop g5, queen takes e6, gets questioned, and wow, queen b7. Stunning move.
Oh.
Maybe it was missed. Maybe it was missed. Yeah, just giving up the e6 pawn like this, threatening queen takes g2 checkmate, and White has no other move than to play the move f3, which was answered by bishop e3 check, and the knight on d4 is lost. Wow, MVL is mounting a comeback.
I mean, this was probably a miscalculation by Taidavan, who usually is a very solid player. I mean, I know him. We used to play for the same team in Bundesliga, Team Mulheim. And I'm a bit surprised that he decided to go so aggressive against one of the best, sharpest players on the circuit, right? So MVL is feeling like a fish, right, in these very, very sharp and dynamic positions. But maybe already here, Taidavan was not quite happy about how the game was progressing, right? So clearly, Black has 2 bishops, and he is looking for ways to open up the diagonals at the king side, and that's why he tried to complicate the matters. But against who? Against one of the most creative players, and it seriously backfired. And now MVL is just up a piece.
Yes, knight g6 very nicely going back, targeting the f4 pawn, but most importantly, protecting the rook on f8. So after White has played the move g3, Black can slowly and carefully untangle. Yeah, it would be premature. No, maybe it's not even premature to play bishop f7, because even here the rook is pinned. Then okay, bishop f7 almost wins the game.
I think it just wins the game. A piece is a piece, after all, right? There's no bishop f5. The rook in d1 is pinned. After the rook trade, Black is going to solidify the position. No, this game is over, and I think that MVL has found his pace after the terrible start, right? And it just only proves how tough is this tournament, right? It's very, very difficult to get in the rhythm. For the Frenchman, the start was disastrous. It seems that after the rest day, but even before the rest day, he already managed to find some rhythm. He's fighting back, and who knows, maybe after a couple of more victories, we could see him close to the leaderboards. But Peter, let's go back once again to the bird's eye view, and now you already chosen the game of Nakamura against Predke, so maybe without all the bird's eye views, we can jump to the game immediately. What do you think?
Yes, I think so. But now we also have the bird's eye view. Just very quickly to understand, nothing really happened in the Radek Caruana game. It's a big strategical question. It looks like fairly balanced. The Nakamura game looks very unbalanced, yeah, because black has the pair of bishops, black has the dark square bishop. So there is even some danger in Hikaru's position in long terms. Clearly, he has a bishop on d5 himself, but certainly it looks like if there is no immediate tactic, then I probably prefer black. Why not? Yeah, bishop on b2. Bishop has just captured that pawn on b2.
I would choose black all day long, really, because this bishop, the dark square bishop, controls all the dark squares. The white pawn on a3 is not going anywhere. So I think if somebody has to be accurate here, it's Hikaru, right? And speaking about their previous matchups, how they have played against each other, this is their very first classical game, if I can believe ChessSpace. I pulled up some games before. They have played only several accelerated time control games, 2 of them rapid games in the World Rapid Championships. Hikaru was obviously, I guess, slightly better. And I find it quite curious. They have played against each other in Title Tuesday, right? So maybe it's not really a big surprise because top level players, they tend to clash against each other in Title Tuesday. By the way, yesterday, there was also a Title Tuesday, which happens every Tuesday on chess.com. It has become quite a tradition for the leading players in the world to participate in it. But I think that from the top level players who are playing in Isle of Man, it was only Michal Sarin. I don't think there was anybody else, because usually it's Hikaru and Daniil Dubov, and sometimes even Magnus Carlsen chimes in to play a tournament. But for some reason, yesterday a lot of players were missing. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the Halloween, right? Because quite conveniently for the FIDE Grand Swiss players, the rest day was during the Halloween.
Yeah, and also I believe that because this tournament is so tough, and it's classical time control, the games can be very long. On the rest day, I believe Andrei Yesipenko was saying that when he was asked what he gonna do on the rest day, and I believe his answer was everything but not chess. Yeah, I think it said it all, that the players know that they need to recharge. It's not the time to be wasting or investing any energy for any other activity. The Title Tuesdays are not running away. I'm pretty sure that next week we're going to be seeing much more top players participating, but now all eyes on the candidates. And look at this. Talking about the Halloween, there was yesterday this Halloween mystery banter blitz where you have also participated. I will be asking you after about your own experience, but I just checked out the final interview with the winner, Daniil Dubov. I think Peter Svidler and Mr. Doji was asking him that what he thinks that who will win the Grand Swiss and what are his thoughts. And he was saying one very interesting thing, that he thinks that probably Hikaru, because he is famous for not losing his mind. Yeah, that he understands exactly when to risk, when to be pragmatic, and he's just super experienced. It was very interesting. I was following this interview. Bortnik, who played the final against Dubov, was saying that he thinks that Fabiano is the favorite because Fabiano has the advantage that there is no pressure on him. Yeah, so there are many different aspects how the chess world is looking at the Grand Swiss.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this yesterday's Halloween tournament, it was obviously fun. I happened to also play there, and I managed to beat Laurent Fressonet in the quarterfinals, and then I lost against Bortnik in the very tense semifinals. But I mean, I immensely enjoyed it, and it gathered quite a few strong players. My name was Joker Zombie. Yes, I already saw some people recognizing me in the chat. Joker Zombie is doing the commentary today. Yeah, that's me. I was the zombie guy yesterday, and it's a great tradition, right? That chess.com. I mean, previously Chess24, which is now part of chess.com family, and now chess.com. They are organizing this, and I hope that it's going to expand at some point, because I think we need these kinds of fun, informal tournaments with not maybe the hugest prize funds, but with a lot of heart, right? And there was a lot of heart in the tournament, and I was not really kidding when I said that was the major event for me for the entire week, right? I was looking for this, and I definitely enjoyed the time there.
Yes, and Mr. Doji and Peter Svidler are brilliant hosts. Yeah, they have the spirit. They have been involved with this tournament right from the very beginning. It's always a pleasure. However, talking about Hikaru and what Daniel Dubov has said, it rings in my mind. What happened here after Bishop takes b2? We were worried about Hikaru that, okay, the dark squares, and if somebody is better than only black. No, because the reason why Hikaru let this happen, he had foreseen things. He had foreseen that with queen takes f4, he's able to trade off the queens. And actually, after the queen trade, takes, bishop takes a3, black eliminates that pawn. White has this lovely knight d3 move, which makes so much sense. It coordinates white's forces beautifully. The bishop on d5 is a monster, putting pressure on the f7 pawn. The knight on d3 is kind of shouldering, keeping the bishop on a3 under check. It's not easy to get that bishop nicely back to the game. If that bishop from a3 could jump back to f6, it would be again black who would be asking questions to white in long terms. But now with the knight on d3, I feel like white can never be worse. Black had played the move bishop e6. Hikaru takes, rook takes b8. And what we make of this position, is draw the most likely result?
I think so. This is getting to a draw unless Hikaru wants to slightly complicate the matters here. The knight on d3, I think, might try to outmaneuver this dark with bishop. So let's say if black plays bishop c5, perhaps white is now going to trade it and play something like king f1. But I mean, I don't really imagine black having any issues here whatsoever, right? So he's just going to bring the king closer to the center, activate the rook, and I would expect that this. What?
But be careful, because you still have the back rank issue, yeah, that you don't have Luft. There could be a reason for some knight takes c5, d takes c5, and eventually white going for some c4, rook a5. If I'm able to force you into some passivity with rook c8, then who knows, white's king is coming to the center. There is certain danger. Of course, it's very drawish, but actually just because of this Luft, yeah, if you would have a Luft with g6 to h6, all these finesses would not really mean anything. But maybe this is one of Hikaru's ideas.
Maybe you're right. Yeah. Maybe you're right. I was trying to get to a position where the knight is outmaneuvering the bishop. I think still the objective evaluation of the position, Peter, that this position is quite equalish. If somebody is slightly pressing here, it's only the American Grandmaster, which I guess is a positive change for him, because when we initially looked at this position after coming back after a longer period of time, we had this first impression when there were the queens on the board that if somebody is playing this position for the win, it is definitely Predke, right? And speaking about Predke, for some reason, he's playing really well in Grand Swiss, right? I mean, he's obviously a very strong Grandmaster, but I pulled up last FIDE Grand Swiss edition 2021 results, and Predke was one of the players who shared the fourth place, and he finished in the end seventh place, right, which allowed him to qualify. I mean, not for the FIDE Candidates tournament, but for the FIDE Grand Prix cycle, which was a thing back then. But now, at least for the open section, it's being discontinued.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, because, okay, we are always happy to see more top events. On the other hand, the calendar is also so full that it's impossible to stage it somewhere. And we also know that the next candidates will take place already in April in Toronto. Simply physically impossible to do anything. Now the FIDE circuit is the qualification route for other players. So yes, it's pity, but that's how it is. And the players know it. And Predke is taking his time. He's done to 12 minutes. He might be feeling, he might be sensing that, okay, this bishop c5, knight takes c5, dc5, despite seemingly very drawish, in a time trouble and against Hikaru, who is famous of putting pressure on the clock and the position, combining these both factors, it's still not going to be easy.
I don't really think that Predke is feeling any real heat. He's just trying to be precise, and perhaps that he senses that this position is approaching the draw. And usually, this is usually quite a dangerous moment, because you can get relaxed a bit too early. You think, okay, that's it. I mean, I'm totally not going to lose this. I mean, how could I lose this? There's so little material on the board. I'm active, etc. And when you get this comfortable feeling too early, this is very dangerous thing, right? And especially when you're playing against somebody like Hikaru Nakamura, who is going to jump at you like a lion if he's going to sense the opportunity, and he sees everything, right? So that's why maybe for Predke, this is the final moment when he wants to make sure he gets every single detail correctly. Like, I don't think he's here thinking about anything else than bishop c5, really. Maybe he's calculating bishop d5, bishop c5, but he just wants to make sure he doesn't end up, like Peter, you said, this passive position, passive defense with no active prospects.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that black can actually avoid it. Yeah, if you play bishop c5, knight takes c5, d takes c5, rook a5, I'm hitting the pawn, and actually I might even not be putting my pawn to c4, because I suddenly noticed another idea. Namely, bringing the king all the way to c4. And this pawn, if, for example, I don't see any other defense than rook c8, passively protecting that pawn. And then, especially in time trouble, if your opponent has a very clear-cut way of putting pressure, it's very annoying. So there are lot of questions there that Predke has to solve with very little amount of time.
What I would be trying to do here, if I was black, I would be trying to resort to an active defense, right? And this is one of the things that we are usually taught when it goes to the endgames, is that we should be trying to not to go for the passive defense. But maybe Peter, there's no such thing, right? This active defense, because if you go for this active defense, it's going to cost you a pawn, right? And to make things even worse here for black, if he gives up the pawn on c5 and takes on d5 and, let's say, activates the rook somewhere behind those pawns, those are two connected pass pawns.
Exactly. Because if it would only be a pawn, yeah, that if, let's say, black could, oh, hang on, there is some, no, not yet. I wanted to highlight that if we could remove the bishop from d5 and the bishop from e6, and the pawn on c5, and black creates a luft with g6, and then goes h5, king g7, then despite being pawn down, we are quite confident that black should be able to hold that position without much difficulty. But this cemented bishop on d5 with the pawn on e4 brings certain dynamic to the position that you are not able to get rid of this status quo, and it's very irritating for black.
All right, so we are going to find it out, dear viewers, after the break, how this game has progressed, because we are scheduled for yet another break. More ads coming at your way, so I hope you are sitting comfortable, enjoying the action from Isle of Man, round 7 of FIDE Grand Swiss. Your hosts, Peter Leko, as always, it's a pleasure listen to his super insight commentary. I'm Grandmaster of the Nations, and we'll be seeing you in several minutes. Make a hot cup of chocolate, and see you very soon.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
With Chess Kid's new live classroom feature, coaches can do so much more. Easily create or preload games from your library and invite your class in seconds. Teach face-to-face interactive lessons without having to leave the site. Teaching chess online has never been easier.
Right. And the storm cascade high of man, Douglas, because what we are seeing at the board of Vincent Keymer versus Anton Korobov is exactly like that. I mean, we had a feeling, Peter, that this game might explode at some point, and it did not really disappoint because apparently here the young German Grandmaster has sacrificed a pawn at a kingside and positioned everything for an assault at a kingside. Look at this queen on g1. I mean, I think the king is actually about to go to f3 to open up the g file and do some serious damage there.
Yes, king f0, king f1. Also, what I like about White's position is that, yes, White has sacrificed the pawn, but he also, and he goes for a big attack on the h file and the g file. However, it's based on the fact that his knight on d3, knight c5, pawn b2, d4, and the bishop on f2, making sure that in the center and on the queen side, black is not able to break anything. Yeah, and this will give him the chance of getting a very quiet king on f1 and then rely on all his heavy pieces. Eventually, some sacrifice on h6 and bishop h4, bishop f6. Dangers are looming in the air. Wow, how is Anton actually going to fight all this? Just a very quick reminder, how did we reach here? It was move 25 when Vincent, having the advantage, decided that in order to make the maximum use of it, let's open a new front. He sacrificed the pawn with g5, takes, rook ch1, knight f8, knight a4 to c5, queen e7, queen d1. So already here Vincent had in mind the queen joining the attack via the g1 square, f5, e5, knight f7 gets a question mark, but okay, it's a very natural move. f4, bishop h6, queen g1, and we have the current situation.
I mean, Vincent is clearly feeling artistic here. I mean, queen g1, I just love these maneuvers. Started with the queen d1, queen g1, getting the queen to the king side and making sure that the attacker is following at the king side by removing the king from the g file. I love this stuff, really. But I have to ask, Peter, I mean, I think it's not a big secret, right? That at least in the past sense, that you're coaching Vincent, right? And maybe you could tell something a bit more about it, about your collaboration, how it started, or what you're still doing, if it's not a secret, if I'm not forcing you to reveal some very sensitive details which will help Vincent's opposition.
Yes, no, because I think everything is public. Yeah, I have started working with Vincent like 1 week or 10 days before he turned 13 years old. In 2017, November, I went with him to the Under-20 World Championship in Tarvisio, when at the start of the tournament, he was still only 12 years old. And ever since I'm his main coach, he in main time became like a family member. Yeah, it's not like a student teacher kind of relationship or trainer relationship. It's much more than that. We are constantly every day in contact. We are talking. At the same time, he already learned from me how to work, so it's not like he's depending on my opening work, and if I don't tell him what to do, then he doesn't know. No, because my main idea is anyway in any cooperation to make sure that my student or with whom I'm working, he has to decide how he feels, how he wants to play, yeah, because it's very individual. Yeah, everybody has his own style, and he is already strong enough to have his style, to have his ideas, and we clearly discuss. I'm helping him as much as I can, but it's not like he's following only my advices. No, he has his own ideas.
All right. So, yeah, I'm actually, I've been following Vincent's games, obviously, for some years, right? Because he's a regular guest of the Bill Chess Festival. This is where I had a chance to meet him, also observe some of his games this year and last year. And I'm very, very impressed by his huge white collar. I mean, I just have no other word. It's really, really huge, right? Because he's usually so good with the white collar, right? And D4 goes for Vincent very, very naturally. And I think that Vincent, when he's in a great shape, he can outplay literally everybody. And he's doing it.
Yeah, well, this is also my kind of philosophy, yeah, that if you are willing to work on chess, you are ready to invest a lot of time, then it shouldn't be an excuse that my opponent is solid or has a solid repertoire, I cannot do anything. Yeah, so it is from the white perspective, you have to be ambitious enough to try to break through any kind of defenses. Of course, it's very difficult, but Vincent is trying everything. We also seeing in today's game that he did not shy away from complication. He is very happy that he got a game. He's continuing in the right spirit. What I'm not feeling comfortable usually is covering his games while it's in progress, because I feel like, okay, let him play, and I don't want to be, because as a commentator I try to be neutral, yeah, because I feel like this is my job. So everybody knows
Let's go away
for Vincent, but okay, I want to be neutral, so I'm don't know exactly how to deal with this challenge.
Let's go away from this game and let's not jinx it, right? I understand perfectly what you're saying. You don't want to jinx it. He's doing well. Let's not go into the details. I hope things are going to work out for him. Which is the next game you would like to check, Peter?
Well, we also got a message that apparently there is some crazy development and very big battle between Maria Muzychuk and Antoaneta Stefanova. The game that we kept an eye on. Maybe it could be a good chance to revisit before the time trouble phase comes here.
All right.
To the open section.
Right. Let's jump then to the women's section. For them, their viewers, the time control is approaching a little faster because there are two different time controls. In an open tournament, it's 100 minutes for 40 moves, 50 minutes for 20, 15 minutes until the rest of the game, plus 30 seconds. And in one of the post-game interviews, Caruana said, well, not really to my liking. It's a bit too long, right? And also Fabi himself said, I mean, I'm more like an old-fashioned guy. I like this 90-30 plus 30 seconds. But I mean, in the women tournament, they have it, right? They don't have the super long time control. And that's why we are really almost at a time scramble.
Yes, and we see that the first two boards are actually quite even. In fact, Goriachkina managed to neutralize Black's pressure, that there is no real problem. Bibi Sara looked like she survived the worst, yeah, because it looked much worse. Now it's still, however, unpleasant, especially with her last move, King G1. She has opened up the chance of Black pinning that knight with Bishop D4 and eventually playing good knight versus bad bishop. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared from this. On the other hand, White is a pawn up, so maybe one does not need to worry about, but all eyes now on Maria Muzychuk against Stefanova. White has sacrificed material, but I'm actually not seeing the follow-up. Does it mean that Antoine has a golden opportunity and winning the game? She's down to 3 minutes on the clock, but where is the mate? Where is the threat?
I think there's just no mate, to be honest, because, I mean, you want to play Rook H3, Queen H7, it's exactly one check and not more. Black's minor pieces on F6, on G6, they take care of the king's safety. The pawns on D4, E5 are there. They're not going to fall. And if something can only mess up with the former world champions Stefanova's chances to win this game, it's some huge blunder in the time scramble, right? So for the Bulgarian fans, I hope this is not going to happen. So for Maria, the only chance, I guess, is to try to use the fact that the time scramble is here. They are reached move 30. This means 10 more moves need to be made. But this position, it doesn't really feel very complicated to me. Okay, maybe something like Rook H3. But I mean, Black could, I don't know, play Queen G5 or Queen F4. There's exactly one check on H7. The Black King goes to F8. And even if necessary, Black will play even King E7 and then Rook H8, bother the White Queen, which might be stuck on H7.
Yes, it's kind of crazy that what did Maria do? She didn't know what to do. Yeah, that was her problem. Yeah, that she seemingly had a great compensation, but we talked about it that it's just very difficult to break Black's construction, and yeah, pawn done. Black even has central pawns. And then after Rook A D1, Queen C8, Queen F3, Bishop takes H4, Black picked up a second pawn. Bishop C1 happened, Bishop F6, and then she went for this adventure with Knight H6 check, which was answered by Rook H6, Bishop takes H6, and Knight H4, the stunner, basically the winning Zwischenzug, intermezzo, how you want to call it. In any case, the good news for Black is that you are just winning the game. 2 pieces versus Rook, and no threats, no dangerous threats, thanks to this powerful Knight on G6.
Well, either it's a very strong game by Stefanova or a very disappointing game for Maria, right? I don't know really, but Rook G3 is the choice of the former world champion. Attacking the queen, now Black has a choice to play either Queen F4 or Queen H4. Not sure, maybe Queen H4.
Looks like the most natural. Yeah, White will sacrifice on G6. I don't know what it does. No, Black actually even played the move Queen F5. Maybe keeping an eye on the on the sacrifice on G6 with the Queen on F5. There is nothing to be afraid of.
One of the things which I've learned being a professional chess player is that if there is a second time control, you want to not force matters in the time scramble, especially if you're doing really great. And I'm pretty sure that Stefanova knows that she's doing great. So that's why there's no need to force. And this is often what people are doing at a subconscious level. They're trying to get some clarity. I mean, very often all you need to do is just to survive, right? To make sure you're not making some very big decisions with very few precious seconds on the clock, right? Just postpone the decision until the second time control. And maybe for Stefanova, that was exactly it, right? So why go queen h4 when you have to calculate stuff like rook takes on g6? Just play queen f5 because it's not really forcing anything. You can play bishop g7 later, secure the king, bring the rook closer to the center, something like rook e8, maybe strengthen the center with c5. Get the move 40, then you get extra half an hour on the clock, and then you're going to figure out.
Yes, and it looks like a tactical win. The position, in fact, looks so bad for white that I feel that we should be moving on. We can check out that Asabayeva game against Vaishali because that end game looked very, very interesting. Let me bring it up because here it's clear that Maria Muzychuk is having a great position. And there we go. We see that the computer suggests that King G1 was some kind of a mistake. I'm assuming it can only be a mistake because of the pin.
Yeah, I'm thinking what is the way for black to capitalize on this? I mean, bishop d4 looks super obvious, right? I mean, I want to pin this knight, king f2, and since we have this outside pass pawn, just push it, yeah? b4, b3, b2, see as far as it goes. Also, b4 square opens up the b5 square for the knight. Once again, just push it forward. b3 makes perfect sense. Or do you want to do the trade?
Yes, that's my question. That is it important that we trade or we can just ignore and push b3? Yeah, because if we can push b3, it's fantastic. Yeah, the idea would be knight c4, trying to get a blockade. But where is this blockade leading to? b2, knight a3 runs into knight b5. That's clear. That's game over. And knight d2 is answered by knight b5. And after king d1, we have knight a3. And the pawn
that is really nice. That is really nice. This exactly knight a3, right? That works like a charm. And apparently, black is just promoting this pawn for a piece. And if the knight falls, white technically has 2 pawns for the piece, but it's simply not going to be enough because I think this light square bishop will be useless to protect his weaknesses.
Yes.
The question is what Vaishali is even thinking about. Is this forced line? I think it is.
It's kind of a forced line. Yeah, by the way, when you already have pawn on b2, knight on a3, you can even just target the knight on d2 and you might just force resignation on the spot. So yes, it's a big question. So king g1, bishop d4 puts the pin, king f2, black plays the move b4. Probably white needs to activate this bishop immediately, but how does this bishop get into the game? Also not, okay, check. Yeah, just to check so that black has to decide and maybe eventually we'll have knight c4 check somewhere.
And we have quite an important update of the top boards because Alexander Goriachkina against Anna Muzychuk has finished in a draw. And we had this little discussion before perhaps Anna was feeling a little bit too much comfortable with her position with the black color, especially since she was and she still is at the moment the sole leader of the tournament, facing with a black color, potentially the most dangerous opponent in the entire tournament. She had a better position, but apparently she was unable to capitalize on it. I mean, maybe it was not really a big deal in the first place, and Goriachkina played solid, and she managed to stop things from escalating.
Yes, I think that's very good news for her. It was quite scary. She mixed up the opening, let her light squared bishop be taken. After that, it was clear that if someone, then only black can be better. Draw is a great result, knowing the opening. Anna probably feels some little disappointment. On the other hand, we haven't seen the game. Maybe Goriachkina was very precise and made sure that she never really got anything serious. But now all eyes on Vaishali because she's down to 5.5 minutes versus 4.5 from Bibisara, and this line with bishop d4, king f2, b4. Yes, due to the check on h3, white is still in the game, but it's looking very, very tough. Yeah, bishop d4 on the board, king f2 blitzed out, b4 as well blitzed out.
Yeah, so bishop h3 makes sense, and now the question is where the king is going to go. I mean, perhaps you can put it somewhere on e5 or d6. I'm thinking perhaps the king f7 move could be enough, right? Just to make sure there's no knight checks. So king f7, and now let's say the bishop is going to somehow try to get to the help to the queen side, like bishop d7, b3, bishop a4, b2, bishop c2, knight b5. I have a feeling, Peter, that white is simply losing a piece, maybe even more, right? So, I mean,
Yes.
the question is, what's the most precise way?
Yeah, I think that in this regard, then king f7 is, if we go for the force lines, then king f7 makes a lot of sense, because if we put the king anywhere else, it will give white the chance after king e2 to play the to play the move knight c4 with a check. Yeah, and one tempo will be exactly enough for white to set up the blockade. Probably Vaishali was spending her time in order to understand, because yeah, if king f7 works, it's a very forced direct line. White doesn't really have too much of a choice. And let's just show what we discussed. King f7, bishop d7, activating the bishop, but the activation falls short a tempo. b2, bishop c2, knight b5, with the same problems.
Maybe she's just trying to be sure, because, for example, white can also position the bishop on a2. So it's a tempi, I mean, very, very precise calculation. So instead of bishop c2, maybe she also have to keep an eye on bishop b3 check. The king goes,
but
let's say, to...
It doesn't make too much of a difference for me, no? Because you are anyway pinned. I'm going to play knight b5, and I'm going to take the knight, and I'm going to play knight c3.
Yes, I mean, it is super obvious, but I mean, when you're calculating from afar, sometimes I'm talking this from my own perspective, you might hallucinate. So you want to make sure that white is not in time to play king e2, knight e1, right? So it's really move per move. And that's why Vaishali here, she senses that this is the critical moment, obviously. I mean, she's well taught that you have to spend time at the critical moments. She still needs to make 3 moves, and that's it. She gets extra 30 minutes on the clock, and that's why the quality of the move she's going to make the next is of utmost importance. But I think she already has worked out the details, just making sure that she's not missing anything.
Yeah, I have similar feelings. Also, we know that Praggnanandhaa has the wonderful coach Ramesh at his side. And I'm pretty sure that Ramesh is then also working with Vaishali, and Ramesh is known to be giving crazy amount of puzzles, difficult positions to his students to solve. And I have also noticed in Vaishali's games, right from her very early years, that she is very good in calculation. Yeah, so you immediately feel that, this is a person who is constantly training her calculating skills, which means that she can very nicely calculate all the way till the end after king f7.
Yeah, but maybe there's even some other moves. I'm not really sure. Maybe king d6 or king e7 works just fine. So we are going to find it out. Do we go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening, and then make a decision where to go? And probably at some point we are going to have to go back to the open section anyway.
Yes, we are now keeping an eye on Vaishali. She's still thinking 2.5 minutes. Yeah, the Stefanova game is technically over. Black is just completely winning. The Tanzonji Solakidu game is very sharp, just as we have seen before, but we don't have, I don't think, we might be seeing repetition, because some rook b2, queen d1, rook b2, yes, the game might end actually in a draw.
All right. So let's go back to the game of Asabayeva against Vaishali, because if Vaishali wins this game, I think if my calculations are correct, Peter, she is going to join the leader, Anna Muzychuk, after round 7, unless somebody else, of course, wins, right, from the top players.
Yes, also Antoinette has all the chances to win. Yes, so there is tremendous pressure. She's down to 1.5 minutes. She senses that this is so important. And in our minds, with king f7, you make sure that when white unpins the knight, there won't be any intermediate checks happening with that knight. That's why seemingly king f7 looks strange, because it goes away from the action. It would be a bad move otherwise, but if it works, then it works.
I love that. I love that quote. All right. Do we wait for her to execute the move?
I think,
It
yeah,
should
we
be.
should. Yes,
It
we
should
should
be
be
coming.
waiting. Yes,
It should
She's
be coming
down to
indeed.
50 seconds. She has to make up her mind, because if she plays the move king f7, then everything is kind of automatic. But maybe she also calculates some other move, which is simply and king f7 played. This is what I expected, because king f7 felt like the move pen move solution, and she's just too strong in her calculations.
I mean, at the end of the day, you simply make sure that you are not missing any unnecessary lines. And king e7, it would allow white to play king e2, knight f5 check is there, knight e5 check is there. And even though you calculate this to some extent and you think, okay, I'm still doing great there, king f7 is the simpler choice, right? And right now, I don't really see any defense here for Asabayeva. Maybe she is already dreaming about a scenario where she's giving up the knight for the pawn on wherever it goes, something like king e2, b3, and maybe knight d1. Maybe this is the only way how, or maybe knight c4, knight x and b2.
Yes.
That's it. But this is just technically losing. I don't believe that white can hold this.
Exactly. Yeah. If that pawn from h2 would jump to f4, then we would talk. Yeah, because then at least white has a compact pawn structure. But with this damaged structure and black having all the dark square controls, and very important to highlight that bishop d7 will be simply met by king e7, and there is no way of dominating that knight for too long. Eventually, knight b5, knight c6, or knight c8 will be available depending where white puts the bishop. Also, king f7, king e2 played. We will be seeing b3.
It's very easy also for black, because the moves she's making, they're very obvious. So one more move for black. This is move 39. b2 is the next move, or knight b5 is the next move. So there's going to be no time trouble for the Indian player. And I think that Vaishali is very close to get a small revenge for her loss against Asabayeva in the New Delhi FIDE Grand Prix, because they already played against each other this year, where the her opponent Asabayeva was victorious with the black color, right? So it always feels nice.
Yes, definitely. And I feel like now the tension has gone. It's clear that the black has found the right way. She's on the way of converting her advantage. It's probably the right moment to move on to the open section.
Yep, let's do that. And in the open section, there is something happening in the game of Sindarov against Vidit. I'm not really sure if that is a transmission error or that's an actual sensational move. So maybe we could go to that game, Peter, and check it out ourselves.
Yes, I'm waiting for an update here on my screen so that I'm able to... Yeah, there we have the bird's eye view with all the games.
Yeah, so
and
the game in question,
mentioned
Sindarov against Vidit, board number 3, one of the leader fights, obviously. The open section is quite far away. What is this?
Bishop takes f7 check. Wow, but this is a brilliant move, but it's a sad necessity kind of move.
Wait, but is this real? Can you go back?
Yes, it is real, because white is in time trouble. He has played the move h5. He was counting on this trapping the bishop, but Vidit has foreseen the brilliant sacrifice. Rook takes d3. Now white is unable to take on g6 because queen g3 check will lead to checkmate. Then the queen and the rook combination just destroys white's king. And that's why white had nothing else than to find this brilliant bishop takes f7, which, however, leads to a technically losing position.
But I think also it's quite important to mention, Peter, that rook takes on d3, it's not bishop e4, it's knight takes on d3, right? At least I think so, because h takes on g6 now is knight f4 fork, very convenient for black, and queen e3, now you play bishop takes on e4 and win the queen, and white's position simply collapses. We had a feeling that the young Uzbeki grandmaster's position was a bit shaky, and well, I mean, Vidit, what else I can say? I mean, he's clearly on fire after this very unfortunate loss in the first round, Peter, against Lamy. I mean, he's simply unstoppable, an unstoppable train from India, an express train, because he's about to score 5.5 points in the last 6 games. I mean, it's just sensational stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic, but we know that it's never over till it's over. After bishop takes f7 check, now black has a choice. Do you take on f7? For example, with the bishop, clearly king takes f7 can be eliminated. That would be a terrible blunder, because then white takes on g6 with a check and then picks up the rook. So we are dealing with bishop takes f7 or some kind of a king move, sidestepping. For example, even a move like king f7 comes to mind, just making sure that not to h8, not to eventually run into some back rank mate. Vidit is taking his time. It's a golden opportunity. For example, king f8. Why is king f8 not winning?
You know, the first question, Peter, I would have to ask why bishop takes on f7 is not winning, right? Because I think I want to make sure I can grab the bishop immediately, but obviously the bishop now leaves this bishop takes on e4 threat, and I have a feeling that now this position somehow totally should be winning for black. I mean, there's
Yes.
queen d8 check, of course, but I don't believe that white can hold this.
Yeah, you have 2 pieces, you have the better structure, and the queen d8 check is also met by bishop e8, so you make sure that the knight on a4 is not hanging. But somehow, of course, if you would not have any choice, you would just be very happy to go for it. I feel like Vidit's problem is now that he feels like after bishop f7, rook takes d3, the game is still in progress. Yeah, he still has to convert. And what if he just relies on the same idea that we talked before, but just king f8 with the same threats of going for the mate with queen g3 and also hitting on e4 with the bishop?
Well, then there's an open question, Peter. Is there an actual mate? Because after king f8, I mean, we have to check it out. I mean, let's say king f8, and I play, what is it? H takes on g6 or bishop takes on g6?
Yes, then
H
I
takes on
give queen g3 check. I take on g3. I mean, I give queen g3 check. I don't take anything.
King h1 and queen h4.
King h1, queen h4. Exactly.
That's a brilliant point.
Yes, queen h2 met by rook h3, winning the queen, and then it comes why I wanted to go with the king to f8, not to h8, not to allow some rook d8 checkmates, but even here things are still continuing. Yeah, queen h2, rook h3, rook d8 check, king e7, rook e8 check, and the king probably escapes via d7 and then c6. Yeah, rook d1 check, king c6. But now we understand why Vidit is taking his time to make sure, yeah, that bishop takes f7 is like a technical win, and this one might win on the spot, but it's risky and it requires very precise calculation.
Yeah, and also there's the clock of the opponent, and I think all of us, we are probably been in this situation more than necessary, because if your opponent is in time scramble, you're winning. Sometimes you want to make decisions which are sort of based on the fact that your opponent might not be able to find the best move because he is having a major time scramble, right? And this is actually quite a deliberate strategy sometimes by very good players, because when you get in trouble, I mean, what do? You deliberately go yourself to the time scramble. You go to time scramble where you are the one who is forced to make the moves on the increment seconds. And why? Because perhaps your opponent will be so much tempted, to play a little bit faster because you are running out of time. And this is where you might be making some hasty decisions to be regretted later.
Yes, exactly. It's a very, very typical, because you feel like you are lost, you have nothing to lose, yeah? And then you try to maximize your chances that, okay, let me gamble. If I just play normally, I will lose anyway. And I'm liking the fact that Vidit is taking his time, Now the critical moment, and I know this from myself, that often it's like this, that you calculate king f8, you are calculating all the way till the end. It seems like it's winning, but at the same time you convince yourself, but after all, if I blunder something on the way, then it can turn. And then even after calculating everything and it's correct what you're calculating, you still decide on playing another move. Yeah, and that's exactly kind of the dangerous maneuver, because if you decide to play technically, it's better if you decide it immediately. So I'm very curious to see how Vidit will react.
You know, I remember
King f8. King f8 on the board. Bravo, Vidit. He calculates and he believes his calculation. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is that I remember this very nice advice I once got from Jakob Agert, right? One of the most accomplished chess coaches, because I happened to play against him when I was starting to make my career as a chess professional back in 2011, I believe. European Team Chess Championships. I was playing against Jakob and I lost a very instructive game. And there was this very complex position where he had a number of choices. And he made one choice rather quickly. And after the game, which I lost, I asked to Jakob, how did you come up with this choice, right? Because I had a feeling that you had very interesting some other choices. I loved his advice. He said, you just make a choice and you stick to it. Right? Because, I mean, that was quite news to me, because I'm more like a perfectionist myself, right? Because when you are calculating something, you want to calculate everything to the finest detail. And maybe something like bishop takes on f7 that you said, I really like how you said, just make this choice rather quickly, then stick to it, because ultimately, if you believe that bishop takes on f7 is winning, you're just making the choice and that's it. But then again, on the other hand, maybe king f8 kills the game immediately. So
yes, and look at this. Once you see what happens, that he was brave enough, he believed in his calculation, he went for king f8, and the fruits are there immediately, yeah? Because white took on d3, now he takes knight takes d3, queen e3, he can get a much better word. Finally, he might be winning on the spot, yeah? Bishop takes e4 check. Where is this king going at all? The bishop on f7 is anyway falling. Afterwards, it was just the perfect decision by Vidit.
Yeah, he can, of course, also even trade the queens, queen e4, bishop e4, and then whatever. Just take on b2. This seems like a very easy choice. But again, maybe it's prolonging the game. And to bring up the quote again by Fabi, who said, any game which doesn't last 8 hours is a great game, right? So perhaps if Vidit goes to some technical endgame, which gives his opponent extra 15 minutes, not only for him, but also for Vidit, then you have to sit there for like an hour or 2 hours, right? So that's why he's looking for that kill immediately, because then he collects the point, but just does it a little bit faster and saves some energy.
Yeah, and it does feel like the game should end. Yeah, this game shouldn't be lasting for very long. I even feel like now that everything is clear, yeah, because it's just between which winning move Vidit will choose. We can maybe get access to the bird's eye view once again and take a look at, we might have some more dramatic game, because this has clarified. So the other game, yes,
yeah, Nakamura game, I had a feeling it might go that way. So instead of going into this passive defense, Peter, we were having this discussion that you should always go for an active defense. And apparently Predke found it, right? So he gave up the spot on c5 we were seeing from the bird's eye view. He activated the rook on c3, the king's on e5. This is how you draw these games, right? Because I think that Predke is too strong not to know that it's a bit dangerous strategy to go for for a passive defense, sacrifice the pawn, activate your pieces, and the bar actually says it is the perfect strategy.
Yes, it looks like the right way. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe after the time trouble, we will be able to revisit this. I'm taking a look. For example, the computer claiming Yuri Kuzubov to be having a winning position against Artemiev. And look at that construction, knight on a5, pawn on c6, and the dark square bishop. This is exactly what Artemiev had against Firouzja from the white side. But here even white is a piece up, so it's not only this great construction, but a piece is a piece. And the c6 pawn is a c6 pawn. Vincent Keymer is on the way of converting his advantage. Also, look at this. He has 18 minutes versus 2 minutes. Yeah, it's basically Korobov needs a total miracle. Bakro is putting pressure on Yuyanji. What else catches your attention?
Right, I'm looking. I think that Kuzubov definitely is going to win his game, but we have one draw, by the way, which just updated. That is the game of Svane against Nikal. They just finished in a draw.
And also Anish Giri against Anton Hikaru. We have been covering that game, that there's something went wrong, and it seems like Anish also understood that he has no right to play for advantage, and the game fizzled out in draw. Rapport seems to be winning against Bartel. That's a very huge win for Rapport. If he managed to win, he will get to +2. And he's fighting. Yeah, he keeps his chances alive. Aronyan has golden opportunity to beating Narayanan with the black pieces, which will mean that Aronyan is also joining the battle with +2 and has chances to fight for the qualification. Wow, Duda is about to win also against Melkumyan. So much action on all the boards.
One of the games which caught my attention, and I'm a bit puzzled by the evaluation, is the game of Maksudlu against Aravindh, because as far as I can see from the bird's eye view, apparently Aravindh has an extra piece, and yet somehow the bar says it's equalish, because White has 2 pass pawns. One is on c6, one is on h4.
But the bishop is on b3.
Oh my goodness, that's a bishop on b3.
Yes.
That's a bishop on b3. I thought it's a pawn, and that's why I was puzzled.
Yeah, but then it's all the more intriguing that why the computer says that it's equal, right? Because White has 2 pass pawns, and still the computer says that it's zeros. By the way, Parham has only 50 seconds left, but he has just made the time control, so no drama there. But why is it a draw? Is some queen d2 counterplay strong enough?
There's also queen g4. You need to make sure that you're not getting mated there, but of course White has access to queen g5.
Yes. What a crazy position. Yes, and what was the last move of Parham? King g3 to h2. Wow, and queen b4 got an exclamation mark. The queen was on d2. Queen b4. Just look at this. Let me put this on the board. King takes f3, queen g4, checkmate in an endgame to the king on f3. That's
now that would be a lovely 40th move, yeah?
Yeah, that would be the curse. But yeah, king h2 played. Well, it means that with queen d2, king g3, black actually can force a draw if he wants. And queen g4 can be met by queen g5. I believe that with black, we don't want to give up a tempo.
So maybe Aravindh already has a draw in the pocket, right? Because the threat why White has to play king h2 also is knight e4 check. The queen on e7 would be under a discovered attack, and this is precisely the reason. So black has 2 threats. One is queen g4 check, the second is knight e4 check. So king takes an f3 would be blundering one. So apparently White cannot really do anything else, right? King h2 is the only move, and maybe now it's Aravindh's choice. Do I settle for a draw here, or I go for more? So I mean, he has 9 minutes on the clock to make this 40th move. Speaking about Maksudlu, one of the post-game interviews, I thought we could talk about this, perhaps after the time scrambled a little bit, but he was asked, now that you are married, right? How much do you work on chess? Because Parham, he was quite famous for once revealing that he's working on chess. Peter, do you know how many hours per day?
Well, 12 hours or something like this, no?
No, go higher.
14.
More.
Wow, but then how much he sleeps? Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. 16 hours. This is what he said, that he's working on chess 16 hours per day. And, and then he said in an interview, yeah, now I'm married, etc., but you have to devote some time for your wife. So now you only work 10 hours. per day. So, okay, yeah, 10 hours per day. That's really, not a lot, right? Because considering how much time I'm working for chess, which is like something like close to 0 or maybe 10 minutes per day, right? So Parham says, 10 hours, that's not really a lot. But on a serious note, he's one of the most hard working persons in chess, right? And he has invested incredible amounts of energy, and that's why he is there where he is.
Yeah, and he loves chess. By the way, after Queen E1, the move King G3 had been played with the clear idea that if Black goes for Queen G1 check, then White, of course, does not fall for the mate again like this, but then White continues the journey with the king. And if White's king somehow escapes, for example, Queen G4 check, King E5, then White is winning the game. The knight on D6 is attacked. Black's king will be the one getting checkmated, or the c-pawn will decide the battle. So after King G3, Black can still fall back with the queen to B4, and then we are having the same position like on move 39. Will be very interesting to keep an eye on this game. It might end in a repetition of moves, but I'm also not ruling out some more dramas here.
Yeah, because both players are really fighting. Parham is one of the most sharpest players. Also, Aravindh is incredibly gifted young Indian player who maybe is slightly in the shadow of the young super generation of these super talents like Erigaisi and Praggnanandhaa and Nihal. But Aravindh is also a very, very talented player and clearly on his path to reach 2700. All right, speaking about Indian players, maybe let's check how is doing his compatriot Arjun Erigaisi against Andrei Yesipenko. And I believe, Peter, we checked this game only at the opening phase, and what I'm seeing here is some complete chaos on the board. I guess it's very suiting.
Yes, but it's chaos. However, White is enjoying this chaos much more than Black. Look at this. So the construction is rook and 2 pawns versus 2 minor pieces, and those are 2 knights because and wow, Arjun just blitzed out or played the move h4. Move 39. Andrei Yesipenko has only 30 seconds on the clock and he has to make up his mind. There are all kinds of tactics. If Black takes on h4, then rook takes f6. G takes f6, rook e7, knight e7, bishop b5, but that's kind of okay-ish for Black. That's not the problem. So basically after gh4, we might be seeing bishop takes f4.
5 seconds for Yesipenko. He slammed the move g takes on h4 with only 4 seconds on the clock. He had to make a very big decision. This is move 39, and Yesipenko just needs to make one more move to get the extra 50 minutes. He really needs it, and that's why right now Erigaisi is looking for this most trickiest, sharpest continuation. I guess he's going to play bishop takes on f4, or still settle for this sacrifice. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, there are so many things hanging in the air, and we have just joined the game, so we don't know exactly the flow. If Black wanted to take on f6, maybe he could have done it earlier also. On the other hand, with h4, he made sure that he breaks Black's construction. So this h4, g takes h4 is in any case kind of beneficial for White.
Speaking about Arjun, he is the player to watch out because he has been doing really well in very strong open tournaments. Just recently, he was playing in Qatar Masters, and he was 5 minutes before becoming the champion, right? And I think that this was one of the most heartbreaking moments I had seen in the modern chess, at least recently, when he was playing the final game against Nodirbek Abdusatorov, some sort of a deja vu bad luck from the World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, where also the second team of India, the second team of India, although Erigaisi was playing in the first team, they lost a very crucial match against Uzbekis. And now in this critical game of the Qatar Masters, all he needed to do is make a draw against Abdusatorov, right? And the game already was heading to a dead draw, and he blundered the rook, right? So that was really, really painful to see. But anyway, I'm very happy to see that Arjun is back. He He is in great shape. And for him, this is, I'm not really sure how many tournaments in a row, because he was playing in Asian Games, which was held from September to October. He was then playing in Qatar Masters, which gathers such superstars as Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, and almost won it, but then had to settle for, I don't remember which place. Not clearly the first place.
He shared third place. Yes, he shared
third place. Yeah, and now he's back here among the leaders. So clearly he is all about business here. And if I would wish somebody to qualify for the candidates, it's definitely Arjun, right? Nothing against Ysapenko, right? Because he's such a cool guy and I like him. But I would like to see Arjun succeed.
Yeah, well, Arjun is a crowd favorite. He has earned it with his performances and his playing style. Yeah, he's always uncompromising. He's always going for the sharpest of lines. And now the players have reached the time control after bishop takes f4. Rook a2 played. Still, all the tactics are hanging there. But on the other hand, if, for example, let's just one time talk about this position. Rook f6, g takes f6. Rook takes e7, knight takes e7, bishop takes b5. So where does this lead us? White has the two bishops and two very dangerous pass pawns. On the other hand, it does seem to me like black might be in time with some knight d5 hitting the bishop on f4, getting access to the b4 pawn. Also, black's rook is active. So this isn't looking clear, and the compute evaluation is also kind of equalish. And if this line, for example, does not work out in white's favor, that means that white needs to keep on searching for some more ways, but it's not so obvious that how do you break this defensive construction, right? It's black is still holding on to it. There are some ideas like rook e1 to e6, putting some more pressure on the c6 knight. It's a big question then how is black defending that very intriguing position.
And that's why there's the second time control, because they have safely reached the second time control. More time will be added, extra 50 minutes on the clock for both players and everybody else who has made it to move 40. But we are, dear viewers, going to make a short break and be back in several minutes. I'd just like to remind you that you have a chance to join the fray in the brand new Variants Community Series, right? So we are now in the cycle of 2 in the series. Three check chess, right? So there are going to be weekly arenas each Thursday to develop your 3-check skills, improve your skills in the chess variants, and there's also the chance to win the tickets for the 3-check chess championship and at the end of the cycle. So don't miss this. Participate there. Use the !VCS in the chat for more details. However, we'll be back with a continued broadcast from FIDE Grand Swiss after the break. See you very soon.
Concept of just bulldozing the black king, jumping in there with the queen, and making sure the rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you. But she's not going to move it because it's defended. Oh,
she did it!
I just
you predicted, Levy!
I just said don't go there! We need a compilation. Chess.com social media crew, look through the PogChamps games.
Oh, baby! Let's
and
go!
Find how many times I called the move before it happened.
Okay, Levy, you asked for it. Here we go.
It's almost a
Jarvis
stalemate.
knows what he's doing. He's gonna try to force it.
Andrea, There's a stalemate coming. Pawn here, take, king g4. He pushes and it's a stalemate. Oh my goodness.
Well, you clearly, I'm sure you taught Frank about stalemate.
No!
Okay, just no! I blame you for all of this. This is your manifestation.
Oh my goodness! Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, loses the bishop. And if that happens, I will be heartbroken because you could have just...
How's your heart, Abby? Is it feeling okay? Your heart? How is it?
You can't even script this stuff, my man. Defend the bishop again! I just forgot!
Okay. Okay.
His position is hard to lose as long as it stays how it is.
Yeah, for sure. Unless he starts going totally crazy with something like pawn to g.
What is your ability today? You literally said that in real time.
The round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss continues, and the players have officially reached the second time control. So we are gonna jump in right in the action. Your host, the amazing Peter Leko. I'm Gramstar Nations. Hope you're having the wonderful evening, and we are about to select the next game. Peter, any preferences?
Yes, I would like now to jump back to the Vincent game because the time travel has been made. And it does look like White has a force win. Vincent has it on the board. It's a moment to just rewind this game. And then afterwards, we're gonna move on. So this is the situation. The time travel has just been reached. Move 40 had been... What happened here? So yes, finally, Vincent was breaking through on the king side. Black is a piece done, so he tries desperate measures with rook cb8, and here is the beautiful killer punch by Vincent. Bishop h4 to e7, sacrificing the bishop. Of course, it's not really a sacrifice. We know that it's a typical offer like, please take it, yeah, because if you take it, then you're gonna be crushed with rook takes h7 check, knight takes h7, knight g6 check is a fork, winning the queen. So yes, bishop e7 is this moment when the aesthetically pleasing move is also probably the strongest. After bishop e7, there was nothing else than for Anton Korobov to give the rook b3 check. He sacrifices the rook, knight takes, rook takes, king e2, rook b2 check, king d3, and the king walks away. So we are expecting rook b3 check to be met by king c2 or king c4. Let's also highlight that, for example, what happens after the trade? Rook takes b3, rook takes b3, queen takes e7. White also has the other winning method of just giving knight g6 check. And after knight takes g6, queen takes g6, rely on the pin and the checkmate, or just winning the bishop on h7 and the game. So it all looks very, very good for Vincent.
Yeah, and there's no checks for the black queen because the king on d3 or c2 or wherever it stands, it's pretty safe from the black queen's checks. So that's why Korobov played king g8, trying to complicate the matters. And now, of course, Keymer can take on f8. But the thing is, after bishop takes on f8, it also opens up the queen. Yeah, there's queen f8, queen a3 check idea. So that's why I don't think that you want to make this decision so easily. And I think that here he's simply looking for the kill, right? I'm not really sure where is it. It could be something like knight h5, could be something like rook takes on h7, bishop takes on f8, unless it leads to direct win. I don't think it's going to happen. So maybe let's try to work it out.
Yes, it's kind of intriguing, yeah, that it looks like white is completely winning. On the other hand, yeah, king g8 was a great move. Setting up this trap, let's just quickly show you that bishop takes f8, queen takes f8, and all of a sudden I'm not even sure that white is better. Yeah, look at the computer. So queen a3 checkmate is kind of a devastating idea. The reason why I'm calling it a checkmate, because king c4 is still possible, but it's clear that that will not end well. So yeah, that's a taboo. After king g8, white has many moves, maybe even just retreating the bishop. It's also an opportunity, but then you have to watch out for queen b7. Yeah, so something like bishop c5 can be met by queen b7 with a threat of queen b3 check. So just as with maybe bishop a3 is a very professional move, hitting that rook, clarifying the situation, inviting black to give rook b3 check when white falls back with the king, and then the rook on the third rank is doing fantastic job, and the king on c2 feels so much safer.
To be honest, Peter, I have a feeling there's more than one win, really, because white is, up a rook, right? So
yes,
it's definitely quite important. And I was looking at something more squeezing like queen g5 here, right, to keep the queen in prison. But then again, I want to make sure that this queen doesn't really escape. So I think the bars are going to say everything wins unless I'm blundering a rook here, right? So queen g5
yes,
and then
yes.
do something, I don't know, on the king side.
Yeah, I also don't think that we even have to analyze this game. I just wanted to make sure that we cover it, because after move 40, it's one of the games where it seems like one of the players is winning, and we continue the tour. I think there was also some big intrigue in the Daniel Bogdan Dea game against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. What a position! Look at this.
Right, the beautifully centralized pieces, the bishop on d5 and the blacks, most of the pieces are on the last rank, everything is pinned, and the fact that white is down a pawn doesn't even feel, right, because having such a dominance on the board, clearly something is bound to happen.
Yes, and the last move was bishop d5, by the way, also, because everything happened so fast. In time trouble, let's just rewind to move 37. At this moment, it looks like, yes, white is pressing, but black is more or less solid. One should watch out that rook c8, which would be a nice move, runs into rook takes g8 check. Yeah, this is the problem. King takes g8, knight e7, forks the rook. So that was the reason why black does not have a simple, easy way of dealing with white's initiative. So he tried to get active with rook d2. And then, wow, in time trouble, g5, it puts so much pressure. g6 is threatened. This is how things escalated. Rook c2, apparently, probably the losing mistake, but a very natural one. You want to create counter chances, especially in time trouble. g6, rook takes c3 check, and knight e3. It's the typical move. We keep on talking about this, that it's so easy to miss a knight retreating move. It's I think, probably you can also confirm that it's one of the easiest things to miss in chess.
Right, so not only here white protects from the check, also he defends the bishop on c4, opens up the f5 square, f4, f5 for the pawn, the pawn at f7 is hit as well. So yeah, and then Yakuboyev just had to accept, okay, 98, I have to live for a couple of moves. But now with so passive pieces, I mean, nothing good can come out of this. B5, he tried to divert his opponent's attention. Bishop D5 without any calculation, of course. It's not about the pawn on B5. And now after Rook C1, the question is, where's the decisive kill, right? So Rook C1 is played, and I'm guessing something like F5 or Knight F5.
Yeah, well, okay, we have to calm down and think a little bit. So basically, black is in a total box. Yeah, nothing moves. The king can't move because the knight is hanging. The f pawn cannot advance because the knight is then hanging. The black pawn cannot capture the pawn because the knight is hanging. The knight from d8 has to stay there, keeping an eye on the f7 pawn. And if black's last move was rook c3 to c1, it kind of indicates that in what a sad horror situation black is in.
I mean, if you're a chess coach and you want to show kids what a deadly pin looks like, you show them this position, right? This is what it looks like, right? I mean, it's really, really sad. I mean, black is pinned in so many ways that it's imaginable, simply. And yeah, okay, but anyway, on a serious note, how do you crash through?
I'm thinking actually about something like knight g4, knight e5. If I know that you can't really move anything, then one more pressure on the f7 pawn could be a decisive one. Why not to go knight g4? Definitely you're going to give me a check and then try to harass the bishop with rook d1. That's probably the defense Yakuboyev is trying to rely on.
I could also do the same knight f5, knight e6. Yeah, probably I would be choosing what's the right way to hit the pawn on f7 from the e5 square or d6 square. Knight g4, knight e5 perhaps is a bit more controlled because the knight on e5 is somehow better protected, because if you put the knight on d6 and there's not a lot of checks, e1, d1, maybe your bishop with d5 and the knight on d6, they're slightly, not enough protected, and the knight on e5 feels a bit safer.
Yes, I feel like somehow knight g4 looks like a very tempting option. So we are starting knight e5, and what I'm not very happy about after discovering that rook e1 check, for example, king f3, it's not necessary, but king f3, I think it's good enough. After rook d1, I have bishop b3 tempo, hitting the rook. This made me very happy. I do give you the opportunity to sacrifice the exchange, but I'm assuming that something like this should be a technical win without much difficulties. Also, king d5, completely dominating black's construction.
But this doesn't really seem to be so clear. I mean, it should be winning, right? But black is going to push a4, create a pass pawn, and if you panic and start to run for this pawn, then black might be getting out of the pin. I mean, the pawn on g6 probably is falling, but it's only an exchange, right? So I think that if I'm Diak, I'm looking for something more concrete. And this is what I would call my minimal program, right? If nothing else, then I'm going here, right? But let's find something more direct.
Yes, the big question, does something more direct really exist? Because, okay, you are counting on this rook e1 check, rook d1, trying to sacrifice the exchange. So how would you avoid this?
Can I somehow get the idea of g takes on f7 and knight g6, make it work? I'm not really sure where my knight needs to be. Maybe I can think about it. It's about the order of the moves, like g takes on f7 and then knight g4, knight e5, hitting the knight f7 and threatening knight g6. But maybe ultimately it's the same. I'm not entirely sure.
And then I also open up. I let you out of these big pins. Yeah, maybe somewhere some knight f7 to h6, keeping an eye on the g8 knight is kind of an opportunity.
Listen, Peter, the rook on h8 is under attack. Sorry.
Wow, yes. Okay, but
knight f7 attacks the rook on h8. Yeah,
yes. No, it's clear. We are never gonna take it. Okay, this knight g4 looks very tempting. You also had this knight f5 idea in mind, and there was another question that I had, that can I maybe walk with my king to some other squares? But okay, I just wanted to be very methodical with king f3.
You mean now? King f3? Not now.
No, I mean in this knight g4, rook e1, king f3, yeah, because after knight g4, rook e1, my problem was that if I go king d4, you might have knight e6 check, and I don't want this to happen. King f5 was a little bit too shaky. It was too aggressive for my taste. Not that I run into some counter-attack also with knight e6. Yeah, so that's why I was leaning towards this king f3, and however here after rook d1, I already don't see anything better than allowing this exchange sacrifice, which should be winning, but I understand that maybe we want more.
Well, there's definitely something there. So what was the line again after bishop b3, you said?
Yeah, rook d3 check. Yeah, it's kind of only. Yeah, you have to give the exchange. King e4, rook takes b3.
And f takes on g6. Maybe there's nothing better. Knight e5 makes sense to keep the king boxed. a4 again makes perfect sense. I think there's a fair chance the game might continue like this, unless, of course, Daniel Bogdan is going to find something better. And at the end of the day, if you see nothing else, okay, fine. Yeah, just take on a4. And,
yeah, also maybe b4 is very tempting. Look at this, just b4, and then we keep. Yeah, that's it. It's over. And
yeah, b4, h3, rook a1. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah, and then okay.
I think we solved it. Yeah.
Yes. But you remember, you also had this idea, and Deak went for f5. You mentioned this, that f5 is maybe also very strong. I did not exactly understand what is the threat yet, but if you already played it so quickly, then probably it's very strong.
Well, I was hoping I get some tactical ideas with f6.
But yes, but f6, g takes f6, and then knight f5 like this. Wow! Okay, brilliant. Yeah, we have to show it that if black simply makes a pass, yeah, for example, a4, then f6, g takes f6, knight f5 is some kind of a funny construction, but knight e6 is a move.
But yeah, but Tenjin kindly disagrees.
Yes,
with
because
the
of knight
beautiful
e6.
ideas.
Yeah, I think knight e6. Yeah, that's why I don't like fancy stuff. When I'm winning, I just want to be very methodical. No brilliance, is just a win.
Right, but there could be more. I mean, instead of this, after f5, I was thinking also maybe, yeah, but it's going to be fancy. It's going to be fancy. I was thinking some crazy stuff like knight g4, knight h6, g takes at h6 and f6. But this is not really controlled fashion. This is,
but okay, beautiful. So, for example, rook e1 check. Where do you go with the king? Doesn't matter, in fact, for your idea, yeah?
Maybe king.
You can even.
Yeah.
Okay, where you want it to go? I
wanted to centralize I wanted to centralize the king. I mean, probably never
King
is a
d4.
mistake. Yeah, and rook d1, king c5, and maybe grab
but
those pawns.
actually, this is the idea behind f5. Yeah, that he makes sure that against rook e1 check, he can always play king d4, and the knight on d8 is doomed. Yeah, there is no knight e6 counter attack.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yes.
But if you don't do it like this, maybe we can show the idea. Does it even work?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure. Where was this? Let's say black plays. What does he play? Let's say a4. Yeah, knight g4, and I just ignore it. Knight b4.
Yes. And you wanted to play knight h6, yeah?
Yeah, it's probably too fancy.
Yes.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you.
Yeah, but okay, but let's just show that what is the point. Yeah, that f6, seemingly g7 and rook g8 is kind of a big problem, but probably knight e6. Yeah, no, knight e6, bishop e6, that was part of your plan.
Rook g1, I think.
Rook g1, and then rook takes g7.
Yeah, I missed it.
Trapping the rook. Yes, okay. Just to show that, yes. That's why not to be fancy is a good idea when you are winning. By the way, after f5, rook g1 happened. So black wants to make sure that knight g4 is not an option. Makes sense.
Also, I think that what Noderbeck wants to do, he is looking for these positions where he can trade off all of White's pawns, right? And if he would only somehow be able to trade his queenside pawns, A pawn, B pawn, for the pawn on A2, he would be very happy, right? Because then he can, at some point, give up this piece on G8. I think he already treats it as it's a gone piece. Take on G6, try to kill those pawns at the king side, and maybe, in some dream scenario, get a position where he has a rook and knight versus rook and bishop and knight, which probably is losing anyway. I'm not really sure, but that's his best chance here.
Yes, rook g1 anyway makes sense, yeah, that, okay, you make sure that you are guarding yourself on the g file, putting pressure on the g6 pawn, stopping knight g4. The only problem is that still nothing moves, yeah, from black. On the other hand, okay, white has to decide what to do. I believe let's leave the game because this is still in progress. Let's take a tour. We haven't been checking out Fabiano's game against Radek for a very long time. Hikaru's update there as well. And then we will be dealing with all the games which are in progress.
Yeah, so we left this right after the opening. Never really came back because there was a lot of action. And visually speaking, Radek's position appears to be, I would say, slightly better because of the pawn structure. I mean, I've always been a big fan of protected pass pawns, so he has it there on e5, and he also has pretty good pieces, but it's usually not enough. And here black has very good activity in the center, beautifully coordinated pieces, a beautiful blockade. The e5 pawn for white is not going anywhere, and I guess that's why the position is about balanced. But I would not really say drawish. This is where a lot of people are mixing it up. I mean, balance doesn't mean it's drawish, right? Because, I mean, things can still explode here. For example, if Fabi was to move, he could play a4, create some problems at the queen side for white, and if white doesn't react, he can play a3, fix the pawn on a2, and also potential weakness on a2, b3. But probably this is never going to happen anyway. So.
Yeah, we have to see the last couple of moves. So what happened? Yeah, they reached this position. White was tiny bit better. White was clearly eyeing to get his knight to d4, but there is still pressure on the f4 pawn. That was the problem. So king f7, king g1, b6, queen d4, c5, making sure that black controls the d4 square. It's, I think, a very, very important idea. Queen d2, b5. Yeah, Fabi is expanding on the queen side. King f2, b4, g3, a5. The time control has been reached. Queen d3 on the board. And we see that the players are taking their time. It's not an easy position. Just to highlight one more element, that I believe that, for example, after queen c6, queen c4 would be a key idea for white maybe, because there is a pin here and there is a pin on the c file as well. And then knight d4 could be a devastating threat. Apparently, according to computer, everything is still fine for black, but this is a kind of dangerous scenario and a scary situation you don't want to get involved with.
Yeah, it feels like it's a mother of all pins, right? I mean, there's so many pins, and I don't think that Fabi voluntarily is going to go here.
Yes.
Speaking about Fabi's performance, we already mentioned that of course, he's one of the best players in the world, so it's only natural that he performs well at the highest level tournaments. But in particular, Isle of Man or the FIDE Grand Swiss, this is where the American Grandmaster has been playing really well, and he already finished twice in the second place, both in the 2019-2021 editions. But this year it's slightly different because for Caruana, he doesn't really need to qualify for the candidates for the simple reason he already has qualified, right? And he was asked in a post-game interview by the amazing Fiona, is he feeling any pressure in this regard? And he said, of course, I'm still feeling pressure. And the fact that he has qualified doesn't mean that he doesn't want to win this thing, right? And it's not everything, I guess, about the candidates. And this is where he said this, I would already say a famous quote, right? That every game which is not lasting 8 hours is a great game. And I think that Peter Fabi is rewarded for saying this, because I have a feeling this is exactly where he's getting an 8-hour game right? Because, I mean, Bartoszek appears to be slightly pressing, and I could easily imagine this game being played on for quite a while.
Yes, exactly. And I remember I was even reading some forums, some comments, and people has been saying that, yes, it's easy to tell for Fabi because he wasn't even involved in any game that lasted over 40 moves. Yeah, he was very dominating in his wins, and the other games also kind of he controlled very comfortably. So how he will feel about this if it really happens. Yeah, it's everyone is very interested to see this. On the other hand, he has the physical abilities. Yeah, he's super fit. I don't think that he should be worried of any long game. If someone, then it's more like his opponents because Fabi is in super shape.
That he is indeed. So recently he once again crossed, at least in the live ratings, the 2800 ELO mark. That was after his victory in the second round against Hans Niemann. Then he made several draws, dropped out of it again. Then he beat in round 6 Yevgeny Nair, and I think he's again like 1 point shy or 2 points shy from the 2800 club. And maybe this is also something which motivates him, right? Because I think that probably Fabi treats that this might be a perfect moment for him once again to rekindle his hopes to become the world champion, because he already played once in the world championship match against Magnus Carlsen. He lost a very, very, very close match. All games in the classical section were drawn, and he lost in the tiebreaks. So now that Magnus is seemingly out of the picture, at least from the world championship match, maybe for Fabi, this is the perfect opportunity, right? And I could easily imagine that this is what drives him, right? And being in the 2800 ELO club could be part of his ambition, right? But of course, at some point, he's going to have to take on, obviously, the world champion, Ding Liren.
Yes, I think you made some very important points. There is one thing to add, that if you want to reach 2800, then I think facing Radek Wojtaszek, who is now heavily underrated with 2668. I mean, Radek is clearly a 2730 player with extremely solid, good openings from the white side. It's never an easy game for anyone. That's not the easiest way of reaching to 2800. So Fabi might need to wait for some other moves, other games to get back to 2800.
All right. So after knight c7, here the American Grandmaster has offered to trade queens. I think that it's a good strategy because then his play will be a bit easier. He has fixed those white pawns at the queen side, a2, b3. I'm a bit puzzled. Is really white tiny better here?
Well,
sure.
it's a question. One of the first thought that I had was like, what happens after queen d7? Bishop takes d7, knight c1. Is white in time to get the knight to d3, targeting the c5 pawn? And the reason why I was highlighting those c4, a4 breaks was in my mind that after knight c1, it's very important that black has bishop e6 and knight d3 can be answered by c4, after which from the white side probably you have to go for knight c5. I was calculating these lines, and after c3, it looks like a very dangerous passer, but the king can come closer. And eventually there are also some ideas with knight b7, which will still allow a4. It's a complete chaos, and certainly a type of position none of the players really want to get into.
Yeah, this could easily turn either way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine that probably Radoslav has the greatest respect for Fabiano, right? I mean, who doesn't really? So I think that he's probably not going to overpush his chances, right? Probably seek for something. If it doesn't work out, fine, it's a draw. And allowing black to play c4, c3, it doesn't really feel like this is something that Radoslav would do. I don't think he's in such a desperate win situation. If there's a draw, fine. I mean, there's still more rounds, more opponents to come. He's doing great. He's one of the leaders, 4.5 points out of 6. So I would still say that most likely this game is getting to a draw, but not immediately, because there's definitely dynamics still here on the board.
Yes, Yeah, there is a lot of dynamic. Queen takes d7 played. Bishop takes d7 will be played. There is certain tension in the position. Yeah, it's very tempting from white side that, okay, let's avoid complications. But then the question appears that how do we avoid complications? Because black is actually threatening to play bishop e6 and c4 or a4 break. It's not like we can just shut things down. For example, just to highlight also that if after knight c1, bishop e6, for example, white just tries to block the c4 move with bishop e2, that gives black the chance of activating his knight to c3. Look at this, computer says it's a mistake, but just very intriguing. Yeah, for example, bishop c4. No, it's apparently not. Ah, okay, so after knight d5, probably then the knight comes to d3. It just shows that this is very sharp. Okay, very interesting to see how Radek will deal with this after the queen trade.
Yeah, but even that position, okay, I mean, black would sacrifice the pawn, c5, c4, then play knight c3. I mean,
yes,
not obvious at all. So, I mean, it looks like it's a peaceful endgame, and okay, maybe the opponents are going to agree to a draw, but I don't really think so. I think they're going to fight it out. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and see more games which are being played. So what are we seeing there? Hikaru Nakamura is, I guess, pressing. Yeah, obviously he is. He has an extra pawn, but Predke is leading a textbook defense. He's very active in the endgame. The white rook on c7 is not very active, but you got to do what you got to do if you want to push the c-pawn forward. I wouldn't really say it's a dead draw because, you know, rook endgames are very tricky. And the best players in the world, from time to time, they make funny mistakes in rather simple positions. What else is there?
I think actually that we have to get to that position because there are some fun lines that I would like to show. Let me bring that up, because also the last move of Predke is a very nice move, king g5. I think that what black wants is not taking the pawn on h5, because then the king on h5 could be a bit strange. He might be thinking about queen h4. So for example, if white makes the move rook c8, king h4, black is threatening to give g3 check, followed by king g1, rook c1 checkmate, just to illustrate that what we are dealing with. And if after king h4, white tries to make the prophylactic move king g1, then black plays king g3. And all of a sudden, this is also risky, which means that Hikaru is not risking anything, but he kind of has to acknowledge that probably it's enough, and he can play the move g3, which gives him perfect stability, then nothing can happen to him, but also gives up his winning chances.
Wait, but I'm not really sure that's so simple, because obviously now it depends what black is going to do. But let's say I get to this position, I just want to show the idea. Let's say we play g3 right now with white.
Yes.
And of course, black doesn't have to take on h5. But let's say he does. King takes on h5, rook c8. Let's make some random move, e5. Yeah, of course, you're going to play king g6, but I wanted to show the idea, e5 and c7.
Yes.
Then
I'm stuck.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is some sort of a zugzwang, and then the white king is slowly approaching the c-pawn. It might be just winning, right? You know, because you can't play king g5, king g6. There's always rook g8 check. But you're right, of course. I mean, I think your hand simply doesn't allow to execute so suspicious moves, so you automatically play king g6, of course.
But you know, actually now also very funny, because we see the evaluation by saying that it's draw, that I can just sit on the c5 with the rook, because after king d3 you have no anti-squares. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm just waiting forever. Not even, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I even don't need to play rook c3, but okay, let's do it. You play king d3 and I'm just moving the rook.
So this is one of those positions how you're not supposed to make a draw, and yet it's still a draw. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. If white's pawn would not be on e4, it would be on e3. It would be probably winning king e4, and then white enters with the king, and then it's hopeless. But this construction is very instructive. Yeah, that actually white has no way of putting black into any kind of zugzwang, because I have 1, 2, 3 squares for my rook.
Yeah, but I mean, the move you are making, Peter, I mean, this king g6 probably is just good. Get the king on g7 or h7. a couple of moves before. Where was this?
Yes,
Here.
king g6. So that c7, we always have king g7. And okay, besides, the same rules still apply, yeah, that the white king cannot cross. That was my feeling, that once white plays the move g3, there is no way that white can activate the king via g3, and that's taking away the key square. Hikaru is also taking his time. He clearly knows that actually he needs to win this game. He had a chance. Basically, we don't know how big chance, because Predke seemingly has played wow, and we have to come back, because this is fantastic stuff. We talked about this position, and we talked about that if black stays passive, rook c8, it can be very, very dangerous. White's king is coming, and practically this is very dangerous. And look at this, and we know that Predke was short on time, and still the very high class, giving up the pawn on c5, just as you indicated. Yeah, forget about the pawn, go for active defense. Rook takes c5, rook b1 check, king f2, king e7. He makes sure that the king activates itself to e5. Brilliant defense. You have to give huge credit for Alexander Predke.
Yeah, indeed. He just plays textbook. This is how you're supposed to make a draw, right? And that's why he is 2650. That's why he is one of the leaders in the FIDE Grand Swiss, and not somebody with 1 point out of 6, right? He knows the importance of the activity in the endgame. So I would still estimate that this game probably is getting to a draw. Yeah, so Hikaru was trying to push that pawn forward, but again, he has so many weaknesses. Black can always give a lot of checks. There you go. And eventually the c pawn is going nowhere. And the American Grandmaster, yeah, he played h5 to keep the pawn on h6 alive, but he was unable to find anything. And black is again playing g4 with some counter chances. And yep, I think it's getting for a draw. Let's head back to the
bird's eye view. Exactly.
Yeah, and see what's
Let's
happening.
take a look. Now that we have covered the top 2 boards, we can quietly look around and see where we have the most action. Also, please chat if there is something, some wild game somewhere which we are missing, because we are clearly focusing on the top boards. Then please write to us, let us know. We are more than happy and willing to jump anywhere where we have brilliant action.
All right, but I think that what we are going to slightly change our plan. Let's make a very, very short break, because there's a time trouble approaching in the women's section, and maybe this is the game we could go back to, follow it, what's happening there, be back with refreshments and a new perspective, what's going on. See you very soon.
That's pretty tough for 10 seconds, yeah?
Yes.
Why to play and draw?
Oh, but this I'm pretty sure I've seen. This looks so familiar.
So he has to go to either h2 or h3. I haven't been able to decide which one, but my feeling...
10 seconds pass fast.
Yes. My feeling would be definitely not h2, because h2 then maybe e1 knight. That may be a problem.
Yes.
So I have to go to h3.
h3, knight f4 check.
F4, king h2.
Knight g4 check.
Knight g4 check. Then king h1.
Knight f2 check.
King h2.
e1 knight.
And knight f3. Knight f3, king g3.
Yes.
Very nice.
Very good.
I know this one. I'm just trying to remember it. So it's when the 3 knights get it. So king h3,
knight f4,
knight f4, king h2,
knight g4, check,
knight g4, king h1, knight f2, king h2, e1 knight, knight f3, knight f3, king g3.
Very nice. And now king e3 is a stalemate.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, let's start with king h2. kind of have to, I guess. Or I
King
can-
H2, I would probably go E1 knight.
Oh, is this King H3 and if E1 knight, then knight f3?
Well, yes, but King H3, I will go knight F4.
Okay, now I have to go to H2.
Knight G4.
Okay, now I have to go to H1.
Knight F2.
Okay.
King H2. E1 knight.
And knight E2 it. Oh, knight F3, knight F3, King G3, King
Yeah.
G3 is still.
Yeah, yeah. Knight F3, knight takes F3, King G3. Very nice.
I knew this one. I was just trying to remember the whole detail.
Look, you're the only one that's remaining perfect after 5 studies. Last one. White to move.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Okay, this one I think I've seen before. Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6.
Easy. Yes, very nice.
Yes.
But what's the puzzle?
White to move.
But you save the simplest one for last. Or?
This is
Queen
much
G7,
simpler.
Rook H7, Knight H6.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. How did you get me here? So Queen G7 or K7, Knight H6 mate, yeah?
Yes. That's it. We saved the easiest for last.
And we're back there, viewers, with the coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss, 2 open tournaments, the strongest tournaments of the year. Open tournament which features more than 100 leading grandmasters in the world fighting for 2 places in the upcoming FIDE candidates cycle. Also, there is a parallel tournament, a women's FIDE Grand Swiss organized for the second time in history. Also, 2 places in the FIDE candidates tournament up for grabs, and which probably doesn't really hurt is the very nice $600,000 prize fund. And I think it's time for us, Peter, go back to the women's section to see what is happening there, because there's a time scramble. The second time control is finishing its finish line. That's it. No more time for the players except of 30 seconds for move. And we are seeing some interesting action here.
Yeah, in the Asaboyeva Vaishali game, we have seen exactly that line unfold what we discussed, and it looks like it's just a matter of time. It's a technical win. On the other hand, look at this. Vaishali is not showing so much confidence because she's down to 2 minutes. One could have argued that, okay, this is a technical position, you don't need to spend so much time. However, it looks like it does not matter. She will win this. Maria Muzychuk in a lot of trouble against Stefanova. We have seen that her initiative got lost. She went for a desperate sacrifice, which didn't work out. And now with black pawn on d2 and with total control, it looks like also just a question of time when it's over. The Tanzonji Tsolakidu match did end in this repetition of most what we talked about. A big win for Millier against Efromsky, going forward, yeah, winning and now getting 5 points. That will bring Millier closer to the fight for even qualification spots. And we have a thrilling encounter in Pauline Gisha against Elina Roberts. White down to 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and I think also the position is not really great because despite the fact that white has an extra exchange, black has 2 pawns and most importantly 2 connected pass pawns which are out of the reach of the white king, and I think something like b3, b2, b1 looks to be a very serious threat. Now of course black needs to make sure he's not blundering any rook c6 check and snatch on c4, but I think that here Eileen is doing really, really well. Although I understand the tournament for herself is not really going so well, is it?
Well, okay, it's very tricky because if we look at her score, then she's -1 at the moment. If she wins today, then she will be back to 50%. But when you look at the opposition she faced, it's it's crazy. Yeah, she has been playing against all the favorites, fantastic players. All of her opponents had 2500 rating. So maybe at some point she got exhausted or she lost her confidence. But if she wins today, you never know. Of course, not for fighting for the top places already. That's probably too late. But getting a nice plus, it's still possible.
Yeah, and I think right now b3 is the tempting move. I guess we could look at it a bit closer. Let's say b3, I'm going to try to promote this pawn. And now the question is, can white somehow salvage this? There's 2 moves. Either it's rook c4 or rook b6. Technically also knight x on c4 should be a move, but I can assume that if black goes for this position where white is forced to give up the exchange, let's say rook takes on c4, knight c4, knight c4, this should be winning, right?
Yeah, should be winning, clearly. But also after rook c4, maybe I can just push b2 as well. I even don't need to pick up the rook. I can just push b2.
Right. Oh, I saw some checks, obviously. Yeah, b1 is too strong. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
It's just an extra piece.
Yes. So basically after bc, we don't see any defense. Rook c6 check. King d7, rook b6 is probably met by bishop c7. That's what I'm guessing. And then again, this pressure on the rook on b6 and knight on a5 just avoids any sacrifice. Yeah, white is not able to liquidate into anything good.
I mean, white is dreaming about a scenario where she can sacrifice the knight on a5 for those 2 pawns, but yeah, it's simply impossible. Yeah, you would love to play knight b3, c takes on b3, rook b3, and that position actually, I think this is where white would have excellent drawing chances. But I mean, the problem is that the rook on b6 is hanging; it can't be done. So yeah, yes. I think b3 is pretty clean.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Eileen is taking her time. I believe this is absolutely justified. She still has enough time. She has kind of 4 minutes with 30 seconds increment per move. She knows that she is winning. It has to be winning. And she opts for bishop d6. Also perfectly making sense, just to block the coordination. Yeah, to destroy the coordination between white's rook and knight. What does it mean after rook takes f5? Will she play king b6, or is she planning to push the pawns?
I think it's just b3 because there's no rook b5 square. Yes. The pawn on f5 doesn't really matter. It's a brilliant concept, but Pauline instead, she tries to get the king closer. But the problem is it's too far to start with. So b3, of course, is going to be the next move of the young Dutchman, Dutch player, because c3 I think is allowing white to block those pawns, and this is something you don't want to do. Also allowing the white knight jump back to b3 and block 2 pawns at the same time. So pretty sure it's going to be the b pawn.
Yes, yeah, it looks very, very devastating from white side that you are trying to stop that pawn, but there is no way of stopping it because the knight on a3 beautifully aims at the b1 square. Yeah, b3 on the board. It's not only the clock, but very much the position that is the biggest problem for Pauline.
All right, so we can only assume that Roberts is going to win this game. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and see?
Yes.
How is exactly Maria Muzychuk holding on? Because I already thought that she was dead lost like an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago. And yet she's still playing.
Yeah, she's playing, but the position doesn't give any hope. Yeah, look at the rook on g4, it's completely trapped. The other rook on d1 is doomed for passivity. Black can just play rook d4, follow it up with some e4 break. It's more like black is probably going crazy that why is this game not over yet? Yeah, it looks so completely winning.
Indeed. But looking at the bird's eye view and the potential of the incoming results, it's quite amazing, Peter, right? That the top 10 boards, they will have most likely 7 decisive games, right? Only 3 draws, 7 decisive games. And that's why it's really so much fun to watch any women's events, right? Because they're very uncompromising. Sometimes perhaps not the most precise, but draw is, I mean, not a very common result.
Yeah, and look at this, how many white victories. Yeah, also very important for Polina Shuvalova that she managed to win, because she had lost quite some games, only 2 that I recall. Bulmagas victory against Harika Dunavali, also a huge win for the Romanian player. Harika is extremely strong, so beating her is clearly a very big achievement. Corey has been beating Mamadzada. That's another very important victory. And finally, Anna Yushenina is also has won her game. Wow. However, bless you.
Thank you.
Yes, look at this. White kind of survived. At least she managed to eliminate the B pawn, but still it looks that with the C pawn on the board, it's too much to handle this.
Wait, I mean, I do see some scenarios. So scenario number 1, let's say if black is careless and she plays c3, c2, allowing white to take on c2 and eliminate the knight and the pawn. I'm looking at the square on h1 for one simple particular reason. It's not the color that the black was wishing for, right? This is the so-called the wrong corner. And despite the fact that black has an extra piece, you can't win this game because, as Peter already shows with arrows, you position the king on h1, it's just a theoretical draw. There's no way to win this. And then there's the other potential hypothetical scenario. Let's say somehow we manage, the white somehow gives up the rook for the pawn on c4 and eat the pawn on h4. Well, you might have to show your technique how to checkmate with knight and bishop. I mean, of course, at a competitive level, this should be piece of cake, especially in the classical time control. But I mean, still, the history shows that sometimes these endgames, knight and bishop, checkmate, they can be tricky.
Yeah, well, I think we have already seen in the tournament. In the game, I think Shuvalova got mated. She did even play all the way till the mate. One move before the mate, she resigned. So already we have seen that position. And bishop f4 played. It's beautiful because making sure that the c4 pawn guards the d3 square, so white's king is unable to get closer to the c pawn. The bishop on f4 already eyeing the c1 square, and the bishop is also cutting off white's king. Black can continue with some king a4 and then c3, c2. How does white survive?
I think there's no surviving. Maybe white now is going to play king d1, c3, and play some random move on the second rank, hoping that black is going to mess it up and play c2. But of course, let's say we play rook g2 here, just to go away. Black just plays king b4, king b3, and then plays c2. And that's it. It's going to cost the white a whole rook, not allowing this knight to be traded. And that's it. After that, I'm pretty sure that the French player is going to resign. So brilliant technique by Robert.
Yes, bishop f4, just making sure that everything is systematic. It's a beautiful grip. Pawn on c4, knight a3, bishop f4, and the king is already ready also to join the party if needed. It's all over.
Shall we go to Asobayeva's game against Vaishali? Because I'm curious how exactly Vaishali is going to win this game. It seems that she has made a progress. The pawn on c3 is going... No, okay, now this is just completely winning. Yeah, knight c1,
Yes.
knight e3.
Yeah, if this is not a win with a piece up, then okay, chess is not a correct game. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, what surprised us was that after the time control, she got the 30 minutes extra, and it took so much time. But it just shows that this game is so important, and she has been taking her time. She was not rushing, understanding also that, okay, I have everything under control. I have the 30 seconds increment. There's just no reason to rush. And she goes on to win this very, very smoothly.
So potentially after round 7, we might have, if my calculation is correct, 3 leaders, right? Because if Vaishali wins, and I think she's very, very close to win this game, bishop f4 makes perfect sense not to allow to trap the bishop on h6. Vaishali should have the same amount of points as Anna Muzychuk. Also, Antoaneta Stefanova, she is... I think half a point behind, right? And of course, still very, very much winning against Anna's younger sister, Maria Muzychuk.
Yes, we might be seeing a 3-way tie. So here we are expecting a victory. Black still has 2 minutes 20. Enough. Okay, bishop d2 check, and then going for knight c1 directly. No need even to lose time. Let's just quickly get the Maria Muzychuk game on our board. And look at this, yeah, it's completely hopeless. Now the bishop has reached e1, the queens are traded off. That's also a very nice practical way of converting that probably black did not need to trade queens, but why not? And getting the bishop to e1, locking down white's rook on d1. Now black will always have also rook d3, rook e3, picking up the e4 pawn. It's even a question that do you want to let white activate the king? It doesn't really do much as well. It's a completely winning scenario.
I think that the black can even trade the rooks. Rook d3, rook g3, take on g5, then activate the knight, put it somewhere on, what's the closest square? I'm not really sure, but attack this rook on d1 and then simply promote, right? That's it. No, this game is over, but I guess we are repeating ourselves and nothing is going to happen here. Unless, of course, Antoaneta somehow is going to panic in the time scramble. We've seen that happen. I hope it's not going to happen.
Yes, no, it's already 2 winning. It basically even one could argue that what is Maria hoping for? Yeah, because this is such a hopeless position. If there are queens on the board, you are hoping for some miracle, but without the queens and the locked rook on d1, black can win as she pleases. Knight h4 check played. She will be picking up the e4 pawn. And I believe it's kind of time to resign.
Yeah, this could be the final move. King g4, rook takes on e4. All right, so now what? It seems that all the games at the women's tournament are about to wrap up. We are not yet seeing the final result of Sabayev against Vaishali, but there's definitely going to be no surprises. And here, after knight h4, this game might as well just finish, right? There you go. We have an official result. Vaishali wins her game, and I think also for Muzychuk, Maria, she's going to have to do the same stop the clock against Stefanova, and this probably means that most of the top games, if not all of them, at women's section will be finished.
Yes, and we have seen so much blood there. Also some draws. Yeah, we shouldn't be forgetting about some draws. For example, Elizabeth Petz against Mai Narva and in a draw, Teodora Ignac against Nino Batsiashvili. And there is also a huge win for Pia Kramling. Yes, there you go. There you have it. Official. Antoaneta Stefanova wins her game and joins the leaders.
So we have 3 leaders, and we are going to bring up to you, dear viewers, the results and the updated rankings, I guess, later. But I think it's time for us to go back, right? Go back to the open section, because it's quite clear how the round at women's tournament has finished. The leaders shared point between them. Goriachkina, Anna Muzychuk was a draw. Now there's 2 more leaders. But we probably should go back to the bird's eye view, and there we have it. The game of Caruana against Wojciech, yeah, I predicted it's going to continue for a while, right? I think Fabi is trying to do something here. That's my impression, that he's the one who is pushing. We have no information if there was a draw offer. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. Is there something else, Peter, that you would like to check first?
Well, it's a beautiful final position in the Nakamura game against Alexander Predke. We will be coming back to it, but let's take a look at the results. Huge win for Richard Rapport against Bartel, so Richie is back to +2. Levon Aronyan winning with the black pieces against the super strong Sunil Narayanan. A very big victory for Levon. He's also back to +2. Duda has won his game as well against Melkumian, so he's also +2. It's very, very important going forward. And then also these players are carrying the momentum. They are getting energy. They understand that they can fight. This is so important. This feeling of you know that you still have chances. Yevgeny Neuer against Abdusatov and in a draw. Lamy against Vitiugov. Look at this. Lamy, after losing on Monday in the previous round, is now paired against Nikita Vitiugov. It does look to me like Nikita is squeezing something. It's not an easy draw. White still has to work very hard. The crazy game between Max Todlu and Aravindh Chithamram continues. It was clear. we felt it, that both players are such fighters that somehow repetition of moves is simply eliminated by both players. Insane fight.
And I'm seeing the game of Suleimanli against, who was his opponent? Sevian, I think, right? I think that game has also the potential of becoming an 8-hour game. It's a queen endgame. No clear way to progress. But shall we, look at this final position of Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Predke, because Predke shows that he knows his stuff, right? And there's an actual stalemate on the board.
Yes, so King G5 was the moment we left. We felt like, yes, because of the King H4 counterplay, actually White has no chances of playing for a win, and Hikaru kind of settled in the Rook G7 check, King takes H5, C7, E5, G3 setup, and now look at this. Seemingly, Black's King is logged. White will come towards the queen side. We have been talking about that, Black can just sit and wait, but now there are new rules, because actually Black's King is logged, and Predke beautifully demonstrates that, yes, I have foreseen it all. I'm just gonna harass you forever. The king can never get out from the first rank. Whenever White takes, it's stalemate. There are no moves in the position, just beautiful finish to a very, very big fighting game. Congratulations to both players. And after Rook C2 check, I think this is very elegant way by Hikaru to capture the Rook on C2, because he knows exactly that the Rook was doing tremendous job on the C file. Big respect there for both players. What a draw.
I mean, finishing the game in a stalemate, it's not really such a common thing, right? And I have a question to you, Peter. Have you had any curiosities? I mean, any weird moments when the game was abruptly finished or unexpectedly finished with a stalemate on the board, because it's such a rare phenomenon that you can forget about it?
Yeah, well, one of the most spectacular finishes that I had, it was against Vladimir Kramnik in Tilburg 97, where I sacrificed both of my rooks and managed to set up a beautiful stalemate, which I have foreseen like 10 moves in advance. That's the memory that comes to mind. That was very pleasing, because I remember that Garry Kasparov was fighting with Kramnik for the tournament victory there with Peter Swidler. And Gary was very, very furious. I only heard it afterwards that Gary was very furious that why is Peter doing this? He gives chances to Kramnik, but I knew actually what I'm playing for. And that's a fantastic memory.
Did he say after the game you were right?
No, I didn't talk to Gary afterwards.
All right. I mean, I have very limited experience myself with a stalemate, and the only thing I recall is that when I was once winning, I think it was a rapid game in European Championship, and I had like 2 or 3 extra pawns but I didn't notice that my opponent's king is in a stalemate position potentially, and there's all the pawns are locked. And then it was a quite a surprise to me. I basically jumped from the chair when my opponent just gave up a rook, and he didn't understand what he's doing. Then he gave up the second rook. Then it finally dawned upon me. We have an actual stalemate on the board, because when there's quite a few pieces on the board, this is something that you can, forget about it. Because I mean, from 1,000 games, you get like one game which finishes in a stalemate. Very easy to miss it, and that's why we have to once again congratulate Predke for not missing this out. Very, very nice technique.
Yes, and a very important draw for him. We also know that he's extremely dangerous from the white side whenever he has the white pieces, and I'm pretty sure that it will give him a lot of confidence making a draw against Hikaru Nakamura convincingly with the black pieces. So what else do we have? So much action still. Why is the Vidit game still in progress? It still looks winning, but you remember we thought like the game is about to end much earlier.
These games which are winning, and yet somehow they're continuing for longer than they should. I have so many bad memories about such situations. And when you experience it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and the next time you have this winning position, which you are unable to convert immediately because your opponent keeps resisting, you start to get afraid, right? Is this one of those moments when I'm going to mess it up, right? And I think that for Vidit, of course, there's no need yet to panic. Everything is in control. But, I mean, he should have won this game quite a bit long time ago, because he was having this crushing attack, huge material advantage before the first time control finished. And maybe this choice of trading the queens was a bit premature. I recommended this just to simplify the position, but apparently things were not really so simple.
Yeah, let's just very quickly go back to understand what happened. Yeah, basically, Vidit just decided to be professional. Yeah, no fancy business. Let's just trade. It's a winning endgame. If this is not winning, then nothing. It's not only 2 pieces versus rook, but black is even having 1 extra pawn. But Sindarov kept on finding some resources, kept on checking. Now he's threatening to enter with the rook to, to get counterplay with g6. So black activates the king, rook f5 check, king e7, rook e5 check, again the same team, keep on checking, and suddenly the rook comes back to the f5 threatening the pawns. King e7, rook e5, king d6, rook f5, king e6, rook f8, knight takes c4, knight. Again, looks like it's game over, it's finished. Why isn't it finished? Because rook h8 hitting the pawn. Bishop e4 for some reason.
He might have missed rook e8, rook e8, rook e7.
Exactly. And then suddenly rook e7, there is a pressure on the 7th rank on all the pawns. So Vidit actually gives up the h7 pawn, and now things are getting scary. However, the knight on d6 is a monster piece. We're going to see these forced lines that happen in the game. Rook h7, bishop e4, g6, b5, and king f4. Be careful, you can't take on g7 because of knight f5 check and knight takes g7. And that's a problem, but white plays the move king f4. Now white puts pressure on the bishop on e4 and is starting to play rook takes g7. I'm assuming that maybe Vidit is relying on the calculation of just pushing his b pawn, but this is a little bit getting out of control.
I think it's already out of control for quite some time, right? Because, I mean, also, I would like to, one thing add here is that Sindarov is doing a very good job applying the pressure, because look at the clock. I mean, he has 37 minutes. So when you have a bad position, I mean, okay, let's just say it, lost position, and there's no logical way, no easy way for you to, no even physical way for you to draw the game. So what do? You apply as much pressure as you can, and playing quickly, not using time, is one of those techniques, right? So Sindarov is making Vidit's life as difficult as possible, and I would imagine if I was Vidit, I would be getting really nervous here, right? I mean, of course he knows he's winning, but I mean, he's been winning this entire game for a very long time, and the longer it progresses, right, he gets to the second time scramble, the chances that he might make a mistake, they dramatically increase, right? So I have messed up myself even better positions than this, right? So I do hope everything is going to be correct, good for him, but
yeah, just to highlight some of these things that we are worried about. Yeah, that after b4, now one needs to calculate, for example, rook takes g7. Now clearly black has to rely on his pawn b3, rook takes c7, b2, g7. Now white is suddenly also starting to queen the pawn, and after bishop h7, which takes care of the pawn, white is actually losing because there is no way of protecting against b1 queen. The knight on d6 is a monster, but it just gives this very, very scary feeling that, wow, white is also settling something. Most probably Vidit has calculated all the way till the end, and maybe white is even then not able to capture on g7. Then he will have to rely on some h6 business, which probably is already in black's favor, because then we just take gh6. But gh6, rook h6, still let's get a closer look.
Wait a second, but can I... you want to start like this. I wanted to play rook h8 and then h6. Because I want to activate my rook. And I still keep the idea of h6. Yeah, you play b3. b3, I play rook b8. Now h6
not
is
h6.
also... No, because I wanted to attack it first, the rook. Yeah?
So rook b8.
Yeah, bishop c2. And now h6. How is this an obvious win?
Yeah, no, it's not a win at all. This one is out of control. And rook h8 played on the board. Yeah, this is the best chance.
You know, I can easily imagine Vidit not winning this.
Yes, it's very dramatic. With this little time on the clock, suddenly white has this h6 and g7 idea. Yeah, rook h8 should get an exclamation mark.
I mean, how many heartbreaks do you have in a tournament? Because just to refresh our memory, Vidit already suffered round one very painful loss against Aravindh Lamy. Is this the second surprise? Not really sure, but we have a word that there's something interesting happening in the game of Hans Niemann against Sean Rodriguez. So maybe let's check that game, but also keep an eye on obviously on the game of Sindarov against Vidit, because I have a feeling this game is not yet over.
Yeah, I think that let's just wait a couple of minutes, because this is not such a crazy situation, because there is so much tension. So b3 had been played. What happens after h6? How is Vidit dealing with this situation? Rook b8 played first, okay, that was the other question. Yeah, first activating the rook, taking care of the b3 pawn, and white will have this h6 threat.
Is it some knight b7? No, wait, what's the idea even here?
Yes, I'm trying to understand that what's in store for us.
Because the point is that white is promoting with a check. I mean, h6, h6 and g7 and g8, that's a check. I mean, black is not in time to play b2, b1.
Okay,
You're
but
right,
let's
you're
take
right.
a look.
Let's
Bishop b7, h6. Yeah, like b2, h take g7, b1 queen, g8 queen. Okay, that's completely out of control. That cannot be the idea.
I mean, I'm quite puzzled to see that Arjun says that this is so much winning for black, because
Yes.
I don't really see where is it.
Yes, and with it down to 2 minutes on the clock, it's also like he is not sure. Otherwise, he would have blitzed out his moves long ago.
Maybe he has to give up the b pawn. I mean, play c5, rook takes a b3, c4, start anew. But yeah, I mean, this pawn on b3.
Also, h6 is a threat. Yeah, h6 is a big threat. Let's not forget
yeah.
about
By the way,
that.
yeah, c5. Oh, yeah, indeed. White can still play h6. Wait a second.
Where is
One
the
and a
win?
half minutes. 1.5 minutes for Vidit. Where's the win? Where's the win here? I mean,
yes, because okay, there is this bishop d5 move exactly. Bishop d5, h6, g takes h6, g7. The king moves. Then white promotes the pawn to g8. Bishop takes g8, rook takes g8, and then it's a completely wild, crazy position. That is it winning or not winning? Apparently, it's winning, but it's just so crazy. Yeah, h6, g takes h6, g7.
You know, Peter, I think that this is where now Sindarov wants to spend some time. Because
Yes.
I think he should be feeling he has a real chance right here. I mean, obviously, he does know the bar, but he has been dead lost for most of the game. And now suddenly his opponent is in time scramble. And I think this is a good moment, the perfect moment to stop rushing, right? And calculate something a bit, right? Make sure that work out.
I'm looking at some spectacular lines. Yeah, let's just see this. Like, is it correct what I'm looking? h6, g takes h6, g7, for example, king d7, g8, queen, bishop takes g8, rook takes g8, and knight c4 is kind of a key move in my... No, knight c4 is mistake. No, okay, I can start with b2. Yeah, it's... No, b2, rook b8. That's why I couldn't start with... but no, it's anyway this... No, b2 also mistake. Wow. It's completely crazy. I wanted to highlight that, for example, rook g1, knight c4 looks like a winning construction. Yeah, this is what I envisioned and wanted to highlight, that, yeah, now white's king cannot come closer because there's always a fork. Yeah, and then, okay, black slowly improves with the... But apparently it wasn't so easy. There was some defense. By the way, after bishop d5, now white played a different move. He's coming closer with his king to the pawn. King easily on the board.
I don't like that he's rushing still. I mean, maybe Sindarov thinks that he's still dead lost, that this is not a real chance, and that's why he continues in the same speed. But I think this was the perfect moment for him to spend a bit more time, right? Okay, king e3. I guess he wants to get the king on c3 to relieve the rook on b8. Also, the threat of h5, h6 might be still a threat at some point. I guess
but
king
maybe...
f6.
Yes, now maybe black can just switch to king f6, king g5 ideas.
All right, and now white's threat of h6 suddenly doesn't look very serious, because if black plays king f6 and c6, I mean, I love this move c6. It solidifies everything. The bishop on d5, and the bishop on d5 takes care of the pawn on b3, and all you need to do is to take care of your king side. I mean, get the king on g5, put the knight on f5, collect those pawns, and then work out the details later, right? I don't like this king e3 move. I think that Sindarov should have spent a little bit more time. And instead of this king e3, I wanted to improve this idea that, Peter, you had there. This idea of h6. Can we have it? H6
Yes.
instead of king e3. And now the point is, after g takes g7, king d7, I thought that there might be a room for some intermezzo of king e5. I'm not really sure what it does, but it gets closer to the queen side.
But okay, look at this. We have some action after king e3. Vidit went for b2, so direct, relying on the fact that rook takes b2, knight c4 is a fork, winning on the spot. h6 blitzed out and down to 20 seconds. All eyes on Vidit. He's apparently winning, but he has to make the time control. For example, g takes h6, g7, king f6 looks like a very safe way, and there is no way he's not gonna win this with the 2 pieces and 2 pawns against the rook. Okay. King d4 blitzed out.
All right, so now the threat is rook takes on b2. Can you play knight b7, g7, king f6, g8, bishop g8, rook b7? You can still misplay this.
Yes, and there is also your move c6. Yeah, you were indicating that c6 is kind of a nice move. It might be still nice. Rook takes b2 and then king f6, knight f5 check. Okay, first knight f5 check played. I think it's the same idea. Black will simply give up the b2 pawn, but make sure that he gets to the g pawn. He will also protect the c pawn with c6. Now things have clarified. Yes.
Yeah, now things are clarifying. Indeed, you're right. With c6, king f6, collect the pawn on g6, and this is now Vidit's got it, right? I think there was a bit scare for him,
Yes.
but I think now that he sees this idea, knight f5, clearly with the idea to take care of the pawn on g6, I'm pretty sure that Vidit is going to win this.
Yes, I think that no matter if it was losing, he should have tried this h6 and then go against the 3 pawns and knight rook, because there at least if you don't lose on the spot, you have chances. Yeah, but here it just slowly, it's hopeless.
Yeah, maybe this is still the missing experience for Sindarov, right? He's still very young, very ambitious, very fast. I think he slightly rushed with this choice. He had like 36 minutes on the clock, so could have thought about more resources. Also, his opponent, one of the dreadest disadvantages you have when you're time scramble, you can never leave the board. I mean, you're sitting there, and let's say you have on the clock like 1 minute, and your opponent has all the time in the world. This is absolutely the worst situation you can be in. I mean, you have to like sit like very, very concentrated, very stressed, and you don't know at which moment your opponent is going to make the move, right? And yeah.
Yes, you can never already go to the bathroom, because then you will lose on time. So if the opponent keeps on thinking for 20 minutes, that's terrible torture. It's just crazy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes, okay, but now things have clarified. Now we can go to the game, because here I already don't see any drama possibilities. Vidit will convert this very nicely. The knight on f5 makes sure that g7 is impossible due to knight take g7. So yes, black goes c6.
He's got it.
Yeah, the king goes to f6. He eliminates the pawn on g6, and there is nothing to talk about. 2 pieces plus 2 pawns against the rook. This is hopeless. All right, so where is the Hans game? Let me find.
Yeah, let's go to the Hans game. I just got a word that there's some action in his game, and he's playing against Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, one of the promising talents from Canada. I believe he's either the reigning or the recent world youth champion under 18, I think, right? A very talented player.
Yes. Look at this. It's a crazy situation, because at first sight it looks like white is 2 pawns up, but it does not tell the whole story. The knight on d7 attacks the rook on b8, and the rook on b2 attacks the b7 pawn. So most probably white will have to give up one of the pawns and then rely on mainly the b pawn, and then rely on the h5 pawn to win the game.
So king h6 would be a huge mistake. That allows white to deliver a big surprise on h8, so it's not going to happen. I guess some more centralizing move, king f6 or king f7.
Yes, somehow king f6, because king f7 steps into knight d8 fork. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried of that. On the other hand, maybe it's not even important, because the knight is also hanging. Hang on, so what's happening here? For example, after the move like king f7, knight d8 check, and then the rook moves away. Okay, so king f7 can be eliminated. This gives us the feeling that king f6 was the most natural move in the position anyway. So why not king f6?
Now white gets 2 pieces under attack.
Yeah, so you play rook e8, rook takes b7, h6. Is that it? Or but then okay, king g6. Okay. Still some job to do.
Yeah, very limited material on the board. Yeah, so king f6 makes sense. Rook e8 seems to be the only move, unless there's some tricks. Maybe there are some tricks actually, like oh wait, king f6 h6. Do you want to calculate that?
Wow, yes, it's true. I also wanted to highlight that king h7 runs into rook d8. Rook takes b7, rook takes d7 trick. yeah, which ends the game on the spot. So yes, it's basically good or bad. Black only has king f6. It's a matter of elimination, and okay, if h6 wins, it wins.
Wait, but there might be a fortress. I mean, king f6, h6, knight b8, h7, king e6.
But there is queen c8 check, winning a piece.
I think we have to show this over the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
If but the computer is not sure about this exact line. But okay, we want to show this final touch because it looks like black is almost about to survive, but queen c8 check. Black is overloaded with the pieces, and white wins. King f6 on the board.
I suspect there's some checks, rook b1, rook b2, rook b3, which makes the difference, and probably this h pawn doesn't go anywhere, and that's why h6 could be a mistake. So let's say h6, and now black could start to give you a lot of checks. Probably this is the reason why it's somehow
Rook
all
b1
right.
check. Yes, we don't know exactly what.
King g3, king g4, and now what changes is
Then
king
you can
e6
take
and knight
on
f6.
e6. Yes.
That's
So
what changes.
basically you have to, okay, but you can go to f4 or you can go to h4. Okay, most probably to f4. No, oops, it loses. Okay, it loses. Yes, okay. Because you can take and then rook h3. Yeah, okay. Clear. So white has to play king h4. And covering the h3 square is, of course, so important. I already forgot that the rook is hanging. And the pawn queens, and nothing really changed, yeah? Okay, one thing. Yeah, knight takes b8, h7. Look at this. So king takes e6, h8 queen. If, for example, we move the knight...
The c6 or d7, yeah? It should be lost, of course. Somehow.
If this is not lost, yeah, it's nothing. But it's kind of intriguing, yeah, that everything is protected. And maybe it's not that automatic. Yeah, it's not resigns on the spot.
Wait, but how exactly are you planning to make a progress? Because the only thing I can think of is some king e8, queen d7, but if you put the king on e8, there's rook e3 check.
Yes, but maybe there will be some Zugzwang issues, yeah? That could easily be. But okay, so we already kind of discovered some kind of difficulties. King f6 on the board. All eyes on Hans that will he go for h6 or will he try to... But this rook e8, rook takes b7, h6, king g6 might be just draw. But rook e8 played, and look at this. No, rook g8 corrected. Computer corrected, the rook was not left on e8. The computer agrees that rook g8 was the right move. Wow, brilliant stuff from Hans.
Yeah, I think it's also a good moment for us to make another break because it seems that the players still have enough time. Here you see Sean, he has 12 minutes, Hans has 8 minutes with some extra. So we are going to go to a short break and then right after that check what is happening on the leading boards, how is doing the everybody else from the leading players. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We'll be seeing you in several minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, right? Inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
There's an express train in Isle of Man, and his name is Vidit Santos Gurati, because he just beat his opponent Javohir Sindarov with a black color, and it's actually an incredible story, Peter, because I mean, he started the tournament with a loss in the first round. Very heartbreaking moment it was for the experienced Indian Grandmaster and also his chess fans from all over the world. But then the unthinkable happened, because he was able to score 5.5 points in the next 6 games, and at this level I think it's just sure to be incredible. And right now Vidit Santos Gurati is the sole leader, but of course still there's one more game we want to see, and that is absolutely the game of Arjun Rigaisi against Andrei Yesipenko.
Yes, there is so much tension in this game, and we see that the second time trouble is approaching. Which move are the players at? Move 48. Yes, so only 8 moves had been played since the time control. Just shows that how complex, difficult the position is. And what do we have? According to computers, according to the engine bar and the engine, there had been some mistakes, but this is a human game. It's such a complex position, so we can't really fault the players. Now we have seen a trade on h4. Things are simplifying a bit. The knight on c6 is loose. White is also starting to give bishop e6 check, king f8, rook h8 checkmate. So black has to come up with some brilliant resource.
Maybe g5 might be necessary, because indeed bishop takes c6, bishop e6, these are 2 senior threats, right? And the pawn on b4 cannot be taken. Yeah, g5 is on the board. Indeed, I think that the king now is pretty safe. It's not going to jump under some unexpected mating patterns. So I guess after rook g4, maybe now Yesipenko could once again revisit the ideas to grab the pawn on b4. So what happens after rook g4?
Yes, let's take a look. Rook g4. You mentioned the move rook takes b4. Is that a defense?
I have no idea. It looks like a blunder, but I mean, I'm still seeing this bishop e4 check on the end of the line, right? I mean, rook takes on b4, and then whatever happens. I hope it works.
Yes.
Oh, it does work.
Okay, so takes, because we are not necessarily forced to play c6. Yeah, we can try to play something like f3 to cover this bishop e4 check. Yeah, for example, if we play the move f3, how is black planning to... After c6, you might be blocking it on c7. Is that a defensive resource?
Wow. I actually thought you were going to show the line of rook takes a g5, because there the knight on c6 is hanging. There was this moment.
Yes.
Yeah,
of
and
course.
then take on c6.
Where do we go with the king? That's a big question. Okay, king f8, rook f6, checkmate. So actually it's not such a big... Yeah, let's just put this on the board, that how easy it is to blunder something in this position. So yes, rook take g5, king f7. We are assuming, and yes, here let's just highlight that bishop takes c6, knight takes c6, rook takes c6 would be a terrible blunder due to bishop e4 check, winning the rook.
So we might have to go back to your line after all, right? So after rook g4, what was it? Rook takes on b4, and you said trade rooks on b4 and play something like f3.
Yeah, well, no, I was just speculating. It wasn't like I preferred this over that. I just thought like we have to show those lines, and I just picked that one as a starter. In fact, I believe that your rook take g5 check is much more natural. On the other hand, if rook takes b4, knight b4 wins for white, it's great. If it doesn't, then of course you have to play rook g5 and keep on torturing the opponent.
All right, 1 pawn less for Andre to worry about, and instead of rook takes on b4 here, Rigaisi snatched the pawn on g5, so the status quo is still the same. White has a rook and 2 pawns for the 2 minor pieces, but now black has seemingly solidified the position. Now the knight on c6 is taboo to be taken due to the strict bishop e4 check. Maybe here Rigaisi is looking for some mate ideas. F3. I was thinking about rook h6, bishop e6, and maybe try to somehow
one.
surprised. Yeah.
Yes, that's the mating idea, and f3 is the idea of trying to break that grip, or that defense on the c6 square. Yeah, it's a very scary situation. It looks like white should be close to winning. On the other hand, we do see the evaluation bar, which indicates that things might not be as bad for black. Wow.
All right. I like f3 actually because rook h6 somehow I don't believe there's going to be a mate. f3 is played. Yeah, indeed.
f3 is played, yeah, because this is very tempting that, okay, the knight on c6 is hanging, bishop a4, hanging onto the c6 square. Feels like the bishop is leaving very important diagonals on the king side, but you never know. Maybe you have to defend. I don't envy Andrei Yesipenko, yeah, who has been defending this very, very difficult position for a very long time already. Every time it looked like, okay, one mistake and the game can be over. But what we see from the engine bar, he's hanging in there.
I mean, he's doing absolutely phenomenal job, right? Considering how unpleasant was his position and how good is his opponent. But Yespenko is showing some world-class defense right here, right? And I'm not sure. By the way, after bishop a4, do you want to go there? Because it gives white some ideas. Okay, rook g4 apparently does work, but I thought I might force the rooks off the board, and then black is sort of pinned, right? I mean, his minor pieces are pinned to protect this knight on c6, and then I could somehow advance the g pawn. But of course, I mean, after rook g4, black does have rook b2 check, and then just play bishop e5.
Yes, probably. But yeah, this bishop a4 is also so tough to play. And maybe there is something, yeah, some brilliant move, because if you you have to leave the c6 square, then it does feel like you need some brilliance. Otherwise, you can't justify it. If white pushes c6, seemingly the game is over.
All right. Very, very unpleasant for Andre. So the next couple of moves could be crucial. Shall we have a look at the game of Fabi Caruana against Radoslav Wojtaszek, because there's also something happening, and then maybe we reserve the rights to jump back to this game and not to miss anything, because one of these games might produce another leader, right? So at the moment it's Vidit, Santos, Gurati, but here
I wonder if we could maybe have quickly the bird's eye view just to have all these games at once at our disposal, and then to understand how dramatic it is. Because I feel like that game is much slower. Yeah, it looks like the balance is still on. Yeah, it's maybe black is the one who is pressing now. I feel like black is pressing. On the other hand, the Yesipenko game, and Yesipenko down to less than 2 minutes. I feel like we have to stick to that, because the Fabi game will go on forever.
And how is our Super EM doing versus Super GM?
Well, it's some kind of a torture. It's it's this kind of position that probably it's holdable, but there are dangers looming the position.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, the position is pretty locked, but I do see this idea. Perhaps white might be sacrificing on g6 something, knight h4, knight g6. It's very easy to go straight in time scramble. We're talking obviously about Zhalmanakhov's game against Fedoseev. Very, very talented young player from Kazakhstan, playing fantastic chess so far. Obviously, over 2,700 ELO performance. I mean, actually, performance is 2,800. But all right, so let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back to Andrei Yesipenko, because actually he has played the move knight c6 to a5, and apparently, according to the computer, this was clearly the best move. What an incredible! We know exactly how difficult it is to give up the blockade on c6. All eyes on this game. I just feel that if he manages to hold this, that would be some incredible performance.
Well, my money would be still on Erigaisi here because I see obviously the bar. The bar says white is slightly better, but considering that black is leading very daunting defense with no active counter chances, he's somehow holding on. And on top of that, he's in time scramble. At least it's approaching. It's not a good combination, right? And these stressful situations, they tend to produce unfortunate mistakes. But I mean,
yes,
yep, you're
I'm
right.
not trying. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what's behind this knight a5 move. Yeah, because if white plays the move c6, then the rook from g5 also attacks the knight on a5. Yeah, that's why I felt like this is a absolutely super move, because it's by no means obvious that this move is possible at all. And after c6, is he planning relying on knight c4, attacking that rook on d6? I just can't really understand. It's so complicated.
It feels very shaky because now I could play rook h6, threat with c7, threat with the bishop e6. So there's two threats from white. I mean, promote the c pawn and create the mating net. This is usually a very deadly combination. You're right. I mean, c6 is a very natural move, but where's the catch?
Yes, I think we have to get the full view on this game and try to analyze it. Wow. Okay, but I still don't get it, and I don't want to turn on the engine. I don't want to cheat, because then we would not be understanding what the players are really feeling.
C6 is on the board. And Bar says it's
Yes.
equal. I mean, it's almost equal. No, I don't believe this.
Knight c4 played. Insane. This is completely insane. Okay, the rook on d6 is almost trapped. Rook d4 would run into knight e3 check. That would be a blunder. So your move rook h6 blitzed out by Arjun. And how does this pawn going to be stopped? Is it some... No, I don't know. Because bishop e6 check and checkmate is also a threat.
I mean, visually it feels like it's just lost, to be honest. That's how it feels like, because there's two major threats. I mean, that's why I'm really puzzled that somehow this position is holding together. Probably according to an engine, there's like one move, but...
Yes,
where?
it's only about one move, yeah, because otherwise you design, yeah, and also I thought like maybe bishop g6, but then c7, and what next? I'm not understanding it. Bishop
And
g6
bishop
on the
G6.
board, yes.
Yeah, it is indeed.
But what happens after c7? Yeah, that's the very big catch.
Maybe knight e6, and the pawn is going nowhere, and you want to play rook c4 next?
Wow, but okay, how is it possible that this pawn is going nowhere? Yeah, it's unbelievable. By the way, also c7, then you have knight b6 with similar ideas.
I mean, this endgame is out of this world, Peter. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, it just shows this amazing imagination of both players, most notably of Yesepenko coming up with this idea. This is just inhuman. I mean, the knight was standing on c6 to block this pawn, and we're discussing bishop a4, but probably Yesepenko felt that this is a passive defense. He's spinning the pieces, and he calculated very, very precisely what happens after knight a5, knight c4, or maybe he just calculated part of it and just believe it's going to work.
And
Fantastic.
he's down to 2 minutes, yeah? It's not like he has half an hour to calculate all this. Okay, he might have foreseen it. He did spend ocean of time before, but what he's doing here, it's crazy. What we have seen is that Arjun might be finding a way to ask some more questions. Then it will be very difficult to answer with so little time. But it's nice that finally the bishop on g6 and knight e7 combo is cutting off white's pieces, and the rook h8 played. Clear now white is threatening to go c7.
And also it improves the rook just in case. So of course, on top of that, there's the c7 threat. And the rook is far more active. There's also bishop e8, try to maybe trade off the bishops, if that is a possibility. Then the c7 threat becomes more serious.
Yes, rook b2 check. Okay, king g3 are kind of expecting. And then some knight d6. I feel like this knight d6 gives nice stability, yeah, because I stop bishop e8 check. Eventually, maybe I'm relying on some knight f5 counter check. and creating some problem for White's king on g3. Incredible. It's move 55. Still 5 moves to be played before we reach the third time control.
Yeah, there's this third time control. Yeah, we have to remind the viewers because this time control is as long as it gets. I mean, it's 100 minutes for 40, 50 minutes for 20 moves. Then there's extra 15 minutes after that. And the players have reached move 56 and you think that's it. This is the time all they get. No, there's going to be more. There's going to be absolutely more. I mean, we already discussed the feelings of Fabi in one of the post-game interviews. And he said, yeah, it's long. It's a long time control. What can you do, right? So he would prefer to play this more classical time control, 90 plus 30 plus 30, but it is what it is. And Fabi's argument actually was about that this extra time, it doesn't really help you. It just prolongs the game. But in this situation, maybe Fabi was actually wrong, right? Because you need this time here to figure out the details. And I think that both players would welcome these extra 15 minutes. Is this crazy endgame with all open arms?
Yes, I did read somewhere, I think don't remember where, but some comment, and I was so happy that many people are also feeling this way, that this 3-time control, this is real chess, because this is so fascinating. It's an ultimate test. It's not about pushing your opponent over the clock, and it keeps on going. It gives all the chances that the players can show their incredible mastery, and it's so dramatic. As a commentator, as a spectator, I'm tremendously enjoying it.
And it's also an incredible physical task for the players because these games can last up to 8 hours, right? And you play 1 8-hour game and maybe you have no physical energy left whatsoever, right? But again, it's a 11-round Swiss tournament, and every single round you're getting against you world-class players. There's no easy rounds. This is not the standard open tournament where let's say you play good or bad one round. Let's say you lose a game and then you get a couple of easy opponents the next couple of rounds. You get back in the shape, you feel the rhythm again. No, you're getting again 2,700 level players every single round, no matter how you play. And that's what makes the FIDE Grand Swiss one of the toughest tournaments, really. And I had this pleasure, I guess, to play in the event back in 2021 when the event was moved to Riga, and it was probably one of the toughest experiences, at least playing chess, I ever had over the board. Probably the toughest.
Yes, and I'm not thinking about Andrei Yasipenko is down to 30 seconds, that maybe there is a chance to play rook b3, just to threaten the move knight e4 check. Of course, white will not be blundering. The king will start its journey, but where is this king really walking away? Because no matter where you go, I keep on checking. And after I'm going to harass the f3 pawn, and I might be able to sacrifice on c8 both of my knights. But bishop e4 played. Wow, it's a stunning move, but computer is not exactly sure about the objective strengths of this one.
Well, there's so many tricks. Obviously, you cannot take on e4. Knight e4 is a fork. You cannot activate the king. King e4 is a fork on g6. Also, there's a threat of rook b3. There might be even more threats.
Yeah, but it's somehow too scary with little time, and it was played with 8 seconds on the clock, yeah? That's why I felt like something which is not that committal, like rook b3, and then making sure that the king has to move. I start giving some checks. I'm collecting the 30 seconds increment, and getting closer to the time control would have been more practical. Now it's still 3 more very tough decisions. Every single piece is hanging in the air, and Andrei only has 38 seconds left.
Yeah, but this is the kind of position where you can't make any easy moves already, right? So, I mean, if you go all in, then you go all in. And Yasipenko, okay, fine. I'm going to try to force the matters here, play threat with rook b3, and maybe he's hoping that his opponent is going to blunder because, we talked about Arjun's recent experiences playing at the highest level, and sometimes he does make these blunders, most recently in Qatar Masters, blundering this rook. So king f4 would be a disastrous move for white. Maybe the safe move is What is the safe move here? I mean,
Okay, rook c3. Rook
Yeah, I was
c3
thinking
is a
about
safe move. Yes, yes. But I was not sure that it's the most precise. Yeah, the rook c3 because suddenly it gives away the f5 square as well. Yeah, so I'm not sure that, for example, after bishop f5, how easy it is to break the construction. By the way, you're also not yet starting f takes c4, but yeah, bishop f5 played. I can sit on this f5 square suddenly.
45 seconds for Yesipenko, and both players need to make 2 more moves to reach the final time control, which is extra 15 minutes on the clock. Now the question is, what should Erigaisi do? Is he looking indeed for the win immediately here, or he would be willing actually to make some waiting moves to get this extra 50 minutes? Peter, what would you do?
Well, I don't think that he has a win here, yeah, because it does seem like Black is defending fantastically. So keep the game going, create some new problems. It's the question, for example, after rook c5, but that's what I feel, that maybe Black even does not need to react. So I'm not forced to go back to bishop e4 position. I might just make something more solid.
And again, king f4 would be some royal fork. There's a fork on d5, fork on g6. You cannot activate a king. Maybe play some, I don't know, rook a8, you know, just in case, remove the rook, because on h8, it's a target for some forks.
Yeah, rook d8 played, yeah, with similar ideas. Yeah, just to move that rook away. So now what's next? One thing is clear, Black can never trade on d7 because then c takes d7. What? And he does it. Just when I was saying that, no, you can't. Because some knight f5 check and rook b4 check. Wow, this is insane. What a move. You can't take with the pawn on d7.
C takes on d7, you mean knight e to f5 and king e7,
no,
right?
Knight df5 I'm meaning.
Oh. I thought knight e to f5 and king e7, but anyway.
That's also possible, yes.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yes, that's
indeed.
also possible. Wow. Okay, so then White will have to take on d7.
With the rook, I guess?
Then, yes, with the rook, and then Andre will just sit on the c8 square, or will he?
Knight d to c8, it already feels to be necessary, but that's incredibly passive. I mean,
yes.
You want to make this?
No.
And he doesn't.
I don't. Yeah, it's move 60. Now the time control has been reached. You know, when I look at this position, the game that comes to mind was Yesipenko against Vincent Keymer from the WR Düsseldorf Masters very first round. It was crazy. Vincent was the one who was on the receiving end, like, now Yesipenko, he was defending like crazy. He was lost before. Then it looked like he's almost escaping, but it was practically very, very unpleasant. And Andre was playing till the very end. And finally, Vincent, with running out of time after the third time control, made a blunder and lost. I feel like this game has the tendency to be just the same.
It will last for another half an hour, totally. I mean,
that's the minimum. Yes,
that's the minimum. So give it 1 hour. Give it 1 hour. Unless somebody is going to blunder something, I hope it's not going to happen because these players are fantastic. They're playing the highest chess. I think that we have to go to see Fabi's game, right? Fabi against Radoslav, because this is the game which has been ongoing for quite a while, and at least visually speaking, it feels like Fabi is making a progress. The bar kindly disagrees, and it says, no, White is this tiny better.
Yeah, and look at this. Radek down to 13 seconds, but it does not matter because the time control has been reached. We reached one of those positions I was talking about, that when White gets the knight to d4 and the White king covers the c pawn, then basically it's seemingly dangerous pawn, but things are under control. Imagine that White plays something like bishop d5, making sure that I kind of control all the center squares. Am I blundering something, or can I just play a move like this?
I was thinking, why don't we force matters with bishop c6?
Yes.
Assuming that white is, trying to stay in the game. Maybe white is being the ambitious guy here. Because, from the Wojciech's perspective, and I think that everybody can relate to this moment. When you are, playing it solid, you are still hoping that maybe your opponent will overpush things, right? And Fabi is pressing and pressing and pressing, but he is not risk-free here because he can misplay this, and these pawns on b4 and c3, they might become targets because the king on e7 is very far away, right?
Yes, that king is far away. I believe because now Radek is thinking, we can maybe just very quickly revisit to understand what happened. So we saw the twin trade, king e3, bishop e6, yeah, so black is counting on one of the breaks, and bishop c6, knight d5 check, king d3, king e7, bishop b5. I want to understand who is playing actually for a win. Knight b6, knight c1. Both are playing good chess. h6, h4, bishop d7. Radek decides not to trade. Bishop e6, bishop b5. Okay. So Fabi plays the move h5. He does not want to repeat. King d2, knight d5. Knight e2, bishop d7, bishop a6, a4, and things are getting now closer to our position. Bishop b7, knight b6, knight c1, exclamation mark, knight c4 check, king e1, knight b2, knight b3, c4, knight d4, c3, and that's the current situation. We are thinking about bishop c6 or bishop d5.
Right, but since the players have reached the second time control, Peter, right, here Fabi has 16 minutes, 12 minutes for Radoslav, and also the game of Arjun Arigaisi against Andrei Yesipenko has got extra time to think about. I think we are going to use this opportunity once again to take a break. The games are not finishing simply, right? I mean, they're continuing, and we can't obviously leave because we have to see how this is gonna pan out, right? Because at the moment, there's one leader, which is Vidit Santos Gurati, and he's waiting his opponent for tomorrow's round number 8. We'll be back shortly with continued coverage. Don't go anywhere, the viewers. Hope you're enjoying this. See you soon. We are back there, viewers, and the round 7 still continues. It's been a very long day, and it still continues because it's still not clear who is going to lead the FIDE Grand Swiss after 7 rounds. At the moment, it's only one leader, Vidit Santos Gurati, the express train, so to speak, because he has scored incredible 5.5 points out of the last 6 games. He suffered a loss in the very first round, then came back, but it's still 2 more critical games, and I think the game number 1, of course, where everybody is looking at, it's the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Fabi Caruana. And Peter, I have a feeling that Fabi is getting in trouble, right? Because he is over pushing this position. I have a feeling it might happen because now after Radek's excellent move, Bishop A6, I don't see an easy way how Black is going to rearrange his pieces. The knight on B2 is really a beautiful knight, but that's what's it's doing nothing, while the white pawn on E5 might be actually pushed at some point in the future forward.
Yes, it's a very intriguing position. We have seen that Radek spent something like 4 minutes for Bishop A6. During the break, we still had our minds, I believe, in the Arjun Arigaisi Yesipenko game, which was so dramatic. And then we spoke about that, okay, so maybe Bishop C6, maybe Bishop D5. I was running towards the bathroom, and then it hit me that, come on, what are we talking about? Are we losing our minds? Because Black is threatening to give knight d3 check, and after king e2, c2 is kind of a winning construction for white, for Black, and that's why White actually had to find the move Bishop a6. Radek did find that move, and in fact, it turns out that he might be better now. Crazy.
Right, indeed. So White can probably advance. So King D7 is played by Caruana here. Not sure why. Is he thinking about King C7, King B6, King C5? Maybe this is the way. Yeah, this is the way how you activate the king. Push it forward. The king on C5 would be definitely doing a lot more than on E7. And perhaps Fabi doesn't even know he's worse. He's thinking he's playing for the win here.
Yes, exactly, because I was also trying to think for myself that if I would just remove this evil bar, that I would not be seeing that the computer indicates that White might be better, then do I have any reasons to be claiming that White is any better? I do feel like, okay, maybe with King e2, King e3, I could improve the position of my king, but that again, after King e3, maybe some knight d1 check would force some repetition of moves King d3, knight b2 check, and would I, from the White side, be angry about the repetition? I might be very happy. Yeah, so it's, the computer shows some advantage for White, but that might just be some computer language.
Could be. And now the big question is, what is going to be the choice of Radoslav here? Because you need a move. I mean, Black's moves now are a bit easier. King c7, King b6. I think this could be Fabi's idea. And the point is, if White does push e6, then the king is going to go back and then this pawn on e6. But maybe this is still a way to go. I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm not sure of anything. I just feel like it's completely out of control. First of all, now I also see some resource for White, because the knight on b2 is kind of trapped. There's even some idea of going back with the bishop to e2 and then somewhere putting the knight on b3, for example, against king b6. Just some knight b3 and then you are not moving anywhere. But okay, Black will just shuffle his bishop back and forth. So what's the big idea?
Can I start with something like king e2? Let's say king e2, you play king c7, and I was thinking maybe I will have to include this bishop b5, because the second idea I had was try to get to the pawn on b4, right? So let's assume that Black has to trade those bishops. For example, bishop b5, knight b5, king c6. I need some very smart move here. Something like knight. Where do I go actually? Maybe knight d6. I try to get to the pawn on g6. You play king d5. I play knight f7.
I
And,
don't believe in this.
No?
No. If you go too far away, I cannot believe. Maybe it's a clever idea, but it's to me it feels like you are playing with fire.
Stockfish agrees with you.
Yes, it just feels. I like your idea with this bishop b5. I believe that you have to play some real delicatesse. I don't know yet how, but takes. Is this knight d4, king d5, e6, king d6, and then trying to go there for, because we have e7 takes, knight c6 check, knight takes b4 in our pocket, yeah, like we are not risking there anything. Let's just check this line once. King d5, e6. No, e6 apparently is a mistake. All right, so which gives us the feeling that knight d4 was correct. Hang on, we can play knight c2.
Right.
Simple chess. Yes, targeting the pawn and combining the e5 pawn. Wow, okay, but this is then manageable. It's findable.
And you can't play king c5 because I think the king is going to be overloaded. Think about ideas like e6, I would guess, or maybe knight b4 first. No, e6.
No, then
definitely.
the knight. Yeah, then the knight is in time. Yes, so
the knight is in time. And now take on b4, king e6, and somehow, I mean, white is.
You can play king e3, king d4. You are in time.
Right, and the pawn on
You are
c3 now
winning.
becomes a major problem.
Wow, and white just wins. Incredible. What a position. Yeah, Radek is taking his time. I think we find the direction. We find the concept. Yeah, that king e2, making sure that we are covering black's knight on b2. And after king c7, we go for this bishop b5 check, knight d4 back. We can sit on the c2 square and we still have this monster pawn that you have been advocating.
I mean, the point is if I give bishop b5 check immediately, then black can just take on b5 and activate the knight. Knight d3 check and knight c5. And I think if black gets this position, then there's nothing to worry about. And actually,
also there is knight c1, yes, but
yeah,
but okay,
even
yes,
knight c1.
if the knight activates itself, it's already good news for black. Yeah, black has all this counterplay against the g3 pawn. It's obvious that it's not good. So yeah, king e2, all eyes on Radek. This is then a very, very important moment. If he finds king e2, bishop b5, and I'm assuming that since he has played the move bishop a6, he has it on his vision, yeah, that he has to keep on locking out that knight on b2.
Wait, but the question is, did he play bishop a6 being the ambitious player, or he played bishop a6 to keep black from playing knight e3, or he did it to do both things at the same time?
Yes, we don't know. Yeah, we have absolutely no idea if Radek is ambitious and because of being ambitious he finds the good moves, or because he's worried and that's why he finds. But no matter what the truth is, he's on the right track.
That's what it seems, right? Bishop e5 still is a very responsible move, but I can easily imagine Radek picking it up, and he has now 5 minutes on the clock, and now there's no more time coming. That's it. That's it. You have only plus 30 seconds per move. There's no fourth time control. You have to work out the details. So what's it going to be? Is it going to be bishop b5 or king e2? I mean, king e2 definitely makes a lot of sense. I was thinking maybe here Fabi can try to give some hint that he doesn't mind a draw by playing bishop d1 check. Then let's say white plays king e3 and I go back bishop a4. It's like an invitation to a draw. Let's make a draw, right?
Yes, sometimes it's a very clever idea, yeah, because it might look like, yeah, it's the logical outcome of a very big fight. You don't know how to evaluate the situation. But, okay, all eyes for the moment on Radek. He's done to less than 5 minutes. Probably he's also trying to understand that what am I playing for? Yeah, this is a very big question, humanly speaking, that it's so difficult just to make a move without understanding that am I fine? Am I playing for an advantage, or do I have to worry about something?
But I mean, it's not really so obvious, of course, because if he trades the pieces, the pawn on c3 theoretically becomes the stronger and stronger pawn, right? And even if he puts the knight on c2, I mean, he has to evaluate the consequences properly, because seemingly black has advanced his pieces further. So imagine yourself, let's say white has traded light square bishops, put the knight on c2, black has put the king on c5, and for some reason e6 does not work. So white is simply worse, right? And maybe this is... Yeah.
But okay, e6 is already so tempting, yeah, because you kick the king away and you get access to the b4 pawn, and you understand that nothing can happen to you already. Yeah, it's you are perfectly safe from white side.
Probably, yeah. But I can understand Wojciech's hesitations, right? That he probably sees this idea, but he's just, trying to make to be totally sure that he is not making the wrong choice here. Bishop b5, very, very committal decision. I mean, I'm sorry, king e2 first, and then bishop b5. So I'm sure that Fabi already realizes this, that there could be a danger. This is not a position that he is playing for the win, and there's no risk. And I think that he probably already accepted it some time ago, right? Because if you keep pushing and pushing and pushing, you are definitely at some point risking to overestimate things.
And look at this. Radek is under 3 minutes. Yeah, it just shows how complex the position is. It's not the usual structure. It's a very strange dynamic. Black has this monster pawns, b4, c3, and draw agreed. So king d7 was accompanied by a draw for... What a feeling. What a great feeling by Fabiano. Just when things might get dangerous, he sensed the danger and offered the draw. Fantastic stuff.
Peter, it just reminds me this old trick. You play the most active move there is in the position when you want to draw, and then you offer a draw. Because your opponent is under pressure. You have made this very strong move, and this was a very smart moment, I think, for Fabi, because the threat of king c7, king b6, king c5 is there. And yeah, so perfect moment to offer a draw. Clearly, Radoslav was happy with it, and he felt trading the bishops is risky. Maybe he didn't see the idea king e2 first, bishop b5, knight b5, etc. But fine, it's a draw.
It's a draw. By the way, also this king e2, bishop d1 check, king e3, and then what happens next, we have no idea. But okay, then bishop b5 check starts to be a threat. What a game. What a game, and also what a psychological moment. Yeah, you were absolutely right. Yeah, that, okay, this king d7, when you have a kind of active threat, yeah, king c7, king b6, then the opponent, especially with so little time on the clock, can never be sure. And wow. I'm loving it, because this is part of the game. This is very much part of the game.
Indeed. I'm probably, Fabio, of course, was not in a big trouble, but I mean, he sensed that there's the danger. A draw was agreed, and this means that Vidit still remains the only leader. And I think it's high time we go back to the other leader fight, which is Arjun guys against Andrei Yesipenko, where Yesipenko has been leading a very, very impressive defense throughout the entire game. And he's holding on, although at the moment his defense is quite passive. The knight stands on c8. It's a brick wall where the youngin is trying to find some cracks and crash through.
Yeah, actually, we have to give a lot of credit to these monster knights. Yeah, it's crazy that fighting against two pass pawns, but exactly they are such pass pawns that the knight on e7 and c8, combining forces, they are just sitting there and controlling. The king on f7 stands in front of the f pawn. The knight on c8 blows the c pawn. The knight on e7 is ready to cover the f5 square. Keep an eye on the f5 square. Black is threatening to give tons of checks to white's king. It's hellish. It's still hellish because it can go on forever, and you will be asked questions. On the other hand, it's also not obvious how white can eventually break this construction.
Might be some interesting fortress. Can we go to the bird's eye view and see if there's another game somewhere going on? Because I had a suspicion that Soleimanli's game against, I think it was Sevyan, had the potential to run for a long time. You see, here are the top 10 boards and quite a bit of decisive results, if I may say. I mean, you're seeing Etienne Macron managed to beat Yu Yanyi with a white collar, and actually the boards feature a lot of victories with the white color.
Yes, Vincent Keymer winning that convincing game against Anton Korobov, and also Fedoseev taking down the super IM Jarmakhanov in a big grind. And we have another bunch of 10 games. There already we have seen that Rapport has been winning his game against Bartel, Narana losing to Levon Aronyan, Duda winning against Merkumyan, but also Nikita Vitiugov taking down Erwin Lamy with the black pieces, and those coming to +2. And Max Todlu finally winning that completely crazy wild game against Aravindh Chithambran. What a victory. Sevian winning against Suleimanli. It's crazy. What a day of chess.
Indeed. I understand this is basically the only game, right, from the live boards, or maybe there's somebody else who is still playing. I'm curious. Do we have any information if there's anybody else playing?
Well, let's check, but in any case, this is the most important. There is apparently the German duel between Niklas Huschenbett and Rasmus Swane still in progress. Just a very quick update, because right now things are quite stable here in the top board. What do we have here? Queen endgame. Try to understand this, but with Black's king on h8 logged and some mating threats for the moment, also queen a8 checkmate is a big threat, and eventually you can combine. If Black plays, for example, queen c8, you can try to play something like queen d5, hinting at queen h5, and coming from the h file looks very scary for Black.
Yeah, that's the monster pawn on g6, which enables white all kinds of mating ideas, and yeah, visually it looks very bad for Black, and also the bar obviously confirms that there's no defense, and most likely because of this unfortunate placement of the king on h8, Black is losing, and this is going to be quite an important victory for Huschenbett, because I imagine it's probably quite principled for one German grandmaster to beat another grandmaster from Germany.
Yes, for sure. I'm also looking at some results. Yeah, Ivanchuk still did not manage to win a game, I believe. Today he made a draw against Kartikeyan. But this is the point. No matter where you play, and finally Gukesh. I see Gukesh winning with the black pieces. Okay, that's very good news. Poor Gukesh has lost tremendous amount of rating. So seeing him getting some of them back and maybe mounting a comeback. Yes, already he's out of contention, but it would be nice to see him finishing on a high note.
And so I think there's a very good chance that Arjun Rigaisi against Andrei Spenko will be clearly the final players in the playing venue, right? This is a site you don't see very often. So there's just 2 players and like 10 arbiters waiting for you to finish so that they can go to have their dinner. But no, they have to fight it out. Of course, at the stakes, there's not only leadership in the overall rankings, but also a chance to fight for the candidate spot on this a huge chunk of the 600,000 US dollars prize fund, 460 for open section and 140 for women.
Yes, and this is the problem what we are talking about when we discuss this position. Take a look at the last couple of moves. So white in this position did not know what to do. He opts for rook d4. Black plays king f6, white plays rook d8, king f7. Yes. Do they repeat? They repeat it twice, but clearly white will never repeat for the third time. Now he tries something else with king e4. And with black, you have to always be super precise. So he opts for the move king f6, activating his king, making also sure that white's king is not advancing easy enough. Look at that marvelous knight on e7. Covers all the anti-squares and covers so many important squares. Also, rook c6 check is never possible. What kind of monster knights are these?
All right, so what could be the dream scenario for white to achieve so that he has the slightest chances to win this game? Push the f-pawn forward somehow?
Yeah, that's one idea. Okay, rook h8. It's I don't think that he has a clear vision what to do. Yeah, because it's not obvious. The problem is that the rook on c5 kind of has to keep an eye on the c file. If that rook moves, black will immediately jump on the possibility of hitting that c7 pawn with rook c1. Also because of the construction, the big question is what happens if black starts giving tons of checks. Clearly then against rook b4 check, white will march his king back to g4. By the way, now did he give the chance of rook b4, rook takes f4 check, just in case if you play king f3? I think
that is
so.
on the board?
Yes,
You
rook
mean
b4
rook
check.
takes on f4, you want to check.
Yes, so king e3, yeah, king e3 is only move because king f3 would run into rook takes f4 check, forcing a draw on the spot.
Because
Followed
there's
by-
king f4, knight g6, you might take on h8,
Yes.
and the knight is hurrying back to d6 to secure his compatriot on c8, indeed.
Yes, so that's why king e3 is kind of obligatory. Now white's king was forced back, but the bad news for black is if there is nothing concrete, then it does not matter. White will always be able to get back to the same position. Yeah, king g7 played.
I was wondering why not king e6, king d6, but okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. So according to FIDE rules,
King e6, sorry, after king e6, maybe there, just to highlight, king e6 can be answered by rook h6 check. And if you go king d7, maybe f5, am I advancing something? Then you are able to jump out with the knight to d6 and lot of forks are threatening. Yeah, crazy position.
right. So just to remind you, dear viewers, the current FIDE rules, how long this game can continue. Well, the sad news is indefinitely, because I mean you can legally play any position for 49 moves. It means no captures, no pawn moves, 49 moves, right? So you can shuffle the pieces here and there, here and there, here and there, and then on the 50th move, what do? You push a pawn. You play a 45, you shuffle the pieces for 49 moves, and there's nothing that your opponent can do because I mean. What can you do? You can't really sometimes force matters. And then on the 50th move, you push forward the pawn. So technically, this game can last 200, 300 moves. I hope it's not going to happen, of course. But I've seen stranger things happen, of course, right? And why not? I mean, why not try your chances in such a situation as Arigaisi is in? Because at the stakes here is a lot, right? And there's no risk for Arigaisi whatsoever.
Yes.
So even if he doesn't miss anything, meaning if he doesn't see the winning idea, it makes sense for him to continue, right? Because with every single move that his opponent is making, maybe there's a chance that Yesipenko is going to blunder something, or I don't know, go crazy at the 9th hour.
Yeah, it's simply such that white can play on forever. Any mistake by white can be repaired, but just one mistake from black side can cause the game. And one of the strategy in this type of position is that keep on playing as long as your opponent's clock goes down to this 30 seconds bonus, because then it will be a very nerve-wracking situation. Right now, Andre is trying to make sure that he controls the clock. So he's up on the clock. He is trying not to burn any time for no reason. He's just very nicely moving his king. And there you go. Arjun, now that he removed his rook from h8, so it's not in any tactics with rook takes f4 check, knight g6 fork anymore, starts the operation on the king side, king f3, king g4, asking new questions. If, for example, white's king would reach, let me get new arrows, king g4, king g5, we might be in for dangerous territory for black, because then black's king will be in some kind of a danger, then any rook h7 check will be very annoying. So black will most probably try to make sure that the white king will never reach the g5 square, if he can do that.
Speaking about dangerous territory, Peter, I'm looking at something really dangerous right now, and that is the storm Kiaran. I have a very nice view on this interactive map. Here you are about to see it on the screen. This is the storm, which is about to hit Isle of Man, Douglas, and we're getting the word that it's about to land there tomorrow. Maybe already it has approached it before. So those players who were saying that, the weather in Douglas is not really great. It's raining every single day. Brace yourselves. There is more coming tomorrow. I guess this red color is not good, right? It means that something severe is coming. And anyway, on a serious note, I do hope that organizers will take all of the precautions to ensure the safety of the players, and none of the games will be canceled. But playing during an actual storm, do you have any experiences, Peter?
Yes, I think so. In Vaikanzi, it happened a couple of times. Yeah, that you could feel that outside it's completely craziness, and in the Demorian Hall, yeah, you are sitting there, you are playing there, you are fully focused on your game, but you wonder whether after the game Vaikanzi will still be alive. Yeah, it's kind of very, very scary. And looking at all these dark, the red colors, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. Vaikanzi and Isle of Man, I think, go hand in hand. Yeah, it's a lovely place. Both are lovely places, but when storm is coming, then be careful.
Indeed, except when there is a storm, right? How do you think, by the way, how does this affect the state of the players, their mentality? Are they intimidated, or they don't care? They're just here to play chess? I imagine it probably depends on the player, on how they comfortable feel. We already know the opinion of Yesipenko. He likes rain. I'm not really sure if he likes a storm. We are going to have a chance probably to find it out at some point later, but I imagine everybody else would be feeling a little bit uneasy, and maybe this could affect their performance. What do you think?
Well, I try to recall my experiences in Vaikanzi, because those were the critical days. Normally in Vaikanzi, things like this could happen. And I believe that before the game and after the game, you don't think about it. The only moment when you think about it, when you have to go to the playing venue. Yeah, that how do I reach there? I do recall one of the times when we were going with my wife towards the playing hall, and suddenly there was such wind that suddenly she started going in the air, and I was holding her back, that, okay, no, the wind, don't take her. Yeah, so there are all kinds of crazy situations, but we finally reached to the playing hall, and once we entered the playing hall, then all eyes was just on the chessboard, and you know that you have to perform your best, because everybody is facing the storm. You just have to come and do what you paid for. You have to play chess and perform at your best.
My only experience, Peter, of being close to a major storm is that when I was once playing in St. Louis, there were these quarterly classical tournaments, round robins of invited grandmasters back in 2019. And one day the organizer very calmly said, yeah, there is this major storm approaching. Let's go to the basement. Oh my goodness, there's a storm. What should I do? Let's go in a calm and orderly fashion to the basement. So we went to the basement. Nothing happened. The storm passed. We came back. We were amused. We played like nothing happened. But I imagine it probably feels a bit different when it's over your head and you're wondering if the roof is going to stay over the hole or is going to fly away, right? So what should the organizers do in such situations?
Yes, I think that the players basically rely on the organizers, right? Because, okay, you feel like the organizers know it better. If everything is fine, no interference, then you just keep on doing your stuff. If suddenly you are playing your game and you see the organizers very nervously running around, then you might get nervous, yeah? But I think knowing also that what the chess tradition Vaikanzi has, and then Jeroen van den Berg is a very, very experienced organizer, I believe that the players in Vaikanzi always feel perfectly safe and secure.
But maybe the organizers rely on the weather forecast.
Could easily be.
All right, of course. I think it's going to be fine. All right, what has happened here? Not much, really. King f3 is played. Rook b7, response by Yespenko, pinning the pawn on c7 so that it doesn't go anywhere unannounced. King g4 could be a move.
Yes, I think that nothing happened doesn't do justice, because we talked about that Yespenko has taken care of his clock. And basically with this rook h1, king f3 maneuver, he managed to force Yespenko to burn more than 4 minutes for his decision to go back with the rook to b7. And now he's behind on the clock, he's under 5 minutes. So imagine if 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 such scenarios appear. Yespenko will have no other choice than to rely on his 30 seconds, and when those questions continue to appear, how will he handle them? It's a very, very scary situation. Looking at the evolution bar, it looks like, okay, yes, black is solid and things are under control. I already feel like, yeah, this is going to be very, very dramatic.
Maybe what Yespenko is trying to do right now, he's trying to get some clarity, get the king on e6, king d7, and snatch the pawn, right? Because if he does it, he doesn't need the other knight. He just gives it up for the remaining pawn on the 4, because all of us, we know that the theoretical endgame, rook versus the knight, and nothing else on the board is just a theoretical draw. So king e6, I think it makes perfect sense here. Also, if now White will play f5 check, I'm not entirely sure. You could already play knight x and f5. No? Okay, it's not going to happen. King g7 is played by Yespenko.
He goes king g7. One thing I wanted to highlight, yeah, that if you play the move king e6, I might also be giving a check on e1. Where are you going?
I guess as planned. King d6?
King d6?
Or king d7, I'm not...
yes,
not
king
sure.
d6, yeah, because king d7 was the move that I was hoping to highlight, that then I give a check. Rook d1 check. And how do you react?
Knight d6.
Yeah, and then I think I'm winning with c8 queen, because I will be cutting you on the d file. Yeah.
Yeah, knight f8, rook c8, now rook d6, rook d7, takes, yeah, and it's
yes. Yeah, this is a win. So yeah, there are all kinds of craziness. Yes, of course, you highlighted that you can play the move king d6. Yeah, and I don't see what I'm gonna do after king d6, but just to show that there are so many horror scenarios, and for the moment, Yespenko is trying to just sit and wait.
All right. So the ball is back in the court of Erigaisi, and the question is, what are you going to do? I mean, I think at some point Erigaisi is going to have to push a 5. Probably not yet. He would love to get the king on the 7, but unfortunately there's no easy path. Well, let's just put it this way, probably impossible. Somehow land the king on e4, e5, e6, d7. I don't see this happening.
Yes, that would be, of course, a winning maneuver, but clearly black will be relying on some king f7 setup, covering that square. And also Arjun is burning time. How does he continue? For example, after king g5, there might be eventually some knight d6 possibility. Maybe it's premature, because anyway white plays the rook e1, targeting that knight. Clearly white will not blunder black's trick of knight e4 check, and then black is forced. All right, rook d1, just making sure that the knight will not jump out.
I like this move. Rook d1, rook d8, just to pin black's pieces, make sure there's no tricks, and then maybe try to push this king f3, king e4, king e5, maybe f5, f6.
But do you remember? But do you remember that actually on move 72, the rook was on d8? Yeah, so the rook from d8 moved back all the way to h1. We were praising that idea because it forced Yespenko to spend time. Now we are praising him for eventually going back to d8. Yeah, it just
I don't remember
shows,
it.
It just shows the absurdity of the position. Yeah, that it's just completely crazy.
Right. Okay, I mean, the rook on d8 stands nice. Yeah, so Yespenko still plays king f7, rook c2, which does exactly nothing.
Well,
Again,
I think that because when White had rook on c5 and rook on d8, Black was relying on rook b1. I somehow have the feeling that actually Arjun is very happy that he's somehow covering the first and the second rank, because this case his king has more possibilities of going forward. But it's lovely to see Yasipenko not panicking. He says, you know what? Okay, you covered the first and second rank, but you leave the fifth rank open. So now king g5 can be nicely answered by rook a5 check.
actually, I would love to see Arigasi put the rook on c5 somewhere, because the rook on c5 would protect the f5 square, and think about f5, f6, rook d7. Wait, now it's all about simple tricks, yeah? So he's threatening rook e2, rook takes on e7.
Yes. Yes, so basically we're expecting some king e6 move, hoping that it's not a blunder.
All right.
Yeah, because we have to highlight, that this would be devastating idea. How tough it is, but chess is so super tough. The Yasipenko is defending like crazy for already 4 hours, or maybe 5. Because the opening looked okay, but then things got out of control. He was on the receiving end.
I even don't remember what kind of opening it was.
It was the anti-martial with HC d5.
Maybe
Yes.
Yasipenko is thinking, should have played a Naidorf.
Or the Petrov.
Or the
or
Petrov.
anything
Should have
else,
played
yes.
something else. Like, not this. Okay, I'm never going to play it again. Okay, Rook A1 is played by Yasipenko. He's trying to activate his pieces. Actually, I'm a bit surprised that he's not giving a lot of checks, because every single check is nearing him to this 50 move rule, right? So you need to make a lot of easy moves. If you see a lot of easy checks, just do them. And maybe that's what he's trying to do right now.
Well, let's just highlight that the last pawn move was on move 63 when White has played the move f4. Just in case, to keep it in mind. Of course, it will not decide the fate of the game. We are very, very far away from the 50 move rule. And the rook did land on d8, finally.
There we go. Maybe he's thinking about ideas, rook d2, rook d7. The other rook goes to d7. And then, try them with some pins.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, still, maybe then Black can rely. Okay, we don't know, because he was also relying on the 7th rank defense, with rook a7, rook b7, just keeping an eye on the c7 pawn. Okay, king g7 played.
All right. Dear viewers, how long do you think this game is going to continue? Share your thoughts in the chat. I mean, is it going to be 100 moves? Is it going to be 150 moves? Are we going to break a new world record here? Because I see no end.
Yeah, rook cd2. Rook cd2. Arjun is trying your idea to go for rook d7 and then try to use the pin. But it does give now the chance for Black to play rook c1. If it does not lose on the spot, it would be very, very tempting. What happens after rook c1?
Okay, let's put it on the board. So rook c1 makes perfect sense to force things. So rook 1 to d7.
Yes,
king
and then
f6.
king f6.
Looks exactly like the same, like everything else. But now the rook on c1 is actually accomplishing two things at the same time. It's attacking the pawn on c7 and it's stopping it to promote.
Yes, actually now I like this construction for Black very much, because none of these rooks are really moving. And the f-pawn is under control. So it would be also great news for us. If rook cd2, rook c1, rook d7, king f6 is kind of a good construction, it would maybe ease the task of the defender.
Indeed. I like it. I like rook c1. Yasipenko has time to figure out the details. I think that there is nobody else in the playing venue except them, right? It's just them and like 4 or 5 arbiters who are pretty sure missing already their dinner because I'm not sure what's the rule actually in the hotels. Until what time
Well,
you get your...
I think that here in the Isle of Man, people don't rely on eating in the hotel because many people, finally Rook C1 is played. I think the players are placed in different hotels and there is no full board. You are basically getting money from the organizers to cover your expenses, and it's up to you to decide where you want to eat. Which is actually very nice for the players because often, no matter how good hotel you are, how good the food is, after a couple of days, it can get boring. Like this, you have all the freedom in the world. You can keep on switching restaurants.
Do you have a favorite place where you would hang out?
Yes, okay. I had the New Hong Kong was one of my favorites. I was eating there. There is also a very, very nice Thai restaurant. In general, the food was extremely good. I'm vegetarian who eats fish, and Isle of Man is perfect. Yeah, you have always wonderful fishes, and everything is at the very highest quality.
All right. I do have a slight hope that we are seeing the final moves of this game. Why is this? Because the Rook on C1 appears to force some matters. Actually, for example, if I'm playing something like King F7, now I have an idea to force matters with Knight B6. I'm attacking the Rook on D7. And if the Rook is leaving, then I go back to C8, and maybe White has simply nothing better to do than to repeat this position. Actually, I mean, Rook D6 is even a fork on C4, Knight C4. But, I mean, it's... wait, it's not... No, it is a move, yeah, Knight C4.
Yeah, but in general, I have to say that I'm surprised by Arjun, that he systematically forced Yesipenko to go down on the clock, and then he switched his strategy. To my mind, actually, he should have just continued doing what he was doing, the seemingly nothing but mysterious moves, creating some kind of impression that he's making progress. Because now with the Rook on C1, Black has so much more clarity, and he's not done to 30 seconds. He still has like this 2.5 minutes between 3 minutes with the extra 30 seconds. I think now he's gonna make a draw.
All right. We had a lot of answers from our dear viewers in the chat. There were even suggestions like this game is going to continue 457 moves, if I remember correctly. But I don't think this is going to happen. No, I think this is it. I mean, we're really, really close, and Arjun is really trying the last tricks here. If Yesipenko is gonna, be tired of leading a very long defense, because being on the defensive for many, many hours, it extracts energy, clearly, right? And that's the final chance that there, guys, he has. King of 7. Here, Yesipenko is not afraid of the pin. He says, you've got nothing, right? And maybe actually he's thinking about the idea like King E8, the same idea, attack. Oh, wait, King E8. No, you can't play King E8, yeah. King E8 and then go back on F7.
Yes, he has a very clear vision of what to do. With the Rook on C1, life seems to be so much more easier than previously.
Yeah. All right. What else?
Good question. Maybe also Arjun felt like he knows the whole world is watching, everybody is getting nervous, and he felt the need to change the status quo that, okay, if it works, it works. If it not, I won't be playing on forever. But Andre will be very, very happy. I think Andre is already very happy that he got much more clarity.
I think he'll be very, very tired after this
That's
game.
for sure. That's for sure. But it's the typical scenario that if you hold the draw, then the tiredness disappears. Yeah, because you are euphoric and you feel like, yes, wow, I saved a very tough game. If he ends up losing it, that's a total tragedy. Yeah, because
I mean,
then
For me, Peter, this is like oh, there you go. F5 is also on the board. For me, this is like a déjà vu because I mean, speaking about my experience in the 2021 Grand Swiss, which was held in Riga, I was playing in second round against David Howell. I think I mentioned this already the previous broadcast, and against David, I was pressing with the black color for 150 moves. 150 moves, something like that, and I was already starting to hallucinate things at the end, right? And this was only in round 2, and I was pressing for the victory. I was unable, so we finished the game. I mean, it was like 8+ hours, something like that. There was nobody else at the playing venue. It was just us and a couple of arbiters who were waiting for us to finish our game so that we can go to the dinner. So we arrived at the official hotel. And then there was, again, nobody at the dinner. And I sat together with the very person who eat the dinner I just played. Me and David, we shared a meal. And I think it was one of the main arbiters, Anna Srebnets, even made a picture, right? And I think it's probably still somewhere online.
Yes, I'm remembering. But here the big news that the game is heading towards the draw. Yes, we are seeing rook takes e7, knight takes e7. Now finally we can call the action. Then king f6, king e6, king d6 will get closer to the pawn. And I have to say, incredible sportsmanship by Arjun, taking care of all the viewers, taking care of us, not continuing forever, just shuffling, going for some action, and the game ends in a draw, very well deserved draw, because the defense that Yesipenko has shown in this game, there you have it, official, it's over, draw. What a marathon game, what a fight.
Absolutely incredible. Just to say, dear viewers, there was no king e4. I mean, I hope nobody got a heart attack. It never happened. It's just king e4, king e5. This is how you fix physically the pieces. Put the king on e4 for white, the king on e5 for black. I'm not really sure. Maybe it doesn't really matter, the order, right? Does it matter? Does it matter? Who cares? So it's a draw, and it's time for us, dear viewers, to check the results and the standings. Maybe let's do the standings of the women's section, because after round 7, we have no less than 3 leaders. It is Anna Muzychuk, who is still leading the tournament. However, thanks to the victories of Vaishali and Antoneta Stefanova, now this lead is shared between 3 players. And then we have Goriachkina, Sophie Mele, Tanjanki, and Mungatul with 4.5 points, slightly less than the leaders.
Yes, and we see that Sophie Millier's victory was very important. She is already catching up with Goriachkina, just half a point behind. So much action to look forward to. It's the 7th round today has just ended. The tournament is getting towards the finishing line, and the dramas will continue, and it will be more and more exciting.
Let's also now check the standings of the Open tournament. And we have only 1 leader. And after the first round, who would have guessed that it could be Vidit Sadaj-Gurati, the player who suffered a shock loss against Erwin Lamy. And yet, after 7 rounds, it is the Indian Grandmaster, the Express Train, who is going forward with unstoppable speeds. He's showing some amazing chess. Today in his game against Javohir Sindarov, he escaped a disaster because he was clearly winning, then he somehow messed it up, and it could have been problematic in the game. However, he won the game and now is leading.
Yes, unbelievable performance. We did talk about it during our broadcast with Danya in the very first round, that we hope very much, and all the Vidit fans, that Vidit will want to come back. But who would have guessed that this comeback would be so incredibly successful? What a performance, 5.5 points out of the last 6 games. And we see there that tons of players on 5 points. What a share from 2nd place all the way to 12th. Yuri Kuzubov beating none other than Vladislav Artemiev in that fantastic game. Etienne Bakro taking down UNG. So much action. and also some other stars like Richard Rapport, Levon Aronyan started winning their games and getting closer. They're also chasing the leader packs. It's just a fascinating tournament.
All right, and with that being said, we are finishing our 20-hour stream. Oh, did I say 20-hour stream? Probably was less. I hope you enjoyed this, right? It was an absolute pleasure to be with you here today, and I think that tomorrow is going to bring even more action because there's the Storm Caruana approaching the Isle of Man. We showed you this very, very nice interactive camera. There was a lot of red color, and this means that it's going to be not only a storm above the heads of the players, but also in the playing venue, because these games are usually not disappointing. But we are saying to you goodbye. Hope you liked it, and thank you for your positive vibes in the comments. The legendary Peter Leko, it was an absolute pleasure to be with you again, doing the commentary today. I'm Gramstra to Nations. I hope you like this. Have a great evening, great midnight, I guess, and take care.
Bye-bye.